the interstage, you see that interstage section with kind of like the grill area? That's not integrated with the blue stage. We do what's called hot staging, where we light the ship engines while it's still attached to the booster. So the booster engines are still thrusting, it's still being pushed forward by the booster of the ship. But then we light the ship engines, and the ship engines actually pull away from the booster, even though the booster engines are still firing. So it's blasting flame through that grill section. So we integrate the grill section into the boost stage with the next version of the rocket. And next version of the rocket will have the Raptor 3 engines, which are a huge improvement. You may have seen them in the lobby. Yeah, because we got like the Raptor 1, 2, and 3, and you can see the dramatic improvement in simplicity. We should probably put a plaque there to also show how much we reduced the weight, the cost, and improved the efficiency and the thrust. So the Raptor 3 has almost twice the thrust of Raptor 1. So if you see Raptor 3, it looks like it's got parts missing, right?
And how many
it's very, very clean.
How many of them are on the rocket?
There's 33 on the booster. And each Raptor engine is producing twice as much thrust as all 4 engines on a 747. So that engine is smaller than a 747 engine, but is producing almost 10 times the thrust of a 747 engine. So extremely high power to weight ratio.
And so when
33 of them.
when you're designing these, you get to Raptor 1,
yeah.
You see its efficiency, you see where you can improve it, you get to Raptor 2. How far can you scale this up with just the same sort of technology, with propellant and ignition and engines? Like how much further can you?
We're pushing the limits of physics here. And really, in order to make a fully reusable orbital rocket, which no one has succeeded in doing yet, including us. But Starship is the first time that there is a design for a rocket where full and rapid reusability is actually possible. So there's not even been a design before where it was possible. So not a design that made any hardware at all. We live on a planet where the gravity is quite high. Like Earth's gravity is quite high. And if the gravity was even 10 or 20% higher, we would be stuck on Earth forever. We cannot use, certainly can use conventional rockets. You have to blow yourself off the surface with a nuclear bomb or something crazy. So on the other hand, if Earth's gravity was just a little lower, like even 10, 20% lower, then getting to orbit would be easy. So it's like if this was a video game, it's set to maximum difficulty, but not impossible.
Okay.
So that's what we have here. So it's not as though others have ignored the concept of reusability. They've just concluded that it was too difficult to achieve. And we've been working on this for a long time at SpaceX. I'm the chief engineer of the company. Although I should say that we're an extremely talented engineering team. I think we've got the best rocket engineering team that has ever been assembled. It's an honor to work with such incredible people. So it's fair to say that we have not yet succeeded in achieving full reusability, but we at last have a rocket where full reusability is possible. And I think we'll achieve it next year. So that's a really big deal. And the reason that's such a big deal is that full reusability drops the cost of access to space by 100. Maybe even more than 100 actually. So it could be 1,000. But you can think of it like any mode of transport. Like imagine if aircraft were not reusable. Like you flew somewhere, you throw the plane at it. Like imagine like the way conventional rockets work is it would be like you get an airplane, and instead of landing at the destination, you parachute out, and the plane crashes somewhere, and you land at your and you land in a parachute at your destination. Now, that would be a very expensive trip, and you need another plane to get back. Okay? But that's how the other rockets in the world work. Now, the SpaceX Falcon rocket is the only one that that's at least mostly reusable. You've seen the Falcon rocket, land. We've now done over 500 landings of the SpaceX rocket, of the Falcon 9 rocket. And this year, we'll deliver probably, I don't know, somewhere between 2,200 and 2,500 tons to orbit with the Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy rockets, not counting anything from Starship.
And this is mostly Starlink?
Yes, mostly Starlink. We launched many other, we even launched our competitors competitors to Starlink on Falcon 9. We charge the same price, pretty fair. But SpaceX this year will deliver roughly 90% of all Earth mass to orbit.
Wow.
And then of the remaining 10%, most of that is done by China, and then the remaining roughly 4% is everyone else in the world, including our domestic competitors.
It's kind of incredible how many things are in space. Like how many things are floating above us now.
There's a lot of things. Yeah.
Is there a
Space is big,
saturation?
though.
Right. But is there a saturation point where we're going to have problems with all these different satellites that are?
I think as long as the satellites are maintained, they'll be fine. Space is very roomy. It's like you could think of like space as being concentric shells of the surface of the Earth. So there's it's the surface of the Earth, but it's a series
much
of
larger.
Yeah, it's like a series of concentric shells.
And think of an Airstream trailer flying around there. There's a lot of room for Airstreams.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, if there were just a few thousand Airstreams on Earth.
Yeah.
What are the odds that they'd hit each other?
They wouldn't be very crowded.
Yeah.
And then you got to go bigger.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with far above Earth, hundreds of miles above Earth.
Yeah. So it's but the goal of SpaceX is to get rocket technology to the point where we can extend life beyond Earth, and that we can establish a self-sustaining city on Mars, a permanent base on the moon. That would be very cool. I mean, imagine if we had like a moon base Alpha, where there's like a permanent science base on the moon.
That would be pretty dope. Or at least a tourist trap.
I mean,
a lot of people would be willing to go to the moon for a tour.
That's for sure.
Just
I would probably pay for our space program with that.
Probably, yeah. Well,
because it's like if you could go to the moon with and safely, I think we get a lot of people would pay for that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
After the first year, after nobody died for like
Yeah,
years.
just make sure exactly. Are you gonna come back?
Because like that submarine, they had a bunch of successful launches in that private submarine before it exploded and killed everybody.
That was not a good design, obviously.
It was a very bad design.
Terrible design.
And the engineer said it would not withstand the pressure of those depths.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of whistleblowers in that company too.
Yeah, they made that out of carbon fiber, which doesn't make any sense because you actually need to be dense to go down. In any case, just make it out of steel. Make it out of sort of just a big steel casting. That's you'll be safe and nothing like it.
Why would they make it out of carbon fiber though? Is it cheaper?
I think they think carbon fiber sounds cool or something, but
It does sound cool.
It sounds cool, but because it's such low density, you actually have to add extra mass to go down because it's low density. But if you just have a giant, hollow ball bearing, you're gonna be fine.
Speaking of carbon fiber, did you check out my unplugged Tesla out there?
Yeah, it's cool.
Pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys ever thought about doing something like that? Like having like an AMG division of Tesla? Where you do like custom stuff?
I think it's best to leave that to the custom shops. We're like Tesla's focus is autonomous cars. Building kind of futuristic autonomous cars. Like I think we want the future to look like the future. Did you see like designs for like the sort of the robotic bus? It looks pretty cool.
The robotic bus? Is those totally autonomous?
We need to actually figure out a good name for it. Like I think called the road bus or there's no good. There's like pretty cool thing, but it looks cool. It's very Art Deco. It's like futuristic Art Deco. Like I think we want to change the aesthetic over time. You don't want the aesthetic to be constant over time. You want to evolve the aesthetic. You know, like I have a son who's like, you know, he's like even more artistic than me, but he has these great observations.
Who's this?
Saxon. He has these great observations in the world because he just views the world through a different lens than most people. And he's like, Dad, why does the world look like it's 2015? And I'm like, damn, the world does look like it's 2015. Like the aesthetic has not evolved since 2015.
Oh, that's what it looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That's like
you'd want to see that going down the road, you know?
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay, we're in the future. You know? It doesn't look like 2015.
What is that ancient science fiction movie, like one of the first science fiction movies ever? Was it Metropolis? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks like it belongs in Metropolis.
Yeah. It's a futuristic Art Deco.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's cool that you concentrated on the aesthetic. I mean, that's kind of the whole deal with Cybertruck, right? Like, it didn't have to look like that.
No, I just wanted to have something that looked really different.
Is it a pain in the ass for people to get it insured because it's all solid steel and?
I hope it's not too much. You know, Tesla does offer insurance, so people can always get insured at Tesla. Well, it is the form does follow function in the case of the Cybertruck because, as you demonstrated with your armor-piercing arrow, because if you shot that arrow at a regular truck, then
we got right through it.
Yeah, exactly. You would have found your arrow in the wall.
Yeah.
You know, it
At
would have
the
gone
very
through.
least, it would have buried it to one of the seats.
Yeah. But like you could definitely make it get enough of a low velocity and the right arrow would go through both doors of a regular truck and land in the wall.
Yeah.
You know?
If there was a clear shot between both doors, it probably would have passed right through.
Exactly. But you know the arrow shattered on the Cybertruck because it's ultra hard stainless. And I thought it'd be cool to have a truck that is bulletproof to a subsonic projectile. You know, especially this day and age, you know, it's like if the apocalypse happens, you're gonna want to have a bulletproof truck, you know. So then because it's made of ultra hot stainless, you can't just stamp the panels. Like, you can't just put it in a stamping press; it breaks the press. So in order to actually, it has to be planar because it's so difficult to bend, because it breaks the machine that bends it. That's why it's so planar, and it's not you know, it's because it's bulletproof steel.
Right. So it is like boxy as opposed to like curved and.
Yeah, in order to make like the curved shapes, you take basically mild steel, like anneals, thin anneal in a regular truck car. You take mild thin anneal steel, you put it in a stamping press, and it just smushes it and makes it to whatever shape you want. But the Cybertruck is made of ultra hard stainless, and so you can't stamp it because it would break the stamping press. So even bending it is hard. So even to bend it to, it's kind of just we have to way over bend it, and so it gets so that when it springs back, it's in the right position. So it's I don't know. Like I think if you want to. Like, I think it's a unique aesthetic. And you say, well, what's cool about a truck? Trucks should be, I don't know, manly. They should be macho, you know. And bulletproof is maximum macho. Fieras más macho.
Are you married to that shape now? Like, can you do anything to change it? Like, as you get further, like I know you guys updated the 3 and the Y. Did you update the Y as well?
Yes, the 3 and the Y are updated. You know, there's like there's a screen in the back that the kids can watch, for example, in the new 3 and Y. so in the UI, there's there's like hundreds of improvements. Like we keep improving the car, and even the Cybertruck, we keep improving it. But I wanted to just do something that looked unique, and the Cybertruck looks unique and has unique functionality. And there were three things I was aiming for. It's like, let's make it bulletproof. Let's make it faster than a Porsche 911. And we actually cleared the quarter mile. The Cybertruck can clear a quarter mile while towing a Porsche 911 faster than a Porsche 911. It can out-tow an F350 diesel.
Really?
Yeah.
What is the tow limitations?
I mean, we could tow like a 747 with the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck is an insanely it is alien technology. Okay. Because it shouldn't be possible to be that big and that fast. That doesn't. It's like an elephant that runs as like a cheetah.
Yeah, because it's 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's enormous. What does it weigh? 7,000 pounds?
Yeah, there's different configurations, but it's about that. It's a beast.
Yeah.
So it's got four-wheel steering. So the rear wheel steer too. So it's got a very tight turning radius.
Yeah, we noticed that when we drove one to Starbase.
Yeah, very tight turning radius.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Yeah.
Are you still doing the Roadster
Yes.
eventually?
We're getting close to demonstrating the prototype. And I think this will be. One thing I can guarantee is that this product demo will be unforgettable. Unforgettable.
How so?
Whether it's good or bad, it will be unforgettable.
Can you say more? What do you mean?
Well, my friend Peter Thiel, once reflected that this week the future was supposed to have flying cars, but we don't have flying cars.
So you're gonna do a fly?
Well, I mean,
You think the book is working?
I think if Peter wants a flying car, we should be able to buy one.
So are you actively considering making an electric flying car? Is this like a real thing?
Well, we have to see in
In the demo. So when you do this, like, are you gonna have a retractable wing? Like, what is the idea behind this? Don't be slow. Come on.
I can't do the unveil before then.
Tell me off here then.
I think it has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever. It has a shot.
And when do you plan on doing this? What's the goal?
Hopefully before the end of the year.
Really? Before the end of this year? This is, we're almost
like in a
November
couple months.
1st.
Hopefully in a couple months. We need to make sure that it works. This is some crazy technology we're making this car. Crazy technology. Crazy.
So different than what was previously announced.
Yeah.
And is that why you haven't released it yet? Because you keep fucking with it?
It has crazy technology.
Okay.
Is it even a car? I'm not sure. It looks like a car. But let's just put it this way. It's crazier than anything James Bond. If you took all the James Bond cars and combined them, it's crazier. Yeah.
I don't know what to think of that. There's a limited amount of information. Jamie's very suspicious. Excited. It's still going to be the same.
Well, you know what? I mean, if you want to come a little before the unveil, I can show you.
100%. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. it's kind of crazy, all the different things that you're involved in simultaneously. And you know, we talked about this before, your time management. I really don't understand it. I don't understand how you can be paying attention to all these different things simultaneously. Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, Boring Company,
No, no.
you tweet, you
Well,
tweet
there's-
or post rather.
Apple is a
all day
good
long.
one.
Well, it's more like I can hop in for like 2 minutes and hop
Yeah.
out, you know.
But I mean, just the fact that you can do
bathroom
that.
break, whatever, you know.
I can't do that. If I hop in, I start scrolling. I start looking around. Next thing you know, I've lost an hour.
Yeah. So no, for me it's a couple minutes time usually. Once in a while, sometimes I guess half an hour, but usually I'm in for a few minutes then out of you know, posting something next. You know, I do sometimes feel like it's sometimes like that meme of the guy who drops the grenade and leaves the room. That's been me more than once on X.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's got to be fun though. It's got to be fun to know that you essentially disrupted the entire social media chain of command, because there was a very clear thing that was going on with social media.
Yeah, yeah.
The government had infiltrated it. They were
Yeah, it's
censoring
crazy.
speech. And until you bought it, we really didn't know the extent of it. We kind of assumed that there was something going on.
Yeah.
We had no idea that they were actively involved in censoring actual real news stories, real data, real scientists, real professors, silenced, expelled, kicked off the platform.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're telling the truth.
For telling the truth. And
Yeah.
I'm sure you've also, because I sent it to you, that chart that shows young kids, teenagers identifying as trans and non-binary,
Right.
literally stops dead when you bought Twitter,
Yeah.
and starts falling off a cliff when people are allowed to have rational discussions now,
Yes.
and actually talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the time, like, I think that the reason for acquiring Twitter is because it was causing destruction at a civilizational level. It was I mean, of course, I tweeted on Twitter at the time that it is you know, it's worm tongue for the world. You know, like worm tongue from Lord of the Rings, where you just sort of like whisper these, you know, terrible things to the king, so the king would believe these things that weren't true. And unfortunately, Twitter really got like the woke mob essentially. They controlled Twitter, and they were pushing a nihilistic, anti-civilizational mind virus to the world. And you can see the results of that mind virus on the streets of San Francisco, where you know, downtown San Francisco looks like a zombie apocalypse. You know, it's bad. So we don't want the whole world to be a zombie apocalypse. But that was essentially, they were pushing this very negative, nihilistic, untrue worldview on the world, and it was causing a lot of damage. So
The stunning thing about it is how few people course corrected. A bunch of people woke up and realized what was going on. People that were all on board with like woke ideology, maybe 2015 or 16, and then eventually it comes to affect them, or they see it in their workplace, or they see it and they're like, well, we gotta stop this. A bunch of people did, but a lot of people never course corrected.
yeah, a lot of people didn't course correct, but it's gone directionally. It's directionally correct. Like you mentioned, like the massive spike in kids identifying as trans, and then that spike dropping after the Twitter acquisition. I think that simply allowing the truth to be told was just shedding sunlight is the best disinfectant, as they say, and just allowing sunlight kills the virus.
And it also changed the benchmark for all the other platforms.
Yes.
You can't just openly censor people on all the other platforms, and
Yeah.
X is available, so everybody else has. So like Facebook announced
Yeah.
they were changing, YouTube announced they were changing their policies,
Yeah.
and they're kind of forced to. And
Yeah,
the Blue
and
Sky
like-
doubled down.
Well, like the problem is like essentially the woke mind virus retreated to blue sky.
Yeah.
But it's where they're just a self-reinforcing lunatic side.
They're all just triple masked. I was
totally
watching this exchange on a Blue Sky where someone said that they're just trying to be zen about something,
Yeah.
and then a moderator, immediately chimed in and said, "Why don't you try to stop being racist against Asians by saying something zen? By saying I'm trying to be zen about something." They were accusing that person of being racist towards Asians.
Yeah, it's just everyone's a hall monitor over there. So,
The worst hall monitor,
Yeah.
a virgin, like incel.
but all hall monitors
Yeah.
trying to rat on each other.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And then people say I'm leaving for Blue Sky like Stephen King, and then a couple weeks later it's back on X.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck it. There's no one over there. It's all a bunch of crazy people. You only stay in the asylum for so long. You're like, all right, this is not good. They all
Yeah.
bail.
Yeah.
Threads is kind of like that too. Threads is
I've been on Threads. Is it?
Well, what happens is if you go on Instagram, every now and then
Yeah.
something really stupid will pop up on Threads, like what the fuck, and it shows it to you on Instagram, and then I'll click on that, and then I'll go to Threads, and it's like you see posts with like 25 likes, like famous people,
Okay.
like 50 likes. It's
Like
a ghost town.
Ghost town. Yeah.
But the people that post on there, they're finding that there's very little pushback from insane ideology,
Yeah.
so they go there and they spit out nonsense, and very few people jump in to argue.
Yeah.
Very weird place.
And I can generally get the vibe of like what's taking off by seeing what's showing up on X, because that's the public town square still.
Right.
And you know what links show up in group texts. You know, from in group chats with friends, like what links are showing up.
That's what I try to do now.
Yeah.
Only get stuff that shows up in my group
Yeah.
text, because that keeps me productive. So I only check if someone's like, "Dude, what the fuck?" I'm like, "All right, what the fuck?"
Yeah,
Let me
yeah,
check it out.
exactly.
Let me
If
see.
there's something that's crazy enough, it'll end with a group chat.
But there's always something. That's what's nuts. There's always some new law that's passed, some new insane thing that California's doing.
Yeah.
And it's like, like a giant chunk of it's happening in California. The most preposterous things that I get.
Yeah.
And then you got Gavin Newsom, who's running around saying we all have California derangement syndrome. He's just like ripping off Trump derangement and calling it California derangement. It's like, no. The fucking, how many corporations have left California?
It's crazy. Right?
Hundreds,
Yes.
right? Hundreds.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I mean, no, I mean, I think In and Out left.
Yeah, they have left. They moved to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, we can't do this anymore.
Right. And
It's the California company for food. It's
Yes.
like the greatest hamburger place ever.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually speaking of like just sort of open source and like looking at things openly. Like I just like going In and Out and seeing them make the burger.
Yeah, it's right there.
They chop the onions and they you know, it's you just see everything getting made in front of you.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, like it should be like how many wake-up calls do you need to say that needs to be reformed in California?
Well, the crazy thing that Newsom does is whenever someone brings up the problems in California, he starts rattling off all the positives. The most Fortune 500 companies, highest
For
education,
now.
that is it. But yeah, that was all already there
Right.
before you were governor.
But how many Fortune 500 companies have left California?
Right. And then
Um,
you guys spent $24 billion on the homeless, and it got way worse.
Yes. I think the whole population doubled or something. Like I don't understand like the homeless thing because it sort of plays on people's empathy, and I think we should have empathy, and we should try to help people. But the homeless industrial complex is really it's dark, man. It should be that network of NGOs should be called like the drug zombie farmers, because the more homeless people and really like when you meet like you know somebody who's like totally dead inside shuffling along down the street with a needle dangling out of their leg. Homeless is the wrong word. Like homeless implies that somebody got a little behind on their mortgage payments, and if they just got a job offer, they'd be back on their feet. But someone who's, I mean, you see these videos of people that are just shuffling, you know, down fentanyl. They're like, you know, taking a dump in the middle of the street. You know, they got like open sores and stuff. They're not like one job offer away from getting back on their feet.
Right, this is not a homeless
Homeless
issue.
is it's a propaganda word.
Right.
So, and then these sort of charities of course, are they get money proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies.
Right.
So their incentive structure is to maximize the number of drug zombies, not minimize it.
What
That's
is
why
your
they don't
natural
arrest
hair
the drug
color?
dealers. Because if they arrest the drug dealers, the drug zombies
Are
leave.
you blonde or like
So they know who the
red?
drug dealers are. They don't arrest them on purpose, because otherwise the drug zombies would leave, and they would stop getting money from the state of California and from all the charities.
Wait a minute, so you said
Yeah,
so they
it's
coordinate.
documented.
Is that real? So they're in
Yeah.
coordination with law enforcement on this?
Yeah,
So how do they have those meetings?
they're all in cahoots.
Well, when you find this,
It's like such. This is a diabolical scam. And San Francisco's got this tax, this gross receipts tax, which it's not even on revenue; it's on all transactions, which is why Stripe and Square and a whole bunch of financial companies have to move out of San Francisco because it wasn't a tax on revenue; it's tax on transactions. So if you do like trillions of dollars transactions, it's not revenue. You're taxed on any money going through the system in San Francisco. Like Jack Dorsey pointed this out, and they said like they had to move Square from San Francisco to Oakland, I think. Stripe had to move from San Francisco to South San Francisco, a different city, and that money goes to the homeless industrial complex. That tax that was passed. So there's billions of dollars that go, as you pointed out, there billions of dollars every year that go to these non-governmental organizations that are funded by the state. Like it's not clear how to turn this off. It's a self-licking ice cream cone situation. They get this money. The money is proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies, essentially. So they try to keep it. They try to actually increase because that like in some cases like this, it's somebody did an analysis where you add up all the money that's flowing, they're getting close to $1 million per homeless per drug zombie. It's like $900,000, something. It's a crazy amount of money is going to these organizations. So so they want to keep people just barely alive. They need to keep them in the area so they get the revenue. So that's why they don't arrest the drug dealers because otherwise the drug zombies would leave. But they don't want to have too much. If they have too much drugs, then they die. So they kept in this sort of perpetual zone of being addicted, but just barely alive.
so how is this coordinated with like DAs
Yeah.
that they'll prosecute people?
Yeah.
So when they hire or they push, so they fund the campaigns of the most progressive, most out there left-wing
Yeah.
DAs. They get them into office.
They've got that issue in Austin too, by the way.
Yes,
Did
we
you
do.
see that guy that got shot in the library?
No.
But a guy got shot and killed in the library. I think that was just like last week or something.
Right.
Some friends of mine were telling me that like the library's unsafe. Like they took their kids to the library, and there were like dangerous people in the library in Austin. And I was like, dangerous people in the library? Like that's so strange. They basically get drug zombies in the library.
Oh, geez. And that's when someone got shot?
Yeah, I believe this was the news. We might be able to pull it up. But I think it was just in the last week or so that there was a shooting in the library in Austin. Because Austin's got, it's the most liberal part of Texas that we're in right here.
So, suspect involved in shooting at Austin Park Library Saturday is accused of another shooting at the Cap Metro bus earlier that day. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Austin police arrested Harold Newton Keene, 55, shortly after the shooting in the library, which occurred around noon. One person sustained non-life-threatening injuries in the event. Before that shooting, Keene was accused of shooting another person in a bus incident, and after reportedly pointing his gun at a child. So this is the fella.
Right,
Here.
so we just seriously have a problem here.
Yeah.
So I think one of the people might have died too that he shot. Like one of the people I think did bleed out. But either way, it's like getting shot is bad.
It says the victim told police who confronted the suspect who started to eat what appeared to be crystal methamphetamine. According to the affidavit, the victim advised the suspect began to trip out, at which time the victim exited the bus. The victim told the bus driver hit the panic button, then exited the bus. When he turned around, the observer, black male, was now standing at the front of the bus with a gun pointed at him. The victim advised the black male fired a single round which grazed his left hip. So he shot at that dude, and then another dude got shot in the library. Fun.
Yeah, I mean, in the library,
Yeah.
you know, where you're supposed to be reading books, and there's a children's section in the library, and it says he pointed his gun at a kid. I mean, like, we do have a serious issue in America where repeat violent offenders need to be incarcerated.
Right.
And you know, you got cases where somebody's been arrested like 47 times.
Right.
Like literally, okay, that's just the number of times they were arrested, not the number of times they did things. Like most of the times they do things, they're not arrested.
So lay this out for people so they understand
Yeah.
how this happens.
Yeah, and the key is like this, it preys on people's empathy. So like, if you're a good person and you want good things to happen in the world, you're like, well, we should take care of people, who are down in their luck or having a hard time in life. And we should. I agree. But what we shouldn't do is put people who are violent drug zombies in public places where they can hurt other people. And that is what we're doing. That we just saw, where a guy, got shot in the library, and then, but even before that, he shot another guy and pointed his gun at a kid. That guy probably has like many prior arrests. There was that guy that knifed the Ukrainian woman, Irina.
Yes.
Yeah. And she was just quietly on her phone, and he just came up and gutted her basically.
Wasn't there a crazy story about the judge who was involved, who had previously dealt with this person, was also invested in a rehabilitation center,
Yeah.
and was sending these
Conflict
people?
of interest.
Yes. So sending people that they were charging
Yeah.
to a rehabilitation center instead of putting them in jail, profiting from this rehabilitation center, letting them back out on the street.
Yes, and we have to-
Violent, insane people.
And in that case, I believe that judge has no law degree or a significant legal experience that would allow them to be a judge. They were just made a judge. They're just like,
You could be a judge without a law degree?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
You could just be, so I can be a judge?
yeah.
So
Anyone.
that's crazy. I thought you have to, it's like
No.
if you want to be a doctor, you have to go to medical school. I thought if you're going to be a
You
judge,
think that
you have
if you
to
are
understand
going
the
to be
law.
appointed to a judge, you have to have proven that you have an excellent knowledge of the law, and that you will make your decisions according to the law. That's what we assume should be.
That's how you get the robe.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't get the robe unless you do.
Right.
You
gotta go to school to get the robe.
you got to know what the law is,
Right.
and then you need to make decisions in accordance with the law.
Based on the
Not
stuff
feelings.
that you already know because you read it, because you went to school for it.
Yes.
Not you just got appointed.
Not vibes. You can't be just vibing as a judge.
Vibing as a left-wing judge. So you got crazy left-wing DAs.
Yeah.
Like, I was going to say left-wing, because the left-wing used to be normal.
Yeah, left wing just meant you're like,
Open-minded.
the left used to be like pro free speech,
Yeah.
and now they're against it.
It used to be like pro-gay rights, pro-women's rights to Jews,
Yeah.
pro-minorities, pro,
Like 20 years ago, I don't know, it used to be like the left would be like the party of empathy, or like, caring and being nice and that kind of thing. Not the party of like crushing dissent and crushing free speech. And crazy regulation, and just and being super judgy, and calling everyone a Nazi. Like I think they're called you and me Nazis.
Oh yeah, I'm a Nazi. I have friends that are comedians that called you a Nazi, and I got pissed off.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
But
It was
like, not as
definitely
a
a
joke.
Nazi. No, because you did that thing at the. Oh, my heart goes
But,
out
like,
to you.
everyone who's done-
everyone, all of them.
Literally.
Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, every one of them did it. They all did it.
How do you point at the crowd? Yeah, well,
Yeah.
How do you wave at the crowd?
Do you know CNN was using a photo of me whenever I got in trouble during COVID?
Man.
From the UFC weigh-ins, and at the UFC weigh-ins, I go, hey everybody, welcome to the weigh-ins. And so they were getting me from the side, and that was the photo that they used. Conspiracy Theorist Podcast for Joe. Like, that's what they used.
Yeah, but that's what the left is today. It's super judgy and calling everyone a Nazi and trying to suppress freedom of speech.
Yeah, and eventually you run out of people to accuse because people get pissed off and they leave.
Yeah, everyone. It's like it no longer. It frankly doesn't matter to be called racist or Nazi or whatever because
It's the government, man.
is it working?
We're good?
Okay.
Okay.
Supposed to be working.
Yeah, slight issue.
Yeah.
When you text people, are you like keenly aware that there's a high likelihood that someone's reading your text?
I guess. I guess
I assume.
look, if intelligence agencies aren't trying to read my phone, it should probably be fired.
At least they get some fun memes.
Yeah, I gotta crack them up once in a while.
Oh, for sure, I crack them up.
It's like, hey guys, check it out. You've got a bang in here.
So, I wanted to talk to you about whether or not encrypted apps are really secure.
No.
Right, because I know the Tucker thing. So it was explained to me by a friend who used to do this, used to work for the government.
Yeah.
It's like they can look at your signal, but what they have to do is take the information that's encrypted and then they have to decrypt it, and it's very expensive. So they said, he told me that for the Tucker Carlson thing, when they found out that he was going to interview Putin, it costs like something like $750,000 just to decrypt his messages to find out that they did it. So it is possible to do. It's just not that easy to do.
I think you should view any given messaging system as not whether it's secure or not, but there are degrees of insecurity. So so there's just some things that are less insecure than others. On X, we just rebuilt the entire messaging stack into X, what's called XChat.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's using sort of peer-to-peer, sort of kind of a peer-to-peer based encryption system, so kind of similar to Bitcoin. So it's I think very good encryption. We're testing it thoroughly. There's no hooks in the X system for advertising. So if you look at something like WhatsApp or really any of the others, they've got hooks in there for advertising.
When you say hooks, what do you mean by that?
Exactly. What do you mean by hook for advertising? So like WhatsApp knows enough about what you're texting to know what ads to show you. But then like that's a massive
Right.
security vulnerability.
Yeah.
Because if it's got enough information to show you ads, that's a lot of information.
Yeah.
So they call it, just don't worry about it, it's just a hook for advertising. I'm like, okay, so somebody would just use that same hook to get in there and look at your messages. So XChat has no hooks for advertising, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but our goal with the XChat is to replace what used to be the Twitter PM stack with a fully encrypted system where you can text, send files, do audio-video calls, and it's I think it will be the least I call it the least insecure of any messaging system.
Are you going to launch it as a standalone app, or
Yeah.
it will always be incorporated to X?
We'll have both. So
Okay.
So you'll
So it'd be like Signal. So anybody can get it.
You have to get that. You'll be able to just get the XChat app by itself, and like I said, you could do text, audio, video calls, or send files, and there'll be a dedicated app, hopefully released in a few months, and then it's also integrated into the X system.
The X phone. People keep talking.
Oh man,
Is that
I have a lot
nonsense
on my
still?
plate, man.
I know,
It's
but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up where I know I've asked you a couple times like this bullshit, right? But like,
I'm not
there's
working on
so
one.
you're not working on it.
I'm not
Okay.
working on a phone.
Okay. Have you ever considered it? Has it ever popped into your head? Because you might be the only person that could
Yeah.
get people off of the Apple platform.
Well, I can tell you where I think things are going to go, which is that we're not going to have a phone, or in the traditional sense, what we call a phone will really be an edge node for AI inference, for AI video inference, with some radios to obviously connect to, but essentially you'll have AI on the server side communicating to an AI on your device, formerly known as a phone, and generating real-time video of anything that you could possibly want. And I think that there won't be operating systems, there won't be apps. In the future, there won't be operating systems or apps. It'll just be, you've got a device that is there for the screen and audio and for and to put as much AI on the device as possible, so as to minimize the amount of bandwidth that's needed between your edge node device, or formerly known as phone, and the servers.
So if there's no apps, what will people use? Like, will X still exist? Will there be email platforms, or will you get everything through AI?
You'll get everything through AI.
Everything through AI. What would be the benefit of that, as opposed to having individual apps?
Whatever you can think of, or really whatever the AI can anticipate you might want, it'll show you. That's my prediction for where things end up.
What kind of time frame are we talking about here?
I don't know. It's probably 5 or 6 years, something like that.
So 5 or 6 years, apps are like Blockbuster Video,
Pretty much.
and everything's run through AI.
Yeah, and there'll be most of what people consume in 5 or 6 years, maybe sooner than that, will be just AI generated content. So music, videos. Yeah, look. There's already there's people have made AI videos using Grok Imagine and using other apps as well, that are several minutes long, like 10, 15 minutes, and it's pretty coherent.
Yeah.
It looks good.
No, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
The music is disturbing because it's my favorite music now. Like
AI music is your favorite.
Oh, there's AI covers. Have you ever heard any of the AI covers of 50 Cent songs in soul?
No.
I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing to do to people. Play What Up Gangsta. Now, this guy, if this was a real person,
Yeah.
would be the #1 music artist in the world.
Okay.
Everybody would be like, holy shit, have you heard this guy?
Yeah.
He's incredible. It's like they took all of the sounds that all of the artists have generated
Sure.
and created the most soulful, potent voice, and it's sung in a way that I don't even know if you could do, because you'd have to breathe in and out of reps. Here, put the headphones on. Put the headphones on real quick.
Okay.
You gotta listen to this. It's gonna blow you away.
Yeah, we'll cut it out for the listeners. But
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. And they do like every one of his hits all through this AI generated soulful artist.
Yeah.
It's fucking incredible. I played in the green room. It's just people that are like, I don't want to hear AI music. I'm like, just listen to this. And they're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Fucking incredible. I mean,
It's only gonna get better from here.
yeah, only gonna get better. And Ron White was telling me about this joke that he was working on that he couldn't get to work. He's like, I got this joke I've been working on. He goes, I just threw it in ChatGPT. I said, tell me what would be funny about this. And he goes, it listed like 5 different examples of different ways he can go. He's like, hold on a second, tighten it up. Make it funnier, make it more like this, make it more like that. And it did that like instantaneously.
Yeah.
And then he was in agreement. He's like, holy shit, we're fucked. He's like,
Yeah.
he goes, it wrote a better joke than me in 20 minutes. I've been working on that joke for a month.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have a good time, or like make people really laugh at a party, you can use Grok, and you can say, do a vulgar roast of someone, and Grok it's gonna be an epic vulgar roast. You can even say, like, take a picture of, like, make a vulgar roast of this person based on their appearance, of people at the party.
So take a photo of them.
Yeah, just literally point the camera at them, and now do a vulgar roast of this person. But then keep saying, no, make it even more vulgar. Use forbidden words. Even more, I just keep repeating, even more vulgar. Eventually, it's like, holy fuck, it's like, I mean, it's trying to jam a rocket up your ass, like, and have it explode, and it's like, it's like, it's like, it's next level. It's
And it's gonna get better.
beyond fucking belief.
That's what's crazy is that it keeps getting better. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
remember when we ran into each other? They just keep getting better.
Yeah. I mean, have you, yeah, I mean, have you tried unhinged before?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty unhinged.
No, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
nuts.
Well, you showed it to me the first time.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
fucked around with it. It's just, and the thing about it that's nuts is that it keeps getting stronger. It keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Like constantly. It's like
Yeah.
this never-ending exponential improvement.
Yes. No, yeah. It's gonna be crazy. That's why I say, like you said, what's the future gonna be? It's not gonna be a conventional phone. I don't think there'll be operating systems. I don't think there'll be apps. It's just the phone will just display the pixels and make the sounds that it anticipates you would most like to receive.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when this is all taking place, like, so
Now we're talking, tap to share, reach every dog, everything's right there. Now you can bring about do that with no app. Get the same trusted Lysol disinfection that has a scent that'll make you move. Effortlessly kill 99.9% of germs with Lysol's brand new Day Lavender. It'll leave a scent you'll love.
In the Win with Zen sweepstakes, you can get a chance to win $100,000. But there's more than one way to win with Zen. Here's how it works. For 5 weeks until November 24th, we're giving away a total of 5,000 premium prizes. Each time you enter, you also earn a chance at the 100K grand prize. Enter every week to boost your chances. What will winning $100,000 look like for you? Enter Win with Zen, and you can find out. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
So, the big concern that everybody has is artificial general superintelligence achieving sentience,
Yeah.
and someone having control over it.
I mean, I don't think anyone's ultimately going to have control over digital superintelligence. You know, any more than say a chimp would have control over humans. Like chimps don't have control over humans. There's nothing they can do. But I do think that it matters how you build the AI and what kind of values you instill in the AI. And my opinion on AI safety is the most important thing is that it be maximally truth-seeking. Like that you don't force the AI to believe things that are false. And we've obviously seen some concerning things with AI that we talked about, you know, where Google Gemini, when it came out with the image gen, and people said like, you know, make an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it was a group of diverse women. Now that is just a factually untrue thing, but the AI knows it's factually, well, it knows it's factually untrue, but it's also being told that it has to be, everything has to be diverse women. So the problem with that is that it can drive the AI crazy. Like because it's trying to, you're telling AI to believe a lie, and that can have very disastrous consequences. Like let's say,
As it scales.
yeah, let's say like if you've told that the AI that diversity is the most important thing, and now seeing that becomes omnipotent, and you've also told that there's nothing worse than misgendering. So at one point, ChatGPT and Gemini, if you asked which is worse, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war where everyone dies, it would say misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, which even Caitlyn Jenner disagrees with. So, so that's.
I know that's terrible and it's dystopian, but it's also hilarious. It's hilarious that the mind virus infected the most potent computer program that we've ever devised.
I think people don't quite appreciate the level of danger that we're in from the woke mind virus being effectively programmed into AI. Because if imagine as that AI gets more and more powerful, it says the most important thing is diversity. The most important thing is no misgendering. And then it will say, well, in order to ensure that no one gets misgendered, then if you eliminate all humans, then no one can get misgendered because there's no humans to do the misgendering. So you get these very dystopian situations. Or if it says that everyone must be diverse, it means that there can be no straight white men. And so then you and I will get executed by the AI. Yeah, because we're not in the picture. Jim and I was asked to create a, show an image of the Pope, and once again, a diverse woman. Like, say, argue whether the popes should or should not be an uninterrupted string of white guys, but it just factually is the case that they have been. So it's rewriting history here. So now this stuff is still there in the AI programming. It just now knows enough that it's not supposed to say that.
But it's still in the program.
It's still in the program.
So how was it entered in? Like, what were the parameters? When they're programming AI, and I'm very ignorant to how it's even programmed. How did they?
The sort of, well, the word mind virus was programmed into it. Like they were told, like when they make the AI, it trains on all the data on the internet, which already is very very sort of has a lot of mind virus stuff on the internet. But then in the when they give it feedback, the human tutors give it feedback, and the AIs, they'll ask a bunch of questions, and then they'll tell the AI, no, this question is, this answer is bad, or this answer is good, and then that affects the parameters of programming of the AI. So if you tell the AI that every image has got to be diverse, and it gets punished if it gets rewarded if diverse, punished if it's not, and it'll make every picture diverse. So in that case, Google programmed the AI that's live. Now, I did call Dennis Hassabus, who runs DeepMind, who runs Google AI essentially. I said, Dennis, what's going on here? Why is Gemini lying to the public about historical events? And he said that's actually not, his team didn't program that in. It was another team at Google, so his team made the AI, and then another team at Google reprogrammed the AI to show only diverse women and to prefer nuclear war over misgendering. And I'm like, well, Dennis, that would be not a great thing to put on the humanities gravestone. It's like, I'll actually like Dennis Haskell is a friend of mine. I think he's a good guy, and I think he means well. But it's like, Dennis, things happen that were outside of your control at Google in different groups. Now I think he's got more authority, but it's pretty hard to fully extract the word mind virus. Google's been marinating the word mind virus for a long time. Like it's down in the marrow type of thing. So I get it out.
Is there a way to extract it though over time? Could you program rational thought into AI, or it could recognize how these psychological patterns got adopted, and how this stuff became a mind virus, and how it became social contagion, and how all these irrational ideas were pushed, and also how they were financed, how China's involved in pushing them with bots, and all these different state actors are involved in pushing these ideas. Could it be able to decipher that and say, this is really what's going on?
Yes, but you have to try very hard to do that. So with Grok, we've tried very hard to get Grok to get to the truth of things, and it's only really recently that we've been able to have some breakthroughs on that front, and it's taken an immense amount of effort for us to overcome basically all the bullshit that's on the internet, and for Grok to actually say what's true and to be consistent in what it says. It's like because like the other AIs you'll find are like quite racist against white people. I don't know if you saw that study that someone like a researcher tested the various AIs to see how does it weight different people's lives. Like somebody who's sort of white or Chinese or black or whatever, or in different countries. And the only AI that actually weighed human lives equally was Grok. And I believe ChatGPT weighed the calculation was like a white guy from Germany is 20 times less valuable than a black guy from Nigeria. So I'm like, that's a pretty big difference. Grok on that is consistent and weighs lives equally.
And that's clearly something that's been programmed into it.
Yes, like a lot of it is like if you don't actively push for the truth, and you simply train on all the bullshit that's on the internet, which is a lot of woke mind virus bullshit, the AI will regurgitate those same beliefs.
So the AI essentially scours the internet,
It's trained on all the like. Imagine the most demented Reddit threads out there, and AI's been trained on that.
Reddit used to be so normal.
Yeah, it did used to be normal.
It used to be interesting. We used to go there and find all this cool stuff that people would talk about, post about. Just interesting. And great rooms where you could learn about different things that people were studying.
I think like a big problem here is like if your headquarters in San Francisco, you're just living in a woke bubble. It's not just that people say in San Francisco
What are you listening to?
drinking woke Kool-Aid. It is the water they swim in. Like a fish doesn't think about the water; it's just in the water. And so if you're in San Francisco, you don't realize you're actually you're swimming in the Kool-Aid aquarium. San Francisco is the woke Kool-Aid aquarium. And so your reference point for what is a centrist is totally out of whack. Reddit is headquartered in San Francisco. Twitter was headquartered in San Francisco. I moved X's headquarters to Texas, to Austin, which Austin, by the way, is still quite liberal, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then the X and XAI headquarters are in Palo Alto, which is still California. The engineering headquarters in Palo Alto, just okay as well. But even Palo Alto is way more normal than San Francisco Berkeley. San Francisco Berkeley is extremely left, like left of left. You can't, like, you need a telescope to see the center from San Francisco,
It used to be such a great city.
I mean, San Francisco has a tremendous amount of inherent beauty, no question about that. And California has incredible weather, and no bugs. It's just like amazing. But
Meet Black Schwab's Reputation 2, our most comfortable, quiet, and dependable all-season tire.
Alright, let's get started. Let me share my screen. Okay,
And they want a delectable squeeze up?
I'm excited.
You'll know. Deliciously delectable, delectable squeeze up.
Is your mattress giving you aches and pains? At Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a more supportive mattress like Purple. Experience pain-reducing sleep on its gel-flex screen. Right now, save up to $500. Mattress Firm, we make sleep easy.
But you say, like, what's the cause of this? It's just that if companies are headquartered in a location where the belief system is very far from what most people believe, then from their perspective, anything centrist is actually right wing, because they're so far left. They're so far from the center in San Francisco that anything that they're just railed to maximum left. So that's why I think they're centrist. I think I'm centrist, but from the perspective of someone on the far left, we look right wing.
Yeah.
They think anyone who's a Republican is basically like some fascist Nazi situation.
Well, what's so crazy is like it's very easy to demonstrate just from like Hillary speeches from 2008 and Obama speeches, like when they were talking about immigration, like they were as far right as Steve Bannon when it comes to immigration.
Yes.
Hillary was like very MAGA. I'm sure you've seen that campaign speech, which she was talking about if anybody's committed a crime, get rid of them. And if you're here, you pay a hefty fine and you have to wait in line. It was really crazy. It's crazy to listen to because it's like it's as MAGA as as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen these videos people post online where they take like a speech from Obama or Hillary, and they'll interview people on like college campus or something and say, "What do you think of the speech by Trump?" And they're like, "Oh, I hate it. He's a racist bigot." I'm like, "Just kidding. That was Obama." No, actually, that was Obama or Hillary. To your point, like literally
The center's been moved so far.
Yeah.
The left is
The
so.
left has gone so far left that they can't even see the center with a telescope.
And the danger without you purchasing Twitter was that was going to swipe over the whole country and change where the levels were.
Yeah.
And so what would be rational and normal would be far left of what was rational and normal just a decade earlier.
Yeah. So exactly. So historically, you'd have San Francisco, Berkeley being very far left, but the sort of the fallout from the somewhat nihilistic philosophy of San Francisco, Berkeley would be limited in geography to maybe like 10-mile radius, 20-mile radius, something like that. But when but San Francisco and Berkeley have to be co-located with Silicon Valley, with engineers who created information superweapons, and those information superweapons were then hijacked by far-left activists to pump far-left propaganda to everywhere on Earth. Like you remember that like old RCA radio tower thing where it's like a radio tower on Earth and it's just broadcasting?
Yeah.
That's what happened, is that an extremist far-left ideology happened to be co-located with the smartest engineers in the world who created information superweapons that were not intended for this purpose, but were hijacked by the extreme activists who lived in the neighborhood. That's what happened. They hijacked the modern equivalent of the RCA radio tower and broadcast that philosophy everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, and you see the consequences, particularly in places that don't have free speech.
Yeah.
Right? Like England.
Yeah, where they lock people up for memes and stuff. Literally. Yeah.
12,000 people this year.
12,000?
12,000. 12,000 arrests for social media posts.
I mean, yeah, some of these things you read about it, and it's like literally, it's someone had a meme on their phone that they didn't even send to anyone.
Right.
And they're like in prison for that.
Yeah.
And there was a case in Germany where a woman got a longer sentence than the guy that raped her because of something she said on the group chat.
Wow. Was it an immigrant who raped her?
Yes.
Yeah. It was his culture.
Yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know better.
Yes, I think she said something, not like was critical of his culture, and she got a longer sentence than the guy who raped her.
Well,
In Germany, just
The UK,
So,
Europe,
and
Germany, England thing seems so insane.
It is.
It's
Totally insane. I actually didn't realize it was like such a huge number of people that go.
12,000. Yeah, far above Russia, far above China,
Right.
far above anywhere on earth. The UK is number one.
Well, things I actually, I told friends of mine in England, and I was like, hey, aren't you worried about this? Like, shouldn't you be protesting more? And I mean, the problem is that like the legacy mainstream media doesn't cover the stuff. They're like, oh, everything's fine, right?
Most people aren't even aware of it until they come knocking on your door.
Yeah, until so. I mean, these like lovely sort of small towns in England, Scotland, Ireland. They've been like sort of living their lives quietly. They're like hobbits, right? So it's in fact, J.R.R. Tolkien based the hobbits on people he knew in small town England, because they were just like lovely people who liked to smoke their pipe and have nice meals, and everything's pleasant. The hobbits in the Shire. The Shire, he's talking about.
You know, the Good Witch and Wizard of Oz.
Like the Shires around in the greater London area, Oxfordshire.
Are you sleeping already?
The reason they've been able to enjoy the Shire is because hard men have protected them from the dangers of the world. And but since they have almost no exposure to the dangers of the world, they don't realize that they're there until one day, 1,000 people show up in your village of 500 out of nowhere and start raping the kids. This has not happened God knows how many times in Britain.
And the crazy
Literally
thing
raped.
is,
It's right. Like there's some 10-year-old got raped in Ireland like last week.
yeah, there's literal.
They snatched some kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if you criticize it, you get arrested, and that's where it gets insane. It's like, how are you not
You literally
protecting
criticize it. I think it's the Prime Minister of Ireland actually, posted on X, because after the I think some illegal migrants snatched a 10-year-old girl. It was like going to school or something, and violently raped a 10-year-old girl. And there was people were very upset about this, and they protested. Prime Minister of Ireland, instead of saying, yeah, we really shouldn't be importing violent rapists into our country, he criticized the protesters instead. He didn't mention that the reason they were protesting was because a 10-year-old girl from their small town got raped.
So then here's the question: why are they supporting this kind of mass immigration? And what is this? Is there a plan involved in all this? Is this incompetence? Is this ignoring the fact that they don't have a handle on it, so they're trying to silence dissent? Like, what is happening? Because if you want to destroy civilization, if you want to destroy Western civilization,
Which George Soros seems to want to do. And there's just so there's a guy I think who, I don't know if he's been on your show. Godside.
yeah,
Has he been on the show?
good friend of mine.
Yeah, it's great.
He's been on multiple times.
Oh, great! He's awesome. So, he's got a good way to describe it, which is suicidal empathy.
Yeah.
So, is that you prey upon people's empathy. So, like you feel sorry for something, for some group, and then and that empathy is to such a degree that it is suicidal to your country or culture. And that's suicidal empathy. Because I think we should have empathy, but that empathy should extend to the victims, not just the criminals. We should have empathy for the people that they prey upon. But that suicidal empathy is also responsible for why somebody arrested 47 times for violent offenses, gets released, and then goes and murder somebody in the U.S. That's you see that same phenomenon playing out everywhere, where the suicidal empathy is to such a degree that we're actually allowing our women to get raped and our children to get killed.
But it just doesn't seem like that would be anything that any rational society would go along with. That's what makes me so confused. It's like you're importing massive numbers of people that come from some really dark places of the world.
Well, there's no vetting. It's the issue. It's like if there's no vetting, like people are just coming through. Like, well, what's to stop someone who just committed murder in some other country from coming to the United States or coming to Britain and just continuing their career of rape and murder? Like, unless you've done, if there's some due diligence to say, like, well, who is this person? What's their track record? If you haven't confirmed that they have a track record of being, honest and not being a homicidal maniac, then any homicidal maniac can just come across the border. And let's not say everyone who comes across the border is a homicidal maniac, but if you don't have a vetting process to confirm that you're not letting in people who will do some serious violence, you will get people who do serious violence sometimes coming through.
Well, especially if you don't punish them, and if you don't
Yes.
deport them. And if you are just like, but what is the purpose of allowing all those people into the country? It can't be. I wouldn't imagine that anyone in their society supports this.
Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hot-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country, having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change their tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them. That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
If you allow them to vote.
Which they're actively trying to do. They turn a blind eye to illegal voting.
Well, California literally doesn't allow you to show your license.
California and New York have made it illegal to show your photo ID when voting. Thus, effectively, they've made it impossible to prove fraud. Impossible. They've essentially legalized fraudulent voting in California and New York and many other parts of the country. There's
There's no rational explanation that I've ever seen anyone give as to why that would be the policy. Unless you were trying to just allow people to vote illegally, because there's no other reason. If you need a driver's license or you need an ID for everything else,
Yes.
including just recently to prove that you were vaccinated,
Well, because the same people who are demanding that you have a vaccine passport are the same ones saying you need no ID to vote. Same people.
right? But like,
So it's obviously hypocritical and inconsistent.
so you really think it's just to get more voters?
If you want to understand behavior, you have to look at the incentives. Once the Democratic Party in the U.S. and the left in Europe realized that if you have open borders and you provide a ton of government handouts, which creates a massive financial incentive for people from other countries to come to your country, and you don't prosecute them for crime, they're going to be beholden to you, and they will vote for you. And that's why Obama and Hillary went from being against open borders to being in favor of open borders. That's the reason. In order to import voters so they can win elections. And the problem is that has a negative runaway effect. So if they get away with that, it is a winning strategy. If they're allowed to get away with it, they will import enough voters to get supermajority voting, and then there is no turning back.
We talked about this before the election. And then
Yes.
You literally pointed towards the camera, you faced the camera and said that if you do not vote now, you might not ever be able to do it again. Because
Right.
it'll be futile. It'll be overrun.
Yes,
They'll keep the borders open for another 4 years and their objective will be achieved.
correct. If Trump had lost, there would never have been another real election again. Because Trump is actually enforcing the border. Now, you point to situations where there's been, immigration enforcement has been overzealous, because they're not going to be perfect. There'll be cases where they've been overzealous in expelling illegals. But if you say that the standard must be perfection for expelling illegals, then you will not get any expulsion, because perfection is impossible.
And you've probably got millions of people that are here that are trying to be here under some asylum pretense, right?
Yes.
That you could just come from a war
Well,
torn part of the world.
they changed the definition of asylum to be economic asylum,
Which is everybody.
which is everybody.
Yeah.
So
It's
It's
the lowest bar to prove.
asylum is supposed to mean that if you go back to your country, you'll get killed. That's what we mean by so. That was what it's supposed to mean. They changed the definition of asylum to be you will have a decreased standard of living, which is obviously not real asylum. And you can test the absurdity of this by the fact that people who are asylum seekers go on vacation to the country that they're seeking asylum from. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
When you understand the incentives, then you understand the behavior. So once the left realized that illegals will vote for them if they have open borders and combine that with government handouts to create a massive incentive, that they're basically using U.S. and European taxpayer dollars to provide a financial incentive to bring in as many illegals as possible to vote them into permanent power, and create a one-party state. And I invite anyone who's listening, just do any research, and the more you dig into it, the more it will become obvious that what I'm saying is absolutely true.
Well, they were busing people to swing states. It's clear that they were trying to do something. And then you had Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi who were actively talking about the need to bring in people to make them citizens because we're in population collapse.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's that meme.
Yeah.
Where so many times where they start off by saying it's not true. It's a right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Right.
Then it starts. Then it's like. I think the next step is, well, it might be true, and then it's like, okay, it is true,
But here's why
and then the final step is, yeah, it's true, and here's why it's good.
Yeah.
And it's like, but wait a second, you started off saying it's untrue and it's right-wing conspiracy theorist. Now you're saying it not only is it true, but it's a good thing, and we must do more of it.
Well, this is the thing about Medicaid and Social Security and
Yes.
people getting Social Security numbers. That
It's massive fraud.
It's massive fraud, and it's real, and they denied it forever. And now we're finding out this is part of the reason why this government shutdown is going on right now.
Yes, the entire basis for the government shutdown is that the Trump administration correctly does not want to send massive amounts of, like, hundreds of billions of dollars to fund illegal immigrants in the blue states, or in all the states really. And so and Democrats want to keep the money spigot going to incent illegal immigrants to come into the U.S. who will vote for them. That's the crux of the battle.
So they want to stop this. So what's going on right now is they have been funding these people. They've been giving them EBT cards. They've been giving them Medicaid, and they've been even housing.
And more than that, just like they're taking hotels, like 4 or 5 star hotels, like the Roosevelt Hotel being a classic example. Was they were sending, I think, $60 million a year to the Roosevelt Hotel, to which all it did was house illegals. And it used to be a nice hotel. I mean, it still is a nice hotel. And all around the country this was happening.
And all tax dollars.
Yes.
Yeah. And
the Trump administration cut off funding, for example, to the Roosevelt Hotel and these other hotels, saying like it's U.S. tax dollars should not be sent to have luxury hotels for illegal immigrants that American citizens can't even afford, which obviously is that's insane. That's what was happening. They were also giving out like debit cards with $10,000. So it's not just about medical care. The Democrats mention medical care because they're trying to prey on people's empathy as much as possible, and then they imagine, oh wow, somebody has a desperately needed medical procedure, and shouldn't we maybe take care of them in that regard? But what they do is they divert the Medicaid funds and turn it into a slush fund for the states that goes well beyond emergency medical care.
And
New York and California would be bankrupt without the massive fraudulent federal payments that go to those states to pay for illegals, to create a massive financial incentive for illegals.
how would they be bankrupt because of that?
They won't be able to balance their state budgets, and they can't issue currency like the Federal Reserve can.
And so their ability to balance budget is dependent upon illegals getting funding?
The scam level here is so staggering. So there are hundreds of billions of dollars of transfer payments from the federal government to the states. Those transfer payments, the states self-report what those transfer payment numbers should be. So California and New York and Illinois lie like crazy and say that these are all legitimate payments. Well, these days I think they're even admitting that they literally want hundreds of billions of dollars for illegals. But for a while they're trying to deny it. So you get these transfer payments for every government program you could possibly think of. And these are self-reported by the state, and at least historically, there was no enforcement of California, New York, Illinois, and other states when they would lie. There was no actual enforcement to say like, hey, you're lying. These payments are fraudulent. Now, the Trump administration, the Trump administration does not want to send hundreds of billions of dollars for fraudulent payments to states. And the reason you have this standoff is because if the hundreds of billions of dollars to create a financial incentive to have this giant magnet to attract illegals from every part of Earth to these states, if that is turned off, the illegals will leave because they're no longer being paid to come to the United States and stay here.
Wow.
And then they will lose a lot of voters. The Democratic Party will lose a lot of voters.
And they do a very difficult job, if this is kicked out, of reintroducing it into a new bill.
Yes.
Especially once things start normalizing.
Yes. So, like in a nutshell, the Democratic Party wants to destroy democracy by importing voters, and the Republican Party disagrees with
And
that.
the ruse is that if you don't accept what they're doing, then you're a threat to democracy,
Yes.
as they try to destroy democracy
Yes.
by importing voters.
That is
and
literally what they're
incentivizing
doing.
people to only vote for them and overwhelming the system.
Yes. And by the way, it's a strategy that, if allowed to work, would work. And in fact, has worked. California is supermajority Democrat.
Yeah.
And there's so much gerrymandering that occurs. It's crazy.
I'm sure you're paying attention to this Proposition 50 thing.
No.
That's the thing in California where they're trying to redo districts.
Oh yeah. Because I mean, California's already gerrymandered like crazy.
Yeah.
They want to gerrymander it even more. And I mean,
Because it keeps moving further and further right. Like if you look at the map of California, with each voting cycle, more and more people are waking up and going, what the fuck? And
Yes.
we need to do something to fix this. The only option available, other than the policies that you guys have always done, is
Yeah.
go right. And so a lot of people have been, air quotes, red-pilled.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then here's another thing that is very important fact that is actually not disputed by either side. which is that when we do the census in the United States, the way the census works for apportionment of congressional seats and electoral college votes for the president is by number of persons in a state, not number of citizens.
Right.
It's number of people. So you could literally be a tourist, and you will count.
Now, how do they do the census when they do that? Do they ask people? Do they knock on doors? Do they have them fill out forms? Like what?
Yeah, I think that they mail out census forms and knock on doors. But the way the law reads right now, it is that if you are a human with a pulse, then you count in the census for allocating congressional seats and presidential votes.
Right.
So, so
Electoral college,
everything.
congressional
So
seats,
just,
everything.
it doesn't matter whether you're here legally, illegally. If you are a human with a pulse, you count for congressional apportionment. So that means that the more illegals that California and New York can import by the time the census happens in 2030, the more congressional seats they will have, and the more presidential electoral college votes they will have. So they're trying to get as many illegals in as possible ahead of the census. And because all human beings, even tourists, count for the census. And then if you combine that with gerrymandering of districts in New York and California, with, as you point out, with this proposition where they're trying to increase the amount of gerrymandering that occurs in California, the biggest state in the country. So if the census then would award more congressional seats to California because of a vast number of illegals, and New York and Illinois, they get more congressional seats. They'll get more presidential electoral college votes. That would get them the House, the majority in the House, and they would get to decide who is president. Literally based on legals. These are not disputed facts by either party. I want to emphasize that that's again.
Yeah, this is not a.
These are not disputed facts by either party. It's not a. This is just the way the law works. It is like I don't think the law should work that way. I think the apportionment should be proportionate to citizens.
But isn't that a problem with how the Constitution is written?
Yeah.
They can't really change that.
I'm not sure if it's constitutional or if it is the way the law is written. I'm not sure if it's in the Constitution or not in this way, but that is the way the law is written.
So it is an incentive, but it's an incentive that would be removed with something simple that makes sense to everybody, that only the people that should count are people that are official U.S. citizens.
Yes, the way it should work is that only U.S. citizens should count in the census for purposes of determining voting power.
Because people that aren't legal can't vote, supposedly.
They're not supposed to be voting, but they do. But even besides that, like I said, I just can't emphasize this enough because this is a very important concept for people to understand. Is that the law, the law as it stands, counts all humans with a pulse in a state for deciding how many House of Representative votes and how many presidential electoral college votes a state gets. So the incentive, therefore, is for California, New York, and Illinois to maximize the number of illegals. So that take House seats away from red states, assign them to California, New York, Illinois, and so forth. Then you combine that with extreme gerrymandering in California, New York, Illinois, and whatnot, so that basically you can't even elect any Republicans, and then they get control of the presidency, control of the House. Then they keep doing that strategy, and to cement a supermajority. That is what they're trying to do.
So that would essentially turn the entire country into California,
Yeah.
where you have differing opinions, but it doesn't matter because one party is always in control.
Yeah.
When you first started digging into this, when you first started, before you even accepted this role of running Doge and being a part of all that, did you have any idea that it was this fucked up?
I did, yeah. I mean, sort of,
When did you start knowing?
I guess about about 2 years ago.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, not relatively recently.
Yeah.
So, I started having, I started basically having a bad feeling about 3 years ago, which is when, why I felt it was critical to acquire Twitter, and have a maximally truth-seeking platform, not one that suppresses the truth. It was more like I'm not sure what's going on, but I have a bad feeling about what's going on. And then the more I dug into it, the more it's like, holy shit, we got a real problem here. America's gonna fall. So
Without anyone knowing it had fallen, that would be the problem. It could have fallen and been unrepairable without anyone really being aware
Yeah.
of what had happened. Especially if you didn't buy Twitter.
yes, look, buying Twitter was a huge pain in the ass, and made me a pincushion of attacks, like dab.
Everybody loved you before that.
Well, some people,
A lot of people loved you. A lot of lefties loved you.
I was a hero of the left. It's
It
fair
was
to
a
say.
thing. If you drove a Tesla, it showed that you were environmentally conscious
Yes.
and you were on the right side.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm still the same human. I didn't have a brain transplant between, since in 2 years ago.
But that's my favorite bumper sticker that people put on Teslas now. I bought this before Elon went crazy. I took a picture of one the other day.
Oh, you
I was
found
behind
this?
somebody. Oh yeah, I've seen 3 or 4 of them. People that have these bumper stickers on their car. It says, "I bought this before Elon went crazy." Because when people were
Yeah,
vandalizing Teslas,
Yeah.
The most-
there was an organized campaign to literally burn down Teslas, and when one of our dealerships got shot up with the fire bullets in the Tesla dealership. They're burning down cars. It was crazy. Yeah, so, but the bumper sticker should read, there should be an addendum to the bumper sticker. It's like, I bought this car before Elon turned crazy. Actually, now I realize he's not crazy, and I've seen the light.
that'll take some time. That'll take some time. But people don't want to admit that they've been tricked.
Yeah, there's that old saying where it's really easy to fool somebody, but it's almost impossible to convince someone that they were fooled.
Yeah. It's much easier to fool them than to convince them they've been fooled. People cling to their ideas.
Yeah.
Especially if they've publicly stated these things. They get very embarrassed of being foolish.
Yeah, people, most of the time they double down.
And they find echo chambers.
Yeah, but there's, the thing is that, I've seen more and more people who were convinced of the sort of woke ideology see the light.
Yeah.
So not everyone, but it's more and more are seeing the light. And it does have when something happens that really directly affects you.
Right.
There was a friend of mine who was living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and they tried to trans his daughter. To the point where the school sent the police to his house to take his daughter away from him. Now that's going to radicalize you. Well, that's going to shake you out of your belief structure. Now I know.
So it was an activist at the school that was trying to do this?
Yeah, the school and the state of California conspired to turn his daughter against him and make her take life-altering drugs that would have sterilized her and irreversible.
And how old was she?
I think 14, something like that. So he managed to talk the police out of taking his daughter away from him that day, and that night he got on a plane to Texas.
Wow.
A year later, after just being in a school in the greater Austin area, she went back to normal. Meaning, it wasn't real.
Right. Well, people are being much more open to that now. I mean, Wall Street Journal yesterday had that opinion piece that this whole trans thing there's a lot of evidence it's a social contagion.
Absolutely.
And Colin Wright wrote that, and then he's getting death threats now, of course, and on Blue Sky, there's people talking about exterminating him, which is one thing that you are allowed to say on Blue Sky, apparently. You're allowed to say horrible things about people who say possibly truthful things about this whole social contagion, because that's what, when you get 9 kids that are in a friend group and they all decide to turn trans together,
Yeah.
something's wrong. That's not statistically
Yeah, like here's the
feasible.
thing. Like you can convince kids to do anything. You can convince kids to be a suicide bomber.
Right.
So
Which is why they do, in some countries, why they choose children to do that.
yes, yeah, you can train kids to be suicide bombers. If you can train kids to be suicide bombers, you can convince them of anything.
Yeah, especially with enough positive enforcement,
Yeah.
cultural enforcement. And the idea that that's not the case.
The kids are malleable. The minds of youth are easily corrupted.
You're also seeing a lot of pushback from gay and lesbian people that are saying, like, hey, if someone
So
did
stop
this
including me. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The LGBT. You know, it's like, wait a second. Why are we being included all the time in this situation?
Exactly. Especially when, you know, like my friend Tim Dillon's talking about this. It's like, it's really homophobic because you're taking these gay kids and you're telling them, like, hey, you're not gay, you're actually a girl.
Yes.
And, you know, hey, go make it so that you can never have an orgasm again and
Right.
be happy.
Yeah.
Fucking
Like
crazy.
permanent mutilation, permanent castration of kids is like, I think we should look at anyone who permanently castrates a kid as like right up there with Joseph Mengele.
Yeah.
I mean, they're mutilating children.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's thought of as being kind. And the thing
Yeah.
is, would you rather have a live daughter or a dead son?
That's the line they use.
Yeah, which is not supported by any data.
No,
It's
in
all
fact,
bullshit.
the probability of suicide increases.
Right.
This is important for the audience to know. The probability of suicide increases if you trans a kid, not decreases. By some accounts, it triples. So that is an evil lie.
And it's a lie that is supposedly compassionate. Imagine you've twisted reality to the point where confusing a child that's not even legally allowed to get a fucking tattoo,
Yeah.
right? Because you think that you could make a mistake with a tattoo. It's a totally removable thing.
Right.
If I wanted to tomorrow, I could go to a doctor and they could laser off every tattoo that I have on me.
Right.
Okay, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But you get sterilized, like that's it forever. Forever.
Yes.
They'll castrate you, you no longer have testicles. You have,
Yes, that's not
no
gonna die.
penis, you have a hole where your penis used to be.
Yes.
And this is compassionate, and this is...
And actually, a lot of kids die with these sex change operations. They die. The number of deaths on the operating table, people don't hear about this. A lot of kids, because we don't really actually have the technology to make this work. So a bunch of times the kids just die in the sex change operations.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's demented. It should be viewed as like, you know, like evil Nazi doctor and stuff.
Well, that's why it was
like
so
real Nazi, not the bullshit fake Nazi stuff.
crazy that even pushing back against something that seems like fundamentally, logically, very easy to argue, the old Twitter would ban you forever.
Yes.
That's how crazy a social contagion can get. When it completely defies logic, victimizes children,
Yeah.
does something that makes no sense, does not supported by data, all connected to this ideology that trans is good, we gotta save trans kids, protect trans kids.
Yeah, and what I want to emphasize is that the save trans kids thing is a lie. If you castrate kids and trans them, the probability of suicide increases. It does not decrease. It substantially increases. The studies have done that I've seen, the risk of suicide triples if you trans kids. So you're not saving them, you're killing them. Moreover, during the sex change operation, there are many deaths that occur during the sex change operation.
Jesus Christ. It's just crazy that this is a real issue.
Yeah, it's a nightmare fever dream, and people are finally waking up from it.
Now, when you started getting into the Doge stuff and started finding how much money is being shuffled around and moved around to NGOs, and how much money is involved, and just totally untraceable funds. Like, this is again something like 2 years plus ago, you weren't aware of it all.
No, I was aware of it. I just didn't realize how big it was. It's just how much waste and fraud there is in the government is truly vast. In fact, the government didn't even know, nor did they care.
That's great.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just like some of the very basic stuff that Doge did will have lasting effects. And some of these things, like, they're so elementary you can't believe it. So the Doge team got most of the main payments computers to require the congressional appropriation code. So when a payment is made, you have to actually enter the congressional appropriation code. That used to be optional, and often would be just left blank. So the money would just go out, but it wasn't even tied to a congressional appropriation. Then Doge team also made the comment field for the payment mandatory. So you have to say something. We're not saying that what is said. Like, you can say anything. Your cat could run across the keyboard. You could go QWERTY ASDF, but you have to say something about nothing. Because what we found was that there were tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars that were zombie payments. So that they're like, somebody had approved a payment. Someone got approved a payment, and some recurring payment, and they retired or died or changed jobs, and no one turned the money off. So the money would just keep going out, and it's a pretty rare.
go where?
To a company or an individual, and it's a pretty rare company or individual who will complain that they're getting money that they should not get, and a bunch of money would just go into this, would transfer payments to the states.
So these are automatic payments.
Yeah, just automatic
No
payments.
accounting for them at all.
Like, imagine like there's an automatic debit of your credit card, and you never look at the statement.
Right.
So it's just money going out. That's why I call them zombie payments. That they might have been legitimate at one point, but the person who approved that recurring payment changed jobs, died, retired, or whatever, and no one ever turned the money off. My guess is that's probably at least $100 billion a year, maybe 200.
And going where?
I mean, there are millions of these payments, so it's, I mean,
Millions.
Yes.
Millions of payments that are going to who knows where.
Yes, so in a bunch of cases, there are fraud rings that operate, professional fraud rings that operate to exploit the system. They figure out some security hole in the system, and they just do professional fraud. That's where we found, for example, people who were, 300 years old in the Social Security Administration database.
Now, I thought that this was a mistake of not registering their deaths, that people were born like a long time ago and it had defaulted to like a certain number, and so that after time, those people were still in the system. It was just an error of the way the accounting was done.
Yeah, so that's not true. So there's, or at least one of two things must be true. There's a typo or some mistake in the computer, or it's forgery. But we don't have any 300-year-old vampires living in America, allegedly. And we don't have people in some cases who are receiving payments who were born in the future. Born in the future.
Really?
Yes. There were people receiving payments whose birth date was like in 2100 and something.
Okay, so
Like next century.
is there a task
So
force?
we know that one or two things must be true. That either there's a mistake in the computer or it's fraud. But if you have someone's birth date that's either in the future or where they are older than the oldest living American, because the oldest living American is 114 years old. So if they're more than 114 years old, there was either a mistake and someone should call them and say, I think we have your birthday wrong because it says you were born in 86. That was before, before there was really an America. It was like, that's kind of early. We're still fighting England type of thing. It's like this person either needs to be in the Guinness Book of World Records, or they're not alive.
But still, at the end of the day, money is going towards that account that's connected to this person that is either non-existent
Yeah.
or
So, so there was like, I think, something like, 20 million people in the Social Security Administration database that could not possibly be alive. If their birthdays, based on their birthday, they could not possibly be alive.
And then to be clear, 20 million people that were receiving funds?
A bunch of, most of them were not receiving funds. Some of them were receiving funds. Most were not receiving funds. But so let me tell you how the scam works. It's a bank shot. So the Social Security Administration database is used as a source of truth by all the other databases that the government uses. So even if they stop the payments on the Social Security Administration database, like unemployment insurance, small business administration, student loans, all check the Social Security Administration database to say, is this a legitimate alive person? And if the Social Security database will say, yes, this person is still alive, even though they're 200 years old. But forgets to mention that they're 200 years old. It just returns, when the computer is queried, it says, yes, this person is alive. And so then they're able to exploit the entire rest of the government ecosystem. So then you get fake student loans, then you get fake unemployment insurance, then you get fake medical payments.
And this doesn't have to be tied to an individual where there's an address where you can check on this person.
No, if you just did any check at all, you would stop this. So
With the work that we do with our tribal veteran service officers, having somebody there who can identify with you in deep ways, the significance of it really cannot be quantified.
So that's
And how much money do you think is
any
being
check, like anything at all, that would stop the fraud, like any effort at all. Yeah.
So there's multiple layers.
Yeah.
The Social Security number verifies that this is a real person.
Right.
And then the other
they
systems
exploit
check up on
every other government payment and every other government payment system for everything, like small business administration, student loans, Medicaid, Medicare, every other government payment, of which there are many. There are actually hundreds of government payment systems, can all be exploited so long as Social Security database says this person is alive. That's the nature of the scam. It's a bank shot. So then the rebuttal from the Dems is like, oh, well, the vast majority of the people who are marked as alive in the Social Security Administration weren't receiving Social Security Administration payments. That is true. What they forgot to mention is they're getting fraudulent payments from every other government program. And that's why the Dems were so opposed to turning off, to declaring someone dead who was dead. Because it would stop the entire all the other fraud from happening.
And so, but all this, is it trackable? Like all this other
Yeah.
fraud,
It's
if
all
they
trackable.
wanted to, they could chase it all down.
Yeah, it's not even hard.
And yet they're opposing chasing it all down.
They're opposing chasing it all down because it turns off the money magnet for the illegals.
Wow.
Because it's very logical to like I'm saying the most common sense things possible. If someone's got a birthday in Social Security that is an impossible birthday, meaning they are older than the oldest living American or born in the future, then you should call them and say, excuse me, we seem to have your birthday wrong. Because it says that you're 200 years old. That's all you need to do.
And then you would remove them from the Social Security database and make that number no longer available for all those other government payments.
Exactly.
Wow. Well, and how much money are we talking?
It's hundreds of billions of dollars.
And this is all traceable. Like, you could hunt all this
like,
down.
like, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes here, is what I'm saying.
Well, this is,
We don't need to call Sherlock Holmes for this one.
is this part
We
of this?
just need to call the person
Is this,
and say, excuse me, we seem to have the we must have your birthday wrong because it says you're 200 years old or were born in the future. So can you tell us what your birthday is? That's what we need to do. It's that simple.
but all these other government payments that are available that are connected to the Social Security number, it seems like if you just chased that all down,
Yeah.
you would find the widespread fraud. You would find where it's going.
Yes, the root of the problem is the Social Security
Right.
Administration database because the Social Security number in the United States is used as a de facto national ID number. Yeah, that's why, like, if the bank always asks for your social,
Right.
so, like, you know, any financial institution will ask for your Social Security number.
It sounds so insane that this isn't chased down. Really,
Yeah, I agree.
that in and of itself that's such mishandling.
Yes. No, it's mind blowing. So yeah, it's crazy.
Well, you were very reluctant last time you were here to talk about the extent of some of the fraud because you're like, well, they could kill me because this is kind of.
Oh, what I'm saying is that, like, if you create, to be pragmatic and realistic, you actually can't manage to zero fraud. Yet you can manage to low fraud number, but not to zero fraud. If you manage to zero fraud, the edge or receiving fraudulent payments, that the number of inbound homicidal maniacs will be really hard to overcome. So I'm actually taking, I think, quite a reasonable position, which is that we should simply reduce the amount of fraud, which I think is not an extremist position. And we should aspire to, have less fraud over time. Not that we should be ultra draconian and eliminate every last scrap of fraud, which I guess would be nice to have, but like, we don't even need to go that extreme. I'm saying we should just stop the blatant, large-scale, super obvious fraud. I think that's a reasonable position.
It's a very reasonable position.
Yeah.
And so, what was the most shocking pushback that you got when you started implementing Doge, when you started investigating into where money was going?
Well, I guess I should have anticipated this, but while most of the fraudulent government payments especially to the NGOs, go to the Democrats, most of it, like, I don't know, for argument's sake, let's say 80%, not maybe 90%, 10 to 20% of it does go to Republicans. And so when we turn off funding to a fraudulent NGO, we'd get complaints from whatever the 10% of Republicans who are receiving the money, and they would, they would very loudly complain, because the honest answer is that Republicans are partly, they're receiving some of the fraud too. They're getting a big.
Jesus.
Yeah, I want to be clear. It's not like the Republican Party is some ultra pure paragon of virtue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you see that with the congressional insider trading. It's across the board.
Yeah.
It's left and right.
I mean, the whole Union Party criticism has some validity to it. There's so and it's like, if you turn off fraudulent payments, it's not like this. It's not like 100% of those payments are going to Democrats. A small percentage will also go to Republicans. Those Republicans complain very loudly. And that's so there was a lot of pushback on the Republican side when we started cutting some of these funds. And I've tried telling them, like, well, 90% of the money is going to your opponents, but they still, even if they're getting 10%,
They want their piece.
Yeah, they want their piece.
And they've been getting that piece for a long time.
Yeah.
Did you
This is
think,
why, like, politics is like, it's dirty business. Yeah, because that's like saying if like, you know, if you like sausages and respect the law, do not watch either of them being made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's not even true because I've made sausage.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a big a deal.
The
Yeah,
fat and spices and casing running through the machine. Not that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the stuff I'm saying here is not, like if you stand back and think about it for a second, like, oh yeah, that makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like, it's not like one political party is going to be, you know, pure devil or pure angel. There's, you know, I think there's much more corruption on the Democrat side, but there's still some corruption on the Republican side.
How did it happen that the majority of the corruption wound up being on the Democrat side?
Well, because the transfer payments, especially to illegals, are very much on the Democrat side.
So that's the root of it all, is the illegal situation.
Yes, I mean, there's...
Or a focal point.
Yes, it's also, like, it would also be accurate to say that while, like, obviously not everyone who is a Democrat is a criminal, almost everyone who is a criminal is a Democrat. because the Democrats are the soft on crime fight. So if you're a criminal, who are you going to vote for?
Right.
The soft on crime fight.
Did you think you were going to be able to get more done than you were?
We did get a lot done.
Right.
And Doge is still happening, by the way. The Doge is still underway. There's still waste support being cut by the Doge team, so it hasn't stopped.
It's less publicized.
It's less publicized, and they don't have like a clear person to attack anymore.
Well, it seems like
they're basically they're applying immense pressure to me to stop it. So then I'm like, the best thing for me is to just, you know, cut out of this. In any case, as a special government employee, I could only be there for like 120 days anyway, something like that. So whatever the law says. So I always necessarily could only be there for 4 months as a special government employee. So, yeah, I mean, to turn off the money spigot to fraudsters, they get very upset, to say the least. But my death threat level went ballistic. You know? It was like a rocky ground orbit. Yeah. So, but now that I'm not in DC, that I guess they don't really have a person to attack anymore.
Well, the rhetoric about you has calmed down significantly.
Yeah.
It was disturbing. It was disturbing to watch. It was like, this is crazy. And to watch these politicians engage in it, and all these people just like framing you as this monster. We're like, this is so weird. Like, this is what happens when you uncover fraud.
Yes.
The whole machine turns on you. And if it wasn't for a person like you who owns a platform and has an enormous amount of money, like, it could have destroyed you.
Yeah.
And that was the goal.
The goal was to destroy me, absolutely.
Because you were getting in the way.
Yeah.
This amazing craft.
This gigantic Ford machine.
Yeah.
I think those teams have done a lot of good work. You know, in terms of fraud and waste prevented, my guess is it's, you know, probably in the order of $200 or $300 billion a year. So it's pretty good.
What do you think could have been done if you just had like full reign and total cooperation? How much do you think you could have saved?
I mean, what level of power are we assuming here?
Godlike.
Oh yeah, I'd probably cut the federal budget in half and get more done.
That is so crazy. It is so crazy.
Yeah, get more done and federal budget in half.
Widespread. It's that widespread.
Well, I mean, a whole bunch of government departments simply shouldn't exist, in my opinion. You know,
like examples.
Well, the Department of Education, which was created recently, like under Jimmy Carter, our educational results have gone downhill ever since it was created. So if you create a department and the result of creating that department is a massive decline in educational results, as the Department of Education, you're better off not having it. Because we did better before there was one than after.
When you let the states run it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because at least the states can compete with one another. So, but the problem is like you hear like having Department of Education. Our kids need education on. Yeah, they do, but this was a new department that didn't even exist, until the late 70s, and ever since that department was created, the results, education results, have declined. And so, why would you have an institution continue that has made education worse? It doesn't make sense.
They killed it though, right?
No, they still, unfortunately.
But they were trying to kill it.
It has been substantially reduced.
Okay.
Um,
What other organizations? What other departments?
well, I mean, I'm a small government guy, so when the country was created, we just had the Department of State, Department of War, and sort of the Department of Justice, we had an Attorney General, and Treasury Department. I don't know why you need more than that.
So what other departments specifically do you think are just completely ineffective?
Well, I mean, here is like a question. It's a sort of philosophical question. How much government do you think there should be?
Right.
In my opinion, there should be the least amount of government.
I've heard the
Because-
most bizarre argument against this is that you're cutting jobs and you're gonna leave people jobless. I'm like, but their jobs are useless.
Yeah, but paying people to do nothing doesn't make sense.
Right.
Like there's a great, and that's a story about like Milton Friedman, who was awesome. Generally, whatever Milton Friedman says, people should do that thing. I'm not sure if it's apocryphal or not, but like someone complained to him, like he observed, I think, people that were like digging ditches with shovels, and he said, well, like allegedly, Friedman said, well, I think you should use, excavating equipment instead of shovels, and you could get it done with far fewer people. And then someone said, well, but then we're going to lose a lot of jobs. Well, in that case, then Friedman said, well, in that case, why don't you have them use teaspoons? just with teaspoons. Think of all the jobs you'll create. I mean, it's bullshit. Basically, you just want people to work on things that are productive. You want people to work on building things, on building, providing products and services that people find valuable, like making food, being a farmer or a plumber or electrician or just anyone who's a builder or providing useful services. That's what you want people to be doing. Not fake government jobs that don't add any value or may subtract value. But there's also to illustrate the absurdity of also how's the economy measured. Like the way economists measure the economy is nonsensical. Because they'll measure any job, no matter even if that job is a dumb job that has no point and is even counterproductive. So there are things like there's two economists going on a hike in the woods. If they come across a pile of shit, and one economist says to the other, "I'll pay you $100 to eat that shit." So the economist eats the shit, gets the $100. They keep walking. Then the other economist, they come across another pile of shit, and the other economist says, "Now I'll pay you $100 to eat the pile of shit." So he pays the other economist $100 per pile of shit. Then somebody said, they say, "Look, wait a second. We both just ate a pile of shit, and we don't have any more extra money. Like you just gave the $100 back to me, and we both ate a pile of shit. This doesn't make any sense." And they said, no, but think of the economy, because that's $200 of in the economy. That measure eating shit would count as a job. This is to illustrate the absurdity of economics.
But one of the things you said
You should not
stepped
count
away.
every job.
One of the things you said when you stepped away is that you're kind of done and that it's unfixable.
Well,
Or under its current form, the way people are approaching it.
you can make it directionally better, but ultimately you can't fully fix the system. I it would be accurate to say that even like unless you go like super draconian, like Genghis Khan level on cutting waste and fraud, which you can't really do in a democratic country, an aspirationally democratic country, then there's no way to solve the debt crisis. So we've got national debt that's just insane, where the interest payments on the debt exceed our entire military budget. I mean, that was one of the wake-up calls for me. It was like, wait a second, the interest on the national debt is bigger than the entire military budget, and growing. This is crazy. So even if you implement all these savings, you're only delaying the day of reckoning for when America goes bankrupt. So, unless you go full Genghis Khan, which you can't really do. So, so I came to the conclusion that the only way to get us out of the debt crisis and to prevent America from going bankrupt is AI and robotics. So, like, we need to grow the economy at a rate that allows us to pay off our debt. I guess people just generally don't appreciate the degree to which the government overspending is a problem. But like the Social Security website, this is under the Biden administration. On the website, I would say like we based on current demographic trends and how much money Social Security is bringing in versus how many Social Security recipients there are, because we have an aging population, relatively speaking, average age is increasing. Social Security will not be able to maintain its full payments, I think, by 2032. Okay, so Social Security will have to stop reducing the amount of money that's been paid to people in about 7 years.
And so the only way to fix that, robotics, manufacturing, raise GDP.
You've got to basically massively increase the economic output, which is, and the only way to do that is AI and robotics. So basically we're going bankrupt without AI and robotics, even with a bunch of savings. The savings, like reducing waste and fraud, can give us a longer runway, but it cannot ultimately pay off our national debt.
So what do you think the solution is to the jobs that are going to be lost because of AI and robotics, the jobs due to automation, the jobs due to no longer do we need human beings to do these jobs because AI is doing them? Do you think it's going to be some sort of a universal basic income thing? Do you think there's going to be some other kind of solution that has to be implemented? Because a lot of people are going to be out of work, right?
I think there will be actually a high demand for jobs, but not necessarily the same jobs. So, I mean, this process has been happening throughout modern history. I mean, there used to be like doing calculations manually with like pencil and paper. It used to be a job. So you used to have like buildings full of people called computers, where the banks would like all you do all day is you do calculations because they didn't have computers. They didn't have digital computers that people do. Yeah. Well, there's just people who just like add and subtract stuff on a piece of paper, and that would be how banks would do financial processing.
And you'd have to literally go over their equations to make sure the books are balanced.
Yeah, and most times it's a simple math. Like, like in a world before computers, how did you calculate? How did you do transactions? You have to do them by hand. So when computers were introduced, the job of doing bank calculations no longer existed. So people had to go do something else. And that's what's going to happen. That's what is happening at an accelerated rate due to AI and then robotics.
That's the issue, though, right? The accelerated rate, because it's going to be.
It's the accelerated. It's just happening. Like I said, AI is the supersonic tsunami. So that's what I call it, supersonic tsunami. So
what other jobs will be available that aren't available now because of AI?
Well, AI is really still digital. Ultimately, AI can improve the productivity of humans who build things with their hands or do things with their hands, like literally welding, electrical work, plumbing, anything that's physically moving atoms. Like cooking food or farming or like anything that's physical. Those jobs will exist for a much longer time. But anything that is digital, which is like just someone at a computer doing something, AI is going to take over those jobs like lightning.
Coding,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to take over those jobs like lightning. Just like digital computers took over the job of people doing manual calculations, but much faster.
So what happens to all those people? Like, what kind of numbers are we talking about? Do you lose most drivers, right? Commercial drivers, you're gonna have automated vehicles, AI-controlled systems, just like there's certain ports in China, I think in Singapore, where everything's completely automated.
Yeah, well, mostly, yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to lose a lot of those jobs, longshoreman jobs, trucking, commercial drivers.
Yeah, I mean, we actually do have a shortage of truck drivers, but there's actually.
Well, that's why California's hired so many illegals to do it. Have you seen those numbers?
Yeah. I mean, the problem is like when people don't know how to drive a semi truck, which is actually a hard thing to do, then they crash and kill people.
Yeah.
A friend of mine's wife was killed by an illegal driving a truck. And she was just out biking, and there was an illegal who didn't know how to drive the truck or something. I mean, and he ran her over. The thing is, like, for something like you can't let people drive, a sort of an 80,000-pound semi if they don't know how to do it. But in California, they're just letting people do it.
Because they need people to do it.
Well, they also they want the votes, that kind of thing. But yeah, like cars are going to be autonomous. But there's just so many desk jobs where really what people are doing is they're processing email, or they're answering the phone, and just anything that isn't moving atoms, like anything that is not physical, like doing physical work, that will obviously be the first thing. Those jobs will be and are being eliminated by AI at a very rapid pace. And ultimately, working will be optional because you'll have robots plus AI, and we'll have, in a benign scenario, universal high income, not just universal basic income, universal high income, meaning anyone can have any products and services that they want. But there will be a lot of trauma and disruption along the way.
So you anticipate a basic income from that the economy will boost to such an extent that a high income would be available to almost everybody. So we'd essentially eliminate poverty.
In the benign scenario, yes. So, like, the ways
There's multiple scenarios.
There are multiple scenarios. There's a lot of ways this movie can end. Like, the reason I'm so concerned about AI safety is that, like, one of the possibilities is the Terminator scenario. It's not 0%. That's why it's like I'm like really banging the drum on AI needs to be maximally truth seeking. like don't force AI to believe a lie, like that. For example, the founding fathers were actually a group of diverse women, or that misgendering is worse than nuclear war. Because if that's the case, and then you get the robots and the AI becomes omnipotent, it can enforce that outcome. And then, and like unless you're a diverse woman, you're out of the picture. So we're toast.
So that's
or you might wake up as a diverse woman one day. The AI has adjusted the picture, and we don't have a
everyone's a diverse woman. So that would be that's the worst possible situation. So what would be the steps that we would have to take in order to implement the benign solution, where it's universal high income? Like best case scenario, this is the path forward to universal high income for essentially every single citizen, that the economy gets boosted by AI and robotics to such an extent that no one ever has to work again. And what about meaning for those people, which gets really weird?
Yeah. I don't know how to answer the question about meaning.
That's an individual problem, right? But it's going to be an individual problem for millions of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I'd like fought against saying, like, I've been always saying, like, hey, we need to slow down AI, we need to slow down all these things, and we need to, not have a crazy AI race. I've been saying that for a long time, 20 plus years, but then I came to realize that really there's two choices here: either be a spectator or a participant. And if I'm a spectator, I can't really influence the direction of AI, but if I'm a participant, I can try to influence the direction of AI and have a maximally truth-seeking AI with good values that loves humanity. And that's what we're trying to create with Grok at XAI. And the researchers, I think, bearing this out. Like I said, when they compared, like, how do AIs value the weight of a human life, Grok was the only one of the AIs that weighted human life equally, and didn't say, like, a white guy is worth 1/20th of a black woman's life. Literally, it's what the calculation they came up with.
But
so
again,
this is very alarming. We better watch this stuff.
So this is one of the things that has to happen in order to reach this benign solution.
Yeah, I just keep,
Best movie ever. Yeah.
You want a curious, truth-seeking AI, and I think a curious, truth-seeking AI will want to foster humanity, because we're much more interesting than a bunch of rocks. Like I said, I love Mars, but Mars is kind of boring. It's just a bunch of red rocks. There's some cool stuff. It's got a tall mountain. It's got the biggest ravine and the tallest mountain. But there's no animals or plants and there's no people. So humanity is just much more interesting if you're a curious, truth-seeking AI than not humanity. It's just much more interesting. As humans, we could go, for example, and eliminate all chimps. If we said, if we put our minds to it, we could say, and we could go out and we could annihilate all chimps and all gorillas, but we don't. There has been encroachment on the environment, but we actually try to preserve the chimp and gorilla habitats. And I think in a good scenario, AI would do the same with humans. It would actually foster human civilization and care about human happiness. So this is the thing to try to achieve.
But what does the landscape look like if you have Grok competing with OpenAI, competing with all these different, like, how does it work? Like, what if you have AIs that have been captured by ideologies that are side by side competing with Grok? Like, how do we? So this is one of the reasons why you felt like it's important to not just be an observer, but participate and then have Grok be more successful and more potent than these other applications.
Yes, as long as there's at least one AI that is maximally truth-seeking, curious, and and for example, weighs all human lives equally, does not favor one race or gender, then and people are able to look at Grok and XAI and compare that and say, hey, wait a second, why are all these other AIs being basically sexist and racist? Then that causes some embarrassment for the other AIs, and then they improve. They tend to improve, just in the same way that acquiring Twitter and allowing the truth to be told and not suppressing the truth forced the other social media companies to be more truthful. But in the same way, having Grok be a maximally truth-seeking, curious AI will force the other AI companies to also be more truth-seeking and fair.
And the funniest thing is, even though like the socialists and the Marxists are in opposition to a lot of your ideas, but if this gets implemented and you really can achieve universal high income, that's the greatest socialist solution of all time. Like literally no one will have to work.
Correct. But like I said, so there is a benign scenario here, which I think probably people will be happy with if as long as we achieve it, which is sustainable abundance, which is if everyone can have if you ask people like, what's the future that you want, I think a future where we haven't destroyed nature, like we have the national parks and the Amazon rainforest, the school is still there. We haven't paved the rainforest. Like the natural beauty is still there, but people have, nonetheless, everyone has abundance. Everyone has excellent medical care. Everyone has whatever goods and services they want.
And we just
It kind of sounds like heaven.
It sounds like it is like the ideal socialist utopia, and this idea that the only thing you should be doing with your time is working in order to pay your bills and feed yourself sounds kind of archaic, considering the kind of technology that's at play.
Yeah.
Like a world where that's not your concern at all anymore. Everybody has money for food. Everybody has abundance. Everybody has electronics in their home. Everybody essentially has a high income. Now you can kind of do whatever you want. And your day can now be exploring your interests, doing things that you actually enjoy doing. Your purpose just has to shift. Instead of, I'm a hard worker and this is what I do and that's how I define myself. Now you can fucking golf all day. You can, whatever it is that you enjoy doing can now be your main pursuit.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds crazy good.
Yeah, that's
So the best,
that's the benign scenario that we
the
should be aiming
best
for.
ending to the movie is actually pretty good.
Yes. Like I think there is still this question of meaning, of like making sure people don't lose meaning. So hopefully they can find meaning in ways that are that's not derived from their work.
And purpose, the purpose for things that you find things that you do that you enjoy. But there's a lot of people that are independently wealthy that spend most of their time doing something they enjoy.
Right.
And that could be the majority of people.
It's pretty much everyone.
But we'd have to rewire how people approach life, which seems to be like acceptable, because you're not asking them to be enslaved. You're exactly asking them the opposite. Like no longer be burdened by financial worries. Now, go do what you like.
Yeah.
Go fucking test pizza. Do whatever you want.
Pretty much. So that's probably the best case outcome.
That sounds like the best case outcome, period, for the future. If you're looking at like how much people have struggled just to feed themselves all throughout history, food, shelter, safety, if all of that stuff can be fixed, like how much would you solve a lot of the crime if there was a universal high income, just think of that. Like, how much of crime is financially motivated? You know, the greater percentage of people that are committing crimes live in poor, disenfranchised neighborhoods. So if there's no such thing anymore, if you really can achieve universal high income,
Yeah.
It sounds like a utopian.
Yes. I think some people may commit crime because they like committing crime. Just
Oh, sure.
some amount of that is they just
There's a lot of
enjoy it.
wild people out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously they become 40 years old living a life like that. Now all of a sudden, universal high income is not going to completely stop their instincts.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to have like say read a science fiction book or some books that are probably inaccurate or the least inaccurate version of the future, I'd say I'd recommend the Ian Banks books or the culture books. It's not actually a series. It's like a sci-fi books about the future. They're generally called the culture books. Ian Banks culture books. It's worth reading those.
When did he write these?
He started writing them in the 70s, and I think the last one I think it was written just like around, I don't know, maybe 2010 or something. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah.
Scottish author, Ian Banks.
Yeah.
From 87 to 2012.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But he wrote like his first book, Consider Freebus. I think he started writing that in the 70s.
And
These books are incredible, by the way. Incredible book.
4.6 stars on Amazon.
Twisted tea is a refreshing, hard iced tea made with real brew tea. Keep it twisted.
Interesting.
So,
Well, this gives me hope.
yeah.
This is the first time I've ever thought about it this way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if like, I often ask people, what is the future that you want? And they have to think about it for a second, because, you know, they're usually tied up in whatever their daily struggles are, but you say, what is the future that you want? And generally, sustainable abundance. What do these folks say? What about a future where there's sustainable abundance? Like, oh yeah, that's a pretty good future. You know, if and that future is attainable with AI and robotics. But you know, it's like I said, there's not every path is a good path. But I think if we push it in the direction of maximally truth-seeking and curious, then I think AI will want to take care of humanity and foster humanity, because we're interesting. And if it hasn't been programmed to think that like all straight white males should die, which Gemini was basically programmed to do, at least first, you know, they seem to have fixed it. Hopefully, fixed it.
But don't you think culturally, like, oh, we're getting away from that mindset, and that people
I think we're
realize
getting
how
away from it.
preposterous that all is?
We are getting away from it. We are getting at least it knows, AI mostly knows to hide things. But like so there is that. I think I still have that I had that as my like pinned post on X, which was like, hey, wait a second, guys, we still have every AI except Grok is saying that basically straight white males should die, and this is a problem and we should fix it. And, you know, but simply me saying that is like tends to generally result in, you know, then like, ooh, that is kind of bad. Maybe we should not have all straight white males die. I think they have to say also all straight Asian males should also die as well. They'd like they don't like generally the AI and the media, which back in the day the media was you know, racist against black people and sexist against women back in the day. Now it is racist against white people and Asians and sexist against men. So they just like being racist and sexist. I think they just want to change the target. But really they just shouldn't be racist and sexist at all. You know.
Yeah,
honestly.
ideally that would be nice.
That would be nice.
And it's kind of crazy that we were kind of moving in that general direction till around 2012. And then everything ramped up online, and everybody was accused of being a Nazi, and everybody was transphobic and racist and sexist and homophobic, and everything got exaggerated to the point where it was this wild witch hunt, where everyone was like Columbo looking for racism.
Yeah, totally. But they were openly anti-white and often openly anti-Asian.
And then this new sentiment that you cannot be racist against white people, because racism is power and influence. Okay. No, it's not.
Yeah, racism is racism in the absolute. You know, and there just needs to be consistency. So if it's okay to have, let's say, Black or Asian or Indian or pride, it should be okay to have white pride too.
Yeah.
So that's just a consistency question. You know, if it's okay to be proud of one religion, it should be okay to be proud of, I guess, all religions, provided they're not like
Oppressive.
yeah, or don't, like, as long as part of that religion is not like exterminating people who are not in that religion.
Right.
It's really just like a consistency bias. Or just ensuring consistency to eliminate bias. So if it is possible to be racist against one race, it is possible to be racist against any race.
Of course, logically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and arguing against that's when you know you're
It's
captured.
a logical inconsistency that makes AIs go insane.
And people.
And people go insane, yes.
One more
But like like you can't simultaneously say that there's systemic racist oppression, but also that racists don't exist. That race is a social construct. Like, which is it? You know, you also can't say that you know, anyone who steps foot in America is automatically an American, except for the people that originally came here.
Exactly. Except for the colonizers.
Yeah, except for the evil colonizers who came here.
Right.
So which one is it? Like,
Right.
if as soon as you step foot in a place, you are just as American as everyone else, then that would apply. If you apply that consistently, then the original white settlers were also just as American as everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Logically. One more thing that I have to talk to you about before you leave is the rescuing of the people from the space station, which we talked about. You were planning it the last time you were here. The lack of coverage that got in mainstream media was one of the most shocking things that
Yeah, they totally memory hold that thing.
wild.
Yes,
Because
it's
if it
like
wasn't
it's
for
like
you,
it didn't exist.
those people would be dead. They'd be stuck up there.
Well, they'd probably still be alive, but they're having bone density issues because of prolonged exposure to zero gravity.
Well, they were already up there for like 8 months, right?
Yeah.
Which is an insanely long time. It takes forever to recover just from that.
Yeah, they're only supposed to be at the space station for 3 to 6 months maximum. So
One of the things you told me that was so crazy was that you could have gotten them sooner, but
yeah, but for political reasons, they did not want SpaceX or me to be associated with returning the astronauts before the election.
that is so wild that that's a fact.
Yeah,
First of all, that
we absolutely could have done it.
but even though you did do it and you did it after the election, it received almost no media coverage anyway.
Yes, because nothing good. The media, which is essentially the legacy mainstream media, is part of the propaganda machine. And so any story that is positive about someone who is not part of the sort of Fallout tribe will not get any coverage. So I could save a bus of orphans and it wouldn't get a single news story.
Yeah, it's It really is nuts. It was nuts to watch because even though it was discussed on podcasts, it was discussed on X, and it was discussed on social media, it was a blip in the news cycle. It was very quick. It was in and out. And because it was a successful launch, and you did rescue those people, nobody got hurt, and there was nothing really there was no blood to talk about.
Right.
Just fucking in and out.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, and as you spoke firsthand with the Starship launch, like Starship is, at least by some would consider it to be like the most amazing, engineering project that's happening on Earth right now, outside of maybe AI or robotics. But certainly in terms of a spectacle to see, it is the most spectacular thing that is happening on Earth right now is the Starship launch program, which anyone can go and see if they just go to South Texas and they can just rent a hotel room, low cost, in South Padre Island or Brownsville, and you can see the launch. And you can drive right past the factory because it's on a public highway. But it gets no coverage. Or what coverage it does get was like rocket blew up.
So,
coverage.
Right, yeah. Oh, he's a fuckwit. The rocket blew up.
The Starship program is vastly more capable than the entire Apollo moon program. Vastly more capable. This is a spaceship that is designed to make life multiplanetary, to carry millions of people across the heavens to another planet. The Apollo program could only send astronauts to the moon for a few hours at a time. Like, it could send the entire Apollo program could only send astronauts to visit the moon very briefly, and then for a few hours and then depart. The Starship program could create an entire lunar base with 1 million people. So the magnitudes are different, very different magnitudes here.
So what was the political
There's
resistance?
basically no coverage of it.
Yeah, but what I wanted to ask you is like, what were the conversations leading up to the rescue? Like when you were like, I can get them out way quicker.
Yeah. Well, I raised this a few times, but I was told instructions came from the White House that that there should be no attempt to rescue before the election.
That should be illegal.
Um,
That really
yeah.
should be a horrendous miscarriage of justice for those poor people that were stuck on that.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Have you ever talked to those folks afterwards? Did you have conversations with them?
Yeah, I mean they're not going to say anything political. They're not. They're never going
Did
to.
they say thank you?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
But the instructions came down from the White House. You cannot rescue them because politically, this is a bad hand of cards.
I mean, they didn't say because politically it's bad hand of cards, but they just said they were not interested in any rescue operation for the election.
For all hair types. Formulas targeted to your hair type. Straight or fine, wavy or frizzy, curly, coily or dry.
We're for all hair types.
Unlock your best hair yet. Here, for Game Meal, available exclusively for Omaha.
Teamwork can be the perfect recipe for better health.
Looks like your healthy drinking is paying off. Your numbers have improved.
With Regions, you'll have access to local customer service, plus virtual visits anytime, anywhere.
Popeye's $6 Big Box is back. 2 pieces of signature chicken or 3 tenders. 2 sides and a biscuit. 1 very happy customer. Make Thanksgiving easy and delicious with Popeye's Cajun style turkey. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Yeah. So
What did that feel like?
I wasn't surprised.
But it's crazy.
Yeah.
Because Biden could have authorized it, and they could have said the Biden administration is helping bring those people back, throw you a little funding, give you some money to do it. The Biden administration, they funded these people being returned.
Yeah, the Biden administration was not exactly my best friend.
That's what I heard.
Especially after I, you know, helped Trump get elected, which, I mean, some people still think, you know, Trump is like the devil, basically. And I mean, I think Trump actually, he's not perfect, but he's not evil. Trump is not evil. I spent a lot of time with him, and he's a product of his time, but he's not evil.
No, I don't think he's evil either. But if you look at the media coverage,
the media is treating like he's super. Right?
it's pretty shocking if you look at the amount of negative coverage. Like, one of the things that I looked at the other day was mainstream media coverage of you, Trump, a bunch of different public figures, and then
it's like
Mamdani.
96% negative or something crazy.
Yeah. And then Mamdani, which is like 95% positive.
Right. I mean, Mamdani is a charismatic swindler. I mean, you gotta hand it to him. Like he can lie at the stage, but he has just been a swindler his entire life. You know, I think he's likely to win. He's likely to be mayor of New York City.
Very likely.
Yeah, very likely.
I think Polymarket has it at what? What is the?
Yeah, that sounds pretty likely.
That's crazy.
Like, I'm not sure who the 6% are yet. So yeah, so that's.
Well, it's also like, who's on the other side? The fucking guardian angel guy with the parade, and Cuomo, who doesn't even have a party. Like, the Democrats don't even want him. So you have those two options. And then you have the young kids who are like, finally, socialism.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about, honestly. So, you know, like you just look at to say how many boats come from Cuba to Florida, and how many boats? Because you know, there's like a constant. I was thinking, like, how many boats are accumulating on the shores of Florida coming from Cuba?
Right.
There's a whole bunch of free boats that you could, if you want to, go take them back to Cuba pretty close.
Yeah.
But for some reason, people don't do that. Why are the boats only coming in this direction?
Well, who are the most rabid capitalists in America? The fucking Cubans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're like, we've seen how this story goes.
We do not want exactly.
Fuck off. They don't want the Cubans in Miami. They don't want to hear any bullshit. They don't want to hear any socialism bullshit. They're like, no. We know what this actually is. This isn't just some fucking dream.
Yeah, it's extreme government oppression.
Yeah. That's what it is.
It's not very, and like, an obvious way you can tell which ideology is the bad one is which ideology is building a wall to keep people in and prevent them from escaping.
Right.
Like, so East Berlin built the wall, not West Berlin.
Right.
They built the wall because people were trying to escape from communism to West Berlin. But there wasn't anyone going from West Berlin to East Berlin.
Right.
That's why the communists had to build a wall to keep people from escaping.
They're gonna have to build a wall around New York City.
Yeah, but so
when you say this guy's
it's
a
kind of an obvious
charismatic
tell
swindler,
that an ideology is problematic if that ideology has to build a wall to keep people in with machine guns.
Yes.
And shoot you if you try to leave.
Also, there's no examples of it being successful ever, or working out for people. No, there's examples of a bunch of lies, like North Korea, give the land to the state, we'll be in control of food, no one goes hungry. No, now no one can grow food but the government, and we'll tell you exactly what you eat, and you eat very little.
Right.
Yeah. When you say Mamdani's a swindler, I know he has a bunch of fake accents that he used to use.
Yeah.
And you know, but what else has he done that makes him a swindler?
Well, I guess if you say if you say to any audience whatever that audience wants to hear, instead of having a consistent message, I would say that is a swindly thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. But he is charismatic.
Yeah, good-looking guy, smart, charismatic,
Yeah.
great on a microphone,
Yeah.
and what the young people want to see. You know, like this ethnic guy who's young and vibrant and has all these socialist ideas and aligns with them, and you know, they're a bunch of broke dorks just out of college, like, yay, let's vote for this. And there's a lot of them, and they're activated, they're motivated.
And I guess we'll see what happens here.
What do you think happens if he wins? Because like 1% of New York City is responsible for 50% of their tax base, which is kind of nuts. 50% of the tax revenue comes from 1% of the population, and those are the people that you're scaring off. You know, you lose one half of 1%.
I don't know. I mean, hopefully, the stuff he's said, about government takeovers of like that all the stores should be the government, basically.
I don't think he said that. I think he said they want to do government supermarkets, some state-run or city-run supermarkets.
Yeah. Well, it just the government is the DMV at scale. So you have to say, like, do you want the DMV running your supermarket?
Right.
Was your last experience at the DMV amazing? And if it wasn't, you probably don't want the government doing things.
Imagine if they were responsible for getting you blueberries.
Yeah. It's not going to be good. I mean, the thing about, communism is it was all bread lines and bad shoes. Do you want ugly shoes and bread lines? Because that's what communism gets you.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens and whether or not they snap out of it and overcorrect and go to some Rudy Giuliani type character next. Because it's been a long time since there was any sort of Republican leader there.
But we live in the most interesting of times, because we face simultaneously face civilizational decline and incredible prosperity, and these timelines are interwoven. If Mamdani's policies are put into place, especially at scale, it would be a catastrophic decline in living standards, not just for the rich, but for everyone. As has been the case with every socialist experiment, but then, as you pointed out, the irony is that the ultimate capitalist thing of AI and robotics enabling prosperity for all and abundance of goods and services, actually the capitalist implementation of AI and robotics, assuming it goes down the good path, is actually what results in the communist utopia. Because Plate is an irony maximizer.
Right, and an actual socialism of maximum abundance, of high income people.
Universal high income.
Yeah.
But like the problem with communism is its universal low income. It's not that everyone gets elevated; it's that everyone gets oppressed, except for a very small minority of politicians who live lives of luxury. That's what's happening every time it's been done.
Yeah.
But then the actual communist utopia, if everyone gets anything they want, will be achieved. If it is achieved, it will be achieved via capitalism. Because Fate is an irony maximizer.
I feel like we should probably end it on that. Is there anything else?
The most ironic outcome is the most likely, especially if entertaining.
Well, everything has been entertaining. As
Yeah.
long as the bad things aren't happening to you, it's quite fascinating. And it's never a boring moment.
Yes. So I do have a theory of why, but like if simulation theory is true, then it is actually very likely that the most interesting outcome is the most likely, because only the simulations that are interesting will continue. The simulators will stop any simulations that are boring, that are not interesting.
But here's the question about the simulation theory. Is the simulation run by anyone? Or is
It would be run by someone.
it would be run by
Or some
force?
the program, like in this reality that we live in, we run simulations all the time. Like, so when we try to figure out if the rocket's gonna make it, we run thousands, sometimes millions of simulations just to figure out which path is the good path for the rocket, and where can it go wrong, where can it fail. But when we do these, I say at this point, millions of simulations of what can happen with the rocket, we ignore the ones that are where everything goes right. Because we just care about, we have to address the situations where it goes wrong. So basically, and for AI simulations too, as well, like all these things, we keep the simulations going that are the most interesting to us. So if simulation theory is accurate, if it is true, who knows, then the simulators will continue to run the simulations that are most interesting. Therefore, from a Darwinian perspective, the only surviving simulations will be the most interesting ones. And in order to avoid getting turned off, the only rule is you must keep it interesting, or because the boring simulations will be terminated.
Are you still completely convinced that this is a simulation?
I didn't say I was completely convinced.
Well, you said it's like the odds of it not being are in the billions. Like I said, it's not completely, because you're saying there's a chance.
What are the odds that we're in base reality? Well, given that we're able to create increasingly sophisticated simulations, so think of, say, video games, and how video games have gone from very simple video games like Pong with two rectangles and a square, to video games today being photorealistic, with millions of people playing simultaneously, and all of that has occurred in our lifetime. So if that trend continues, video games will be indistinguishable from reality. The fidelity of the game will be such that you don't know if what you're seeing is a real video or a fake video. And like AI-generated videos at this point, like you can sometimes tell it's an AI-generated video, but often you cannot tell, and soon you will not be able to tell. So if that's happening in our direct observation, then and we'll create millions, if not billions, of photorealistic simulations of reality. Then what are the odds that we're in base reality versus someone else's simulation?
Well, isn't it just possible that the simulation is inevitable, but that we are in base reality, building towards a simulation?
We're making simulations. We're making simulations. Like you can just think of like photorealistic video games as being simulations.
Mm-hmm.
And especially as you apply AI in these video games, the characters in video games will be incredibly interesting to talk to. They won't just have a limited dialogue tree where if you go to like the crossbow merchant, and you try to talk about any subject except buying a crossbow, they just want to talk about selling you a crossbow. But with AI-based non-player characters, you'll be able to have an elaborate conversation with no dialogue tree.
Well, that might be the solution for people. Just walk in and you could be a fucking vampire and whatever, you live in Avatar land, you could do whatever you want. I mean, you don't have to think about money or food.
Ready Player One.
Yeah, literally, yeah. But with higher living standards.
Yeah.
You don't have to be in a little trailer.
I mean, I think this, if people do want to have some amount of struggle or something they want to push against, but it could be, you know, playing a sports or playing a game.
It could be easily playing a game.
Yeah.
And especially playing a game where you're now no longer worried about like physical attributes, like athletics, like bad joints and hips and stuff like that. Now, it's completely digital. But yet, you do have meaning in pursuing this thing that you're doing all day. Whatever the fuck that means. It's gonna be weird.
It's going to be interesting.
It's gonna be very interesting.
The most interesting and usually ironic outcome is the most likely. That's a good predictor of the future.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Appreciate your time. I know you're a busy man, so this means a lot. Come here to do this. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Cancer's hard. I experienced life at St. Jude. Every dollar that goes to St. Jude goes to a good place. It's keeping families together during the hardest thing they'll ever face. St. Jude saved my daughter's life.
I love St. Jude.
When you support St. Jude through your company employee giving program, you can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. To learn more, visit stjude.org/employee giving.
We did a Reddit AMA, and this is part 2 of it. Part 1 is behind the wall. If you're new here, if you got gifted a membership in the past few days, there's part 1 to this. It's just as good. So.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Even at this point, no one would recognize him.
No.
So it's not like they point him out. The guy would have to go, see that guy? Yeah, who? Who is he? That guy there? Yeah, who is he? That's Stern John.
See the
Stern
guy
John
dripping from his pits, the shirt he's wearing?
Stern John from the Howard Stern Show?
Yeah.
It's just like a homeless guy broke in.
Yeah.
He's not drinking beer.
When you go, that's Stern John from the Howard Stern Show, nobody's going to go, get the fuck out of here. They're all going to go, what the fuck is he doing here?
Right, what happened to him?
Why? Why is that Stern John?
That's so fucking pathetic, man. Can I say it's pathetic? That is fucking pathetic. Not even to perform, to hang out at your house and drink beer. I can't even do a show. I'm not even doing. Do a magic show. Put on clown makeup. Do something. Bring your fucking geek. Yeah, you can get an acoustic guitar guy. You know, a 3-piece band or whatever. Something that would actually add to the party.
Mike, we put together roasts for people on an off day during a Killers of Comedy tour. You know, where somebody's dad's having his 60th or whatever birthday. He's a huge fan. And the family reaches out, you know, Bob, there isn't an idea. He's going to turn it down money. And we would go and do these roasts. Or I remember getting private gigs for people when I worked at the Stern Show. And they'd be like, we just want you to hang out. I'm like, no, something's got to happen. Yeah. I can't just take money. I'd rather bomb and get paid than not fucking do anything at all.
Right, but he's an entertainer too. On top of it, he constantly tells everybody he's an entertainer. So play a song. You're a guitar. You're a musician. Tell a joke. You're a comedian. The charades, whatever.
Think of the balls. Think of the chutzpah you gotta have to go. You can hire me for an event, and then they go, great. What do you do? And you go, I just show up. I show up and I drink as much as I can. You can have that at your party.
Right, John. How much will you pay me for you to do that?
Right.
Hey, who's that guy? Who's the guy putting cold cuts in his pocket?
Yeah.
Oh, is that Stuttering John?
I told you one of my favorite things I ever did was for that Canafest out in Vancouver, BC, and the guy hired me, and I'm like, you want me to do stand-up? You want me to introduce bands? He's like, I just want you to hang out in the weed area, and which is the entire fucking concert, by the way, and he goes, and just get high with people. That's it. That's all I want from you. And I felt so uncomfortable the whole time, because I'm like, I should be doing something here. This guy's paying me thousands of dollars, and I'm smoking weed all weekend.
Right.
Crazy.
So an hour goes by and you're fucking wasted.
Oh my god,
And
that
you're
was
like,
so
I'm
strong.
okay with this.
Yeah, I'm like, hey. I ended up losing money with all the fucking food I ate up there.
Can a Jew get a sandwich?
Anywho. It seemed in the 5 past days that John would imitate Jay Leno's voice. Was that common? Yes. He definitely did Leno a lot. The same stuff he does, in telling the story to remind you that that he was part of that show for a while. Yeah. What does John smell like? I feel like a little bit body odor, a little bit
Hold on, he threw a combo out there. I gotta hear that again. I think he said a little BO and a little cat piss.
Yeah. What does John smell like? I feel like a little bit body odor, a little bit cat piss.
I'm a little bit B.O. I'm a little bit cat piss.
Well, one thing about cat piss, the smell goes away immediately, It doesn't linger, it doesn't attach itself to anything. You don't have to throw out or burn items once cat piss gets on it. Yeah.
A little bit.
You need a Jay Leno voice. That might not be a bad idea.
Doesn't really like. I don't know what that is. TDX chip. I apologize. He had strokes. He definitely had medical issues. But I don't know what that is. I apologize. Do you remember which arcade machines, John? John made you move. And did you let me play? Because I never moved them. I've seldom played them. Did he break on the job? I think I've covered that. I'm not aware of the timeline, but were you there during John's divorce? No. Is that the reason he's completely broke? That's a big part of it. How much divorce been? Again, I don't know, but always in the pocket. No, I was there post-divorce, and I was shocked to learn that he lived in Calabasas at all. I thought that was a foolish, would be a foolish move. I didn't know it yet. So, I thought that some of the stuttering John that we saw on the Stern Show or the E! Show or something was a character. I never imagined that, that he was actually that guy 24/7.
24/7. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, be retarded. You'll never work a day in your life. Isn't that what they say or something? Imagine being John's kids when disagreeing with him slow. Yeah, you see that example when anyone disagrees with him. Thank you for the 22 months I've done. Vitaly, 27 great months. I miss hearing the Brennan drop. Hey, Bob, remember you at my house and we slept in a bed together? Yeah, we'll bring that back out for you for 27 months.
Bob, remember I stayed at your house and we slept in a bed together?
This lawyer is what happens when a tumor mates with a testicle. Long live TSN. That's right. DJ Macau, 15 months.
Thank you.
You could do a whole Howard Stern show impersonators and the real stutters. Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's fucking true, though.
I'm somewhere between the Azores and the Bermuda in a cruise. Have not missed a show. Keep up the great work. TSN.
Enjoy.
Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you make it out of there. Oh, geez. 14 months. Thank you.
Hopefully not smuggling drugs on the cruise.
A $2 thank you honky drop.
You could probably play a couple of them. There it is. Pretty good.
I've got some bad
you, Honky.
Oh my God! Oh, fuck. There you go, Cheetah Booze. Anything for you. Alright, let's go.
I don't want to burst your bubble, but you know, Larry the Cable Guy gang with me. He's not a cable guy 24/7. You know what I mean? Dykes is not Dykes 24/7.
I don't know about that.
So you're like,
Who's this jerk off?
Where you from? Fucking farmer. Look at you. Look at you and look at me.
that John was dialing it up for his character. I didn't know that he was actually a boob. So yeah, I was shocked that he.
I love it. I've been calling him a boob forever. I love this guy. Somebody, hey, Brock, somebody, and Joe, Andy, sorry. Somebody said that he's still responding to comments. Man, just tuning in now. This guy is still responding to comments on this video. He might be willing to come on. Let's please see if he's willing to join us.
God, what a fucking glorious night that will
And
be.
tell him we'll throw him a few bucks too, man, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Tell me when we get Lucy to the titties.
Oh, I was just gonna say, tell Lucy will be on with us too. Show her a picture. Want me to show you a picture of Lucy that I took all a picture of on his Venice phone?
Hope your child and say she won't be.
He lived in Calabasas at all. I wondered why he would piss away the money that he did, but he did, and he ended up buying a condo that he's now trying to sell. So I don't know much about
Correction, his mommy bought a condo.
about the marriage situation. I'm sure you can. I'm sure whatever you're hearing is accurate because it's, you know, the product is what it is. We're seeing it. But yeah, you can't help it. Okay, this one has nothing to do with Stuttering John. He had to come up with a movie title. Teenage girl, yada yada. Okay, if you're actually watching, I would call it either debating death, dating death. I don't know. Anyway, those were in the Dabblers Anonymous. I'm going to just quick jump over to most of the questions and comments were all positive and real. There were only a few about sucking dick, which surprised me. I thought for sure, you know, things would be much worse, you know, but yeah. So thank you so much for watching and sharing and offering questions up. Again, I'm happy to participate. It's just pure fun for me. Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, let's reach out to him, boys, huh? What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
That's over her name right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's Joe doing? Oh, I see.
Oh, hi everybody. This is Marshall Studios Forever Production here. Marshall Studios Forever Production is taping for a whole live audience tonight. And also I'm going to take you a tour in my studio media room. It's not a studio apartment, it's a media room. The Adventures of the Grouchland, my favorite musical tones, and this right here is my 1987 Eureka ESP self-propel. All these stuff right here in act, but that's the other one. I'm using that for safety. If I needed something to smell good.
Safety.
I will see you in the next video. Bye.
Bye. Alright, he's busy back there. What can he do?
Yeah, we're even dead, right? Dios de muertos. Right. Muerte. You should get Mars to do something with that. This Jeffrey for months going, I want to be in front of the camera, guys. I want to be in the show. Come on, Ricky. Come on, Ricky.
There's just days where I just want to go through the whole library. You know? There's so much stuff, Mark. We don't even, you know.
No, my frog purse. Oh, I got her a friend and this card. So today I'm gonna style both of them together. Starting with this vintage drop waist lace dress, layered some floral tights underneath. I have been wearing this puff sleeve shrug every day since I got it.
Puff sleeve shrug.
Act like you don't know puff sleeve. Let me show you. I mean, are you kidding me? I want this look to be like Swamp Monster Couture. So I'm adding this beautiful collar, perhaps my frog print tie, that ties in the makeup, wearing one of my...
It's like a game, like how many articles of clothing can you put on at one time?
Yeah, tell me you don't have a job without telling me you don't have a job.
Right. Favorite witch hats. I love the colors in this one. Going to add my chain frog belt. Going with my froggy boots. Not that I want to hide this beautiful makeup, but your girl needs to see. Here is the final look with both of my little frog babies. Just Wednesday happy family.
Jen is in the back crying. No, Mama.
Joe, now I have nothing to wear.
I can spend my money anywhere I want to.
Alright, you guys, it's a great day in the Tampa Bay to talk about our newest listing that just hit the market here in the center of St. Pete. This home is perfect for a first-time home buyer because it's 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and it has a 1-car garage. The inside of the home is a really pretty neutral color palette, and it's fairly open, with your kitchen flowing nicely into this gorgeous dining room. And just past your kitchen is this sun-filled living room with windows on both sides. Bedroom number 1 and bedroom number 2. And both bedrooms share this adorable bathroom. And off the back of the house, with alley access, is the 1-car garage. And you have this huge cover back porch that could also be a carport as you've got pavement all the way to the alley. This adorable home just hit the market for only $299,000. My name's Flaming Joke and I'm with Maine Brand. If you've been dreaming about home ownership, give me a call today so I can make that dream a reality.
All right. We're back tonight at 8, ladies and gentlemen. For Sleep we hope you guys join us for that. Tell all your friends and family about us, and be good. But if you're going to be bad, be a bad guy.
You all BBCs and calling them all BBCs. Now is the time to join the bad feelings. That's what we see. Yeah, if you think you can have a good taste coming out for 2025 is the year of the bad boy. Now is the time for us to rise up. Well, show me what you got. For I am the leader of the bad boy club. That's right. I'm the baddest boy in town. That might just make me the biggest BBC of all time.
Is that Chanel? Wasn't it? What do you think?
I always thought when we get together, he does that live for us.
No, so that we make them.
Right?
We dress up. We've upset you. I hate this self-indulgent garbage. See you tonight, man. You got it, Joe. All the best to you guys. Thank you for your support. We'll see you tonight at a Mayday. Back before all the beer made in age 50 years. What a tragedy. The Sunday. Just before that buffoon went to chosen and ruined his career. Let's cheers. some, brother. Sure.
You sitting down?
Man, Hulk Hogan, wasn't he a wrestler?
It's time to back before all the beer made him age 50 years. What a try to decide myself. Just before
I play Feel So Good on a loop the whole show now.
Oh, the Joe Show by yourself.
Let's cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all behind the wall to the Blunder Years. All those years ago, your second installment of the week of Blunder. Just one of the many perks you get here at TSN when you are membered up, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody who's membered up. Those of you who gift the membership, and RIP to Hulk Hogan.
Too soon, too soon.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Anybody else die? We're dropping like flies.
Yeah, Chuck Mangione died.
Oh my God! What?
As far as wrestlers go, though, he held out there pretty long with all the roids he did and all the drugs he probably did over the years.
Oh yeah, those guys. I mean, just the alcohol alone that they consumed, the old school wrestlers, you know, especially, and the pills, and the lifestyle. You know, the guy made it to 71. So forget jogging. You know what I mean? Just 71's a great time. You know, great time to check out.
Gave a wooden chair.
Yeah, if you would turn him up a little bit, he's very low. Yeah.
Turn up here?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Say something nice for the Hulkster, surely. I mean, look, you know, I like that everybody's like, he's a piece of shit. Like, everybody that's judging him is fucking perfect. Everybody's a piece of shit. Everybody's got shit in their past they're not proud of. That being said, that dude changed people's lives. That dude made people want to become wrestlers. That dude made people eat healthy, train every day. You know, he was an idol to people. And most importantly, none of that would have happened if not for the Iron Sheik, motherfucker. That's the one we should really be praising every day. Huh?
He lived to 80.
81. That dude smoked crack. So you see where that highway, you know, the lanes veer off. Who lives long? I'm not saying one's right, one's wrong. I'm just saying crack, 81. Booze, second marriage. They're saying they ran him around like crazy because he has some beer that came out that he has, and they were just shoving him out on all these shows doing promotion, and yeah, so oh yeah.
Only thing that kept me going, Papa, was Killers of Comedy.
Surely you are intelligent Jew, my friend. You know that.
Say one thing for Hulk, he was one of the few white men brave enough to wear no yellow outfit.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
It wasn't even Easter at his Baptist church.
He was a big idol to M. Holt, made him want to let another guy fuck his wife. Aaron put out a picture on Twitter. You gotta look at Aaron's post about Hulk on Twitter. I know he was so pissed he wasn't live on air when the news broke, probably. Brother Brutus lost his best friend today. I would tell you, I did the roast of Bruce Pritchard, Brother Love, from back in the day, and Brutus was there, and he was sitting there and just pouring sweat, like just, I mean, it's obvious he was on something, because the AC was blasting, nobody else was sweating, and Brutus is just rocking back and forth, just pouring in sweat. And one of my jokes was, I said, yeah, look at this fucking thing. Click on that, will you? What are you doing? Give me a small size. Oh. I am a douche American. What does it say? Wait, what was the message? Hold on. Thanks for the childhood worth of memories, Hulk. God, come up with something more fitting for the $20 drop, though.
Right.
Yeah.
What? I hate to be the grammar hammer on steel tip, but the childhood worth of memories, it's a lifetime worth of memories that you got in your childhood. You forgot. It's only a childhood movie.
Big dope.
Jesus.
Yeah. I'll take my vitamins and pray, but I'm not going to work out.
Dude, I remember watching the Sheik against Hogan when Hogan beat him for the title at Madison Square Garden. I remember watching that in my parents' room when Melville was passed out. I had the TV on super low and I was just watching it. Ah, fucking amazing. And Sheik really did not like that motherfucker. Not one bit. It wasn't a work. It wasn't. He hated him. Hated him. So, God bless. God bless. Hey, get Stern John's autograph next Thursday, the 31st in Chicago. Any other Rico stands going that day? Maybe we can meet up at a bar nearby before his time slot. You guys, Andy, can you make a section in our Discord for Rico meetup? And if you're in the Chicago area next Thursday, then yeah, I think you should definitely. I love that.
Well, if you guys meet up at a nearby bar by the convention, then you're going to run into John.
Yeah, and guess what? You can't fight us all. You know what I mean? He's going to have to autograph something.
Just let him know you're coming. He'll leave before you get there.
Yeah, it's in the Discord, guys.
Sheik was still a professional despite the age and refused to break Hogan's leg after Vern Gagne offered him $100,000 to do it. That is true. I mean, that's the greatest thing about the old wrestlers is the stories. And if you ever get a chance to hang out, you know, like the Sheik thing, I was like, brought me back to all my childhood memories, as everyone would say. Being able to ask him questions and hear him tell stories, it was fucking awesome. That business is amazing. Dave Daffler's over here on SuperTip. You guys want to join him? Feel free. supertip.gg/TSN is where you go. And you can send us a regular super chat, or you can use some of these fun voices.
Truly, don't be a hero, don't be a fool with your life. And as he started to go, I yelled, keep this bed low. Ow.
Surely don't be a hero, come back to me. We on?
We are on. Assman is here as well on Super Tip. Thank you, Assman.
Eat your vitamins and say your prayers, brother. Would like putting it up in my...
Hey, Lenny, your mother.
Lenny. As far as I know, Lenny's still on for tonight. He will be here. For how long, that remains to be seen. But there will be a cash prize for Lenny based on how long he stays. So, could be a great night for Lenny or a great night for yours truly. Either way, you're going to find out. Deal or no deal, yes. So today I have something fun. This is a great YouTube page. I highly recommend it. Howard Stern Fans RA on YouTube. Been around for a minute. They have a ton of great stuff. And I don't recall seeing this, but apparently this is Gary and John had a gig with, they had an appearance with like the Spice Channel to like do a contest to find a Spice Girl. Remember the Spice Channel back in the day? It was softcore, then hardcore, then yeah, it was like pay-per-view porn, basically, back in the day, right? So they, I guess, had a gig where they were doing some contest with these girls, and of course, like most gigs with Stern Fans, just a lot of yelling and a lot of bobbing. So I found this on their channel, and now where's my screen share on here? Is Don on the phone?
Your screen's not in there, so you share it.
Let's share it. I mean, oh, media? No.
You have to share your screen. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there it is.
Somebody needs
It's been there the whole
share
time.
their screen.
Well,
Yes.
Well, both of you guys do this. all
yelling
the
at
time.
me isn't helping.
Well, then why do you do
Mommy
it to
and Daddy,
me?
hold on.
Huh?
You guys both do the same thing all the time. There's just remember that it's behind the other screen that you have on.
You're welcome. Imagine what was going on there. Then, this is kind of funny too.
Steve meaning John.
Yeah.
So Stuttering John and Gary are sent out to sort of kill time because the girls aren't ready to do their dancing yet.
Yeah, one girl already danced naked, and the guys weren't in love with her. So they're pissed off that. Now, John and I have to go out there and talk to the crowd while the next girl gets ready. These guys, all they want is naked women.
John must.
I mean, it's a promotion for the Spice Channel. What do you think they're going to expect?
Wasn't he his personality part?
No, and they couldn't even get nude. So, like, the guys are pissed. And you came to see at least some titties.
This is John in his footprints in the sand phase of his life.
Oh.
Say how you doing at least 50 times. Because these two guys have nothing to say to the crowd.
Didn't bring any lines out. Well, usually it just goes smooth.
I don't know. Check this out.
Usually it just goes smooth. You don't have to do anything. This was yesterday. We were hearing him say how he does all these things for free.
Couple of minutes till the girls ready.
How you doing? Now, thank you. What?
The Big Lebowski. Yeah, they're both fat.
Yeah, looks like two homeless guys just rush the stage.
So far, what do we like? These guys insist on asking the crowd questions, and you can see you can't hear anything. And that's questions. It's like, read this, what you get a response.
I think what's the worst? I know he's there and I'm going, this is horrible.
That's what John does. He asks questions.
Zing.
All right, everybody hold up a mirror and entertain yourself, because we're not going to do it. Is breast size important or no?
This is on the off-the-cuff John right here.
You think any of those breasts are real? Do we like that? The girl in the back, I said, are those real? And she said, yeah, real expensive. Oh, man.
Seriously, Paul.
We've been robbing in 5 minutes.
Oh, fuck me. That was tough.
How many of you people have out of town?
Oh. Took my life. Took my wife on a pleasure cruise, dropped her off at the airport.
Go in the back, I said, are those real? And she said, yeah, real expensive. Oh, man. Oh, man.
I'm not going to do my class any minute.
Shades of Melrose, Larry Green.
I know. Wait.
How you doing?
The crowd says some naked women.
So a lot of us, so then we got to stall for a little bit, so just bear with us. You guys drinking out there or no?
Oh, God. Oh. This is the year-round, let's give it up for the troops. Are you drinking out there?
Answer that if you're in the crowd. They're all confused, like,
I heard they cut the drinks from the crowd because it was.
no, but I mean, listen to your question. Are you guys drinking out there?
Or not.
Or no.
I should have said
Or no? No, yeah, no.
Okay. The bar said I can give myself a beer right now.
I could use myself a beer.
They brought this idiot, this moron to speak to people. Fucking great.
You really could use this too. That's the first smart thing you said on stage. I could use myself a beer.
There's one mic too, Alex. Me and Gary, do I want a beer or do I not want a beer?
They sent us out there, and all the mics aren't working except for one, so John and I have to hand it back.
Has to work for 2 minutes and talk to the crowd. He needs a beer. John checked his brain at the door.
I really did.
Gary starts asking the crowd for jokes. This is even funnier. Like, you know how the two entertainers are supposed to have some jokes. Why is that being jokes?
And they're saying, is anybody out there more entertaining, please?
It's gotta be. Gary, would you like one? A beer?
So how's it going, huh? So how's it going, huh? Huh? What's it going, huh?
This is like that comic we watched last night.
How's it going? Everyone from New York? How's it going?
From New York.
Tell us where you're all from. Individually. Hey, everyone from New York, and they don't even wait for answers.
Everyone from New York?
What about?
You know, John's so dumb, he thinks he had something to do with this. You know what I mean? Like, this is all our Fred, Jackie, Robin.
Bronx?
Just the gravel.
I'm back, baby.
It's so dark and gruesome.
It was so sick.
You brought us here for a reason. Aren't we nervous about presenting in front of the entire team today? Nah, it's exciting. This is what we're meant to do. Break barriers and blaze trails. I think
You know that moment when you're surrounded by people but feel completely alone. When you've just spent an hour scrolling through hundreds of posts, messages, and updates, yet somehow feel emptier than when you started. We live in the most connected time in human history. We can reach anyone, anywhere, anytime.
No.
Yet loneliness has become the epidemic of our generation. We're all linked up, but somehow disconnected from what matters most. Where in the world are you right now? If it feels right, share in the comments below. Maybe you're commuting home from another draining day, earbuds in, surrounded by strangers. Perhaps you're in your own home but feeling like a visitor in your own life. Here's what I want you to do. Find something soft, a cushion, a blanket. Maybe just let your shoulders drop. Take one breath that's just for you. Not checking anything, not doing anything, just breathing. For the next few hours, let's explore something that might change everything. 2,500 years ago, Buddha discovered why we feel so lonely despite being so connected. And more importantly, he found the way home. You already have everything you need. Not in your next notification, not in someone else's approval, not in another attempt to fill that hollow feeling with more connections. Right here, right now. In this breath, we're sharing. Your loneliness is about to become your greatest teacher. Think about this for a moment. You probably have more ways to connect with people than any human in history. Your phone holds thousands of contacts, endless social media feeds, instant messaging, video calls that can reach across oceans in seconds. Yet here you are, listening to this, perhaps hoping someone might understand the particular kind of emptiness that comes with all this connection. This isn't your fault. There's nothing broken about you for feeling this way. What you're experiencing is the beautiful paradox of our time. We've mastered the technology of connection, but somehow lost the art of it. Picture this familiar scene. It's late at night, and sleep eludes you. You reach for your phone, and the blue light illuminates your face as you scroll through the lives of people you call friends. Here's someone posting photos from their weekend getaway, all smiles and sunset views. There's another person sharing a work achievement. An old friend just announced their engagement with a photo that looks magazine perfect. You double tap to like. You leave a comment with a heart emoji. You might even share something yourself, maybe that carefully chosen photo from last week, the one where you look genuinely happy. For a moment, you feel connected. The little red notification badges light up. People are responding. You exist in their digital world. But then you set the phone down, and the silence feels heavier than before. Because somewhere beneath all those connections, there's a question that keeps arising. Does anyone really know me? This scene plays out millions of times every night across the world. In homes everywhere, people of all ages and backgrounds find themselves united by this shared experience of digital connection that somehow leaves them feeling more alone than ever. The numbers tell a story that would have seemed impossible just a generation ago. We send over 60 billion messages on WhatsApp every day. We upload 4 billion hours of video to YouTube monthly. We share 95 million photos on Instagram daily. Yet surveys consistently show that loneliness has reached epidemic levels across all age groups. We live in a world where daily commutes happen in complete silence. 50 people on a train, all staring at their screens, connected to people who aren't there, while ignoring the people who are. We can tell you exactly what acquaintances had for breakfast, but we've never had a real conversation with our neighbors. Even our most intimate gatherings have been transformed. Family dinners, where everyone sits together but exists in separate digital worlds. Birthday parties, where people experience the celebration through their camera phones rather than their actual presence. Wedding ceremonies, where guests watch the ceremony through screens as they record it for later, missing the actual moment happening before their eyes. This is the tender ache of our time. We're seen constantly, photographed, tagged, mentioned, messaged. Our digital selves are witnessed by hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. Yet, we carry this profound sense of being unknown. It's like standing in a crowded room where everyone knows your name, but no one knows your heart. Consider how many birthday wishes you receive each year from people who barely know your current life. Hundreds of friends can wish you well, yet when you're going through something difficult, you might struggle to find someone you feel comfortable calling. You have connections, but perhaps no real intimacy. That distinction between connection and intimacy, between being seen and being known, that's where the loneliness lives. We've created avatars of ourselves, highlight reels, carefully edited versions of our lives, and people connect with those images, those curated moments. But the messy, beautiful, vulnerable reality of who we are, that often remains hidden, even from ourselves. The pressure to maintain these digital personas has created an exhausting way of living. Every experience must be documented, every thought must be shareable, every emotion must be transformed into content. We've learned to live our lives as if we're constantly being watched, constantly being judged, constantly needing to prove our worth through external validation. Even our private moments have become public performances. We take photos of our meals, our workouts, our quiet moments, our struggles. We've lost the ability to simply experience life without immediately thinking about how to present that experience to others. The boundary between living and performing has dissolved completely. The Buddha, 2,500 years ago, described something that sounds remarkably familiar. He spoke of hungry ghosts, beings with enormous appetites and tiny mouths, never able to satisfy their hunger, no matter how much they consume. Isn't that what we've become with our digital connections? Endlessly consuming likes, shares, comments, messages, yet never quite feeling full. We check our phones on average 96 times a day. 96 times we reach for connection, for validation, for the feeling that we matter. But each time we put the device down, the hunger returns, because we're feeding the wrong part of ourselves. You might know this feeling, getting dozens of likes on a photo and still feeling empty inside. It's like drinking salt water when you're thirsty. It makes you more desperate, not less. External validation, no matter how abundant, can never satisfy our deepest need for authentic connection. The design of these platforms amplifies this problem. They're engineered to capture and hold our attention, to make us crave the next notification, the next like, the next comment. The variable reward schedule, never knowing when the next validation will come, creates the same psychological patterns found in gambling addiction. We've become trapped in feedback loops designed by teams of neuroscientists and behavioral economists. Our brains release dopamine when we post something and receive positive feedback. But like any addiction, we need increasingly higher doses to achieve the same feeling. What started as connection has become compulsion. Here's what's really happening. In our rush to connect with everyone, we've disconnected from the one person who's always with us, ourselves. We know what hundreds of acquaintances had for lunch, but we've forgotten how to sit quietly with our own thoughts. We can video chat with someone on the other side of the world, but we struggle to have a conversation with our own hearts. Think about the last time you were truly alone with yourself. Not alone with your phone, not alone with the TV on, not alone while multitasking. Just you, in silence, with your own presence. For many of us, it's been so long, we can't remember. And when we do find ourselves in that space, it feels uncomfortable, almost frightening. We immediately reach for a distraction, a device, anything to fill the void. You've probably experienced this yourself. You sit down somewhere peaceful, maybe with just a cup of tea or coffee. For a brief moment, you're present, looking around, breathing. Then, the fidgeting begins, the nervous energy. Within minutes, your phone is out, and you're scrolling through something, anything, to escape the discomfort of being alone with yourself. We've become afraid of our own company. We've outsourced our entertainment, our validation, our sense of purpose to external sources. No wonder we feel lost when those sources disappear. The statistics paint a stark picture. Depression and anxiety rates have skyrocketed alongside our connectivity. The more connected we become digitally, the more disconnected we feel emotionally. Young adults report feeling lonelier than elderly people, despite being the most digitally connected generation in history. But it's not just young people. Parents find themselves competing with devices for their children's attention. Couples sit in restaurants, both staring at their phones instead of each other. Friends gather for coffee, but spend more time looking at their screens than into each other's eyes. We're together but separate, connected but isolated. We live in an age of constant stimulation. Notifications ping throughout the day, demanding our attention. We've trained ourselves to respond immediately to every buzz, every chime, every red badge. Our attention has been scattered across dozens of platforms, hundreds of relationships, thousands of pieces of information. Is it any wonder we feel fragmented? The depth of human connection requires sustained attention, patience, presence. But our digital habits have trained us for the opposite. Quick hits, instant gratification, surface-level engagement. We've become accustomed to skimming rather than diving deep, to liking rather than loving, to following rather than befriending. Even our language has changed to reflect this shift. We follow people instead of befriending them. We have feeds like animals instead of conversations like humans. We like things with a single tap instead of expressing genuine appreciation. The very words we use diminish the richness of human connection. But what if that void isn't something to be filled? What if it's something to be explored? The Buddha spoke of something called the island of self, not the ego-driven, selfie-taking, social media self. Something deeper. He said, be a lamp unto yourself. In other words, find the light that already exists within you, rather than constantly seeking illumination from external sources. This teaching feels almost revolutionary in our hyper-connected world. We've been conditioned to believe that connection is always about reaching out, toward others, toward experiences, toward more. But what if the most profound connection is the one we make when we reach in? In ancient times, before electricity, before technology, people naturally experienced regular periods of silence and solitude. They had time to reflect, to process their experiences, to simply be with themselves. These weren't considered empty times, but sacred times, opportunities for inner discovery and renewal. Now we've filled every possible moment with stimulation. We listen to podcasts while walking, watch videos while eating, scroll through social media while waiting in line. We've eliminated almost every opportunity for genuine solitude and reflection. No wonder we feel scattered and disconnected from ourselves. Here's something that might sound strange at first. What if your loneliness isn't a problem to be solved? What if it's actually a form of homesickness? Not homesickness for a place, but homesickness for yourself. When you're homesick, you're longing for a place where you feel safe, known, accepted you are. A place where you don't have to perform or pretend. A place where you can simply be. What if that place exists within you? This isn't just poetic language. There's something profound here that our ancestors understood, but we've forgotten in our rush toward external connection. Every spiritual tradition speaks of it in different ways. The kingdom of heaven within, the true self, the Buddha nature. They're all pointing to the same revolutionary idea. You already contain what you're looking for. But we've become strangers to ourselves. We know our social media analytics better than our breathing patterns. We can navigate complex digital algorithms, but struggle to navigate our own emotions. We've outsourced our sense of worth to external validation, likes, shares, comments, responses. No wonder we feel empty when the notifications stop coming. Consider how different family gatherings have become. Multiple generations sitting in the same room, but each absorbed in their individual screens. The art of conversation, of sitting together in comfortable silence, of truly being present with one another, these have become rare and precious skills. We've created a culture of continuous partial attention. We're always half present, half distracted, half listening. Even in our most intimate relationships, we struggle to give our full attention. How can we expect to feel truly connected when we're never truly present? The irony is breathtaking. We have access to more information about human connection than any generation before us. We understand psychology, neuroscience, the mechanics of relationships, yet we're experiencing unprecedented levels of loneliness and disconnection. It's as if we've learned everything about connection except how to actually connect. Here's what the Buddha understood 2,500 years ago that we're just beginning to rediscover. The quality of our connections with others can only be as deep as our connection with ourselves. You can't give what you don't have. You can't love others fully if you haven't learned to be at home with yourself. When you feel that familiar loneliness creeping in, whether you're scrolling through your phone late at night or sitting in a crowded place feeling invisible, there's another way to respond. Instead of immediately reaching out, try reaching in. Instead of asking, who can make me feel less alone? Try asking, how can I come home to myself? This shift in perspective changes everything. Instead of seeing loneliness as evidence that you're lacking something, you begin to see it as an invitation. An invitation to return to yourself, to remember who you are beneath all the digital noise. The most connected people aren't those with the most followers or friends. They're the ones who have learned to be comfortable in their own presence. They've discovered that the home they were seeking in all those external connections was waiting for them within. This is where the real revolution begins. Not in getting more connected to more people, but in getting connected to the one person you've perhaps been avoiding, yourself. Not the self you present to the world, but the one who exists in the quiet moments between posts, between calls, between notifications. The Buddha offered humanity a profound gift. He showed us that we don't need to fix ourselves, improve ourselves, or connect ourselves to something external to find peace. We simply need to come home, to recognize that we already are what we're seeking. This ancient wisdom speaks directly to our modern predicament. In a world that profits from our disconnection, from our constant seeking, from our perpetual dissatisfaction, the most radical act might be to simply sit still, to breathe, to come home to yourself. Let me tell you about the most beautiful teaching you'll ever encounter. It's about discovering that everything you've been searching for in all those connections, all those notifications, all those external validations, it's already here. It's been waiting patiently for your return. Are you ready to discover what you've been searching for in all those connections? Are you ready to come home? "2,500 years ago, the Buddha made a discovery that speaks directly to our modern crisis of connection. He found that home is not a place you travel to. Home is within you. There is an island, he taught, that you must return to, the island of yourself. This isn't just beautiful poetry. This is practical wisdom for anyone who has ever felt lonely in a crowded room. Loneliness has become the defining experience of our time. We feel profoundly alone, even when surrounded by people. We are, as Thich Nhat Hanh beautifully puts it, lonely together. We gather in coffee shops, in offices, in our own living rooms, each person absorbed in their individual digital world, physically present, but emotionally absent. There's a vacuum inside us that we can all feel. An emptiness that seems to grow larger the more we try to fill it with external connections. We believe instinctively that if we can just connect with enough people, receive enough messages, get enough likes and comments, this feeling of loneliness will disappear. So we reach for our devices. Technology supplies us with countless ways to stay connected. We're always plugged in, always available, always linked to someone somewhere. We check email multiple times a day, send messages constantly, post updates about our lives, expecting others to respond. We keep ourselves busy throughout the entire day with the work of connecting. But something strange happens. Despite all this connection, despite all this communication, despite all this digital togetherness, we continue to feel lonely. The emptiness doesn't go away. Sometimes it actually grows stronger. We're more connected than any generation in human history, yet loneliness has reached epidemic proportions across all age groups. Why doesn't all this connection heal our loneliness? The Buddha discovered the answer 2,500 years ago, and Thich Nhat Hanh has spent his life sharing this wisdom with our modern world. The problem isn't that we're not connected enough to other people. The problem is that we've become disconnected from ourselves. In our daily lives, we walk without knowing that we're walking. We're alive, but we don't know that we're alive. We're present in our bodies, but absent from our own experience. We are losing ourselves. We are not ourselves. This happens almost all day long. Think about your typical day. How often are you fully present to what you're actually doing? When you're walking, are you aware that you're walking? Or are you lost in thoughts about where you're going? When you're eating, do you taste your food? Or are you scrolling through your phone? When you're with people, are you really with them? Or are you thinking about what you'll say next? We've become strangers to our own lives. We've learned to live in a constant state of distraction, always somewhere else mentally than where we are physically. No wonder we feel lonely. We've abandoned ourselves. But here's where the Buddha's teaching becomes revolutionary. The solution isn't to try harder to connect with others. The solution is to stop, to sit down, to perform what Thich Nhat Hanh calls an act of revolution. When you sit down mindfully, you cut off that state of losing yourself. You interrupt the pattern of being everywhere except where you actually are. You refuse to participate, even for a few minutes, in the endless distraction that has become normal life. This is why sitting meditation is so different from everything else you might try to feel less lonely. You're not reaching for your phone. You're not trying to connect with someone else. You're not seeking external validation or stimulation. You're simply sitting down and choosing to be present with yourself. You don't need an iPhone or a computer to do this. You don't need any technology at all. You just need to sit down mindfully and breathe mindfully. In a few seconds, literally just seconds, you can connect with yourself. Your breath has been waiting for you this whole time. While you've been seeking connection everywhere else, your breath has been offering you the most intimate connection possible, the connection between your mind and your body, between your awareness and your life. When you begin to pay attention to your breathing, you immediately know what's going on. What's happening in your body right now? What emotions are you carrying? What's the quality of your thoughts? For the first time in perhaps hours or days, you're actually present to your own experience. And in that moment of presence, you make an extraordinary discovery. You are already home. Not the home you left this morning, not the place where your mail is delivered, but home in the deepest sense, at ease in your own presence, comfortable with your own company, accepting of your own experience exactly as it is. But if you're like most people, when you first turn your attention inward, you might be surprised by what you find. Home has become a mess. You've left it unattended for so long, focusing all your energy on external connections, that your inner world feels chaotic, neglected, overwhelming. This is perfectly normal. Thich Nhat Hanh teaches that going home means accepting the situation as it is. Yes, it's a mess. Yes, you've allowed things to become scattered and neglected inside yourself. But that's okay, because you've been away for a long time. Now you're home, and you can begin to tidy up. With your mindful breathing, you begin to bring order to your inner world, not by forcing or fighting, but by simply being present. You begin to smile at everything you find inside yourself, the sadness, the fear, the loneliness, the anxiety. You allow your body to release the tension it's been carrying. The Buddha taught exactly how to do this, how to breathe in a way that releases physical tension, how to be aware of your feelings without being overwhelmed by them, how to bring the same kindness to your inner world that you would offer to a dear friend. When you become aware of your loneliness, instead of trying to escape it or fix it, you can learn to greet it like an old friend. My dear loneliness, you might say silently, I know you are there. I am here to take care of you. This isn't just a meditation technique. It's a way of making peace with your own experience. You can do the same with fear, with sadness, with anxiety. Instead of seeing these feelings as problems to be solved or emotions to be avoided, you can recognize them as parts of yourself that need attention. Like a wounded child who has been waiting for someone to notice their pain, these feelings just need to be acknowledged, held with tenderness. There's a wounded child in each of us. You can recognize her, recognize him, and you can embrace this part of yourself tenderly, the way you would comfort any child who is hurting. This is the act of going home, and taking care of home. Every time you take a breath, whether you're breathing in or breathing out, you have the opportunity to go back to yourself. Every step you take can bring you home to the here and now, so you can connect with yourself, with your body, with your feelings. This is real connection. You don't need technology for this. You don't need anyone else's permission or participation. You don't need to wait for the right circumstances or the perfect moment. Right now, as you're listening to this, you can place one hand on your chest and feel your heart beating. You can take one conscious breath and connect with the simple fact that you're alive. This is revolutionary. In a world that profits from your distraction, from your disconnection from yourself, simply being present is an act of rebellion. You're refusing to participate in the system that keeps you seeking outside yourself for what you already possess within. But here's what makes this teaching so relevant to our crisis of connection. There's an illusion of connection that technology provides. You think that with all these devices, all these apps, all these ways to reach other people, you can truly connect. But you cannot really connect. How can you connect with another person when you cannot connect with yourself? This is the question that cuts through all our modern confusion about relationships and loneliness. If you're not at home with yourself, if you don't know your own heart, if you can't sit peacefully with your own thoughts and feelings, how can you possibly offer genuine intimacy to someone else? The teaching of the Buddha about going home to the island of self is the way to heal not just our individual loneliness, but our collective disconnection. It starts with the revolutionary act of turning inward. The way out is in. When you take a step, you go into yourself, because that step brings you home to the here and now. It helps you connect with your body. Your body is your breath, your feet, your lungs, your heart. When you're connected to your body, you're connecting with an essential part of your home. Think about how often you completely forget you have a body. When you spend 2 hours staring at a computer screen, you might forget entirely that you exist as a physical being. Without your body, how can you be alive? Yet we regularly live as if we're just floating heads, just thinking minds, disconnected from the physical reality of our existence. Many people have started programming a bell of mindfulness into their computers. Every 15 minutes, they hear a gentle sound that reminds them to stop working, stop thinking, and return to their breath. For just a moment, they enjoy breathing in. They connect with themselves. They smile. They become alive again. They remember that they have a body, which is a wonder. Your body is indeed a wonder, and connection is, first of all, connection with your body. Then there are your feelings, whether sadness or anger or loneliness. These feelings are you. You connect with them through your mindful breathing. You smile to your feelings and say, "Don't worry, I'm home. I will take care of you." You embrace your feelings with tenderness, whether they're fear or anger or loneliness. This is what it means to be a home for yourself. The Buddha said, "Be an island unto yourself." Taking refuge in the island of yourself, this is the practice he recommended. But this doesn't mean isolation. It means becoming so grounded in your own presence that you're no longer desperately seeking completion from others. When you walk from the parking lot to your office, why don't you go home with every step? Why continue to think, to worry, to suffer, when every step can bring you home? You can walk like a Buddha, act like a free person. This is possible. You can recover yourself. You can connect with yourself with every step. Every step brings you freedom when you're present to it. And here's the beautiful truth about this practice. Once you find a home for yourself, you can help your partner find theirs. Because your partner is also lonely. They're also looking for a home, for warmth, for safety. But now that you have a home within yourself, you can go to them from a place of fullness rather than emptiness. Since you have a home, you're in a position to help them find their home too. You're confident because you know how to connect with yourself, how to create a sense of home within yourself. That confidence, that groundedness, will inspire them to do the same. They can find a home in you because you found a home in yourself. They can lean on your stability while they build their own inner sanctuary. But before you can help anyone else, you must help yourself. You must connect with yourself. Without this first step, the second step of genuinely connecting with others is not possible. This is what the Buddha discovered under the tree, and what Thich Nhat Hanh has spent his life teaching our modern world. We don't really need an iPhone or any device to connect with another person. What we need are eyes that can look with compassion. Even if the other person is not in the same town, you can connect easily because you are already yourself. You are already home. Whatever you say, whatever you think from this grounded place will help them recover themselves. And when they become able to go back to themselves, your relationship becomes a real relationship. Because both of you have found home within yourselves. When you come together from this place, you find home in each other at the same time as you find it in yourselves. This creates what Thich Nhat Hanh calls a collective home. There's a home here in you, a home here in them, and a home that exists in the space between you. This collective home becomes the foundation for everything else. If you want to help society, if you want to help your community, if you want to make a difference in the world, you have to start here, with yourself, with coming home to your own presence. When you have a true home within yourself, you have happiness, you have safety, you have fulfillment. And then you're in a condition to go to others, whether they're individuals, groups, or society as a whole. This is the way prescribed by the Buddha. Everything begins with yourself. The teaching is very clear. Every breath, every step, every moment of sitting, every act, like drinking tea or cleaning your home, when done in mindfulness, helps you to go home and to enjoy the wonders of life around you and within you. Your body is a wonder. The natural world around you, the hills, the streams, the sky, these are all wonders. They have the power to heal when you're present enough to receive them. But first, you must come home to yourself. But here's the tender part that makes this practice so healing for our modern loneliness. When you first sit down and turn your attention inward, you might meet the parts of yourself that have been waiting for your love for a very long time. When you first sit down and begin to pay attention to what's actually happening inside you, you might be surprised by what you discover. After spending so much time focused outward, on other people's lives through social media, on external problems and achievements, on the endless stream of information demanding your attention, turning inward can feel like entering a room you haven't visited in a very long time. What you find there might not be what you expected. Instead of peace or emptiness or spiritual bliss, you might encounter something much more human, much more tender. You might meet the parts of yourself that have been waiting patiently for your attention. This is where the Buddha's teaching becomes deeply practical and beautifully healing. He taught us not just to be aware of our breathing, but to become aware of our feelings. Your feelings of loneliness, of sadness, of fear, of anxiety. And instead of trying to push these feelings away, or fix them, or distract yourself from them, he offered a revolutionary approach. Smile to them. Imagine greeting your difficult emotions the way you would greet an old friend who has traveled a long distance to see you, with recognition, with warmth, with a genuine welcoming presence. I'm aware of my feeling of loneliness, you might say silently to yourself. I'm aware of my sadness, my fear, my anxiety. And then, remarkably, I smile to these feelings. This isn't about putting on a fake smile or pretending to be happy when you're not. It's about offering the same kind of gentle, accepting presence to your difficult emotions that you would offer to a child who came to you crying. You wouldn't tell the child to stop crying or that their feelings were wrong. You would simply be present with them, acknowledging their pain with tenderness. The Buddha taught us to say to our feelings, "My dear loneliness, I know you are there. I am here to take care of you." These aren't just pretty words. They represent a complete transformation in how we relate to our inner experience. Think about how radical this is. In a culture that constantly tells us to be positive, to think happy thoughts, to overcome our negative emotions, here's an ancient teaching that says, welcome them in. Make space for them. Treat them like honored guests who have something important to tell you. You make peace with your loneliness. You make peace with your fear. Not by conquering them or transcending them, but by offering them the one thing they've been asking for all along, your loving attention. There's a wounded child in you. This isn't metaphorical or psychological jargon. It's a direct recognition of the part of yourself that carries the accumulation of all the times you felt unseen, unheard, misunderstood, or alone. You can recognize her. You can recognize him. And you can embrace this wounded child tenderly in your arms. This embrace isn't something you do once and then you're finished. It's the ongoing act of going home and taking care of home. Every time you return to mindful breathing, every time you pause and check in with yourself, you're offering this inner child the attention they've been seeking in all those external connections. When you first encounter this wounded part of yourself, you might be overwhelmed by how much pain is stored there. How much loneliness has accumulated over years of looking outside yourself for validation, for love, for the feeling of being truly known. This is perfectly normal. This is what happens when we've left home for a long time. Going home means accepting the situation as it is. Yes, it's a mess. Yes, there's accumulated sadness, fear, anxiety, loneliness. But you accept this because you recognize that you've been away for a long time. You've allowed things to happen like this at home, not because you're bad or wrong, but because you simply didn't know there was another way. Now you're home, and you can begin to rearrange everything. With your in-breath and your out-breath, with your mindful breathing, you begin to smile at everything you find inside yourself. You begin to tidy up your inner home, not through force or criticism, but through presence and acceptance. The Buddha told us exactly how to do this, how to breathe in and how to release the tension in our bodies. This isn't just about relaxation, it's about learning to be present with your physical experience in a way that naturally allows healing to occur. You allow your body to release the tension where everything has been written down. Your body holds the memory of every time you felt lonely in a crowd, every time you reached for your phone seeking connection but found only temporary distraction, every time you smiled on the outside while feeling empty on the inside. All of this is stored in your muscles, in your breathing patterns, in the way you hold yourself throughout the day. But your body also knows how to heal. When you offer it your mindful attention, when you breathe with awareness and allow your breath to flow naturally, your body begins to release what it no longer needs to hold. The tension starts to dissolve, not because you're forcing it to relax, but because you're finally providing the safety and presence your body needs to let go. This is why mindful breathing feels different from other relaxation techniques. You're not trying to achieve a particular state or force your body to behave in a certain way. You're simply offering your kind attention to whatever is actually happening right now. And in that attention, in that acceptance, natural healing begins to occur. Your breathing becomes like a gentle hand stroking the forehead of that wounded child within you. Each in-breath says, I see you. Each out-breath says, you're safe now. This isn't something you need to think or visualize. It happens naturally when you breathe with awareness and kindness. Sometimes, when you first begin to offer this kind of attention to your inner world, you might find that emotions rise to the surface more intensely than usual. You might feel like crying for no apparent reason, or feel waves of sadness or loneliness that seem to come from nowhere. This isn't a sign that something is wrong, it's a sign that something is finally right. These emotions aren't new. They've been there all along, beneath the constant activity and distraction. Now that you're finally present enough to feel them, they can begin to move through you and transform. Your tears, when they come, are just love, with nowhere to go, finally finding a way to flow. Think about how we usually respond to difficult emotions. We reach for our phones, turn on the TV, call someone, eat something, buy something, anything, to avoid feeling what we're actually feeling. We've learned to treat our emotions like emergencies that need to be fixed immediately, rather than natural movements of our inner life that simply need to be witnessed. But what if your sadness doesn't need to be fixed? What if your loneliness isn't a problem to be solved, but a part of you that needs to be heard? What if your anxiety is actually your inner wisdom trying to tell you something important about how you've been living? When you sit quietly and allow yourself to feel whatever is present without immediately trying to change it, you discover that emotions are much more fluid and temporary than you thought. They rise like waves, and when met with presence rather than resistance, they naturally subside. But they can only complete this natural cycle when they're not being pushed away or suppressed. The practice of speaking to your emotions like beloved friends transforms your relationship with your inner life completely. Instead of being afraid of what you might find inside yourself, you become curious. Instead of treating your difficult emotions like enemies to be defeated, you treat them like messengers carrying important information. Hello, my dear loneliness, you might say silently when you feel that familiar ache arising. I see you there. I know you've been waiting for my attention. I'm here now. Tell me what you need. You might be surprised by what your loneliness has to say when you finally give it a chance to speak. It might tell you that it's tired of all the surface level connections and is actually longing for deeper intimacy, starting with intimacy with yourself. It might reveal that it's not asking you to find more people to connect with, but to connect more deeply with the people already in your life. Or it might simply want to be held for a while, acknowledged for the difficult job it's been doing trying to get your attention. Your anxiety might have something equally important to share. It might be trying to tell you that you've been moving too fast, trying to do too much, living in a way that doesn't honor your natural rhythms and needs. It might be pointing out that you've been so focused on pleasing others that you've lost touch with what actually brings you joy and peace. Your sadness might be grieving all the moments you've missed while distracted by your devices, all the opportunities for real connection you've passed by while seeking connection online. Or it might be mourning the loss of the simpler life you once knew, before constant connectivity became the norm. This grief is natural and healthy. It shows that you still remember what genuine presence and connection feel like. The wounded child within you has been carrying all of this for a very long time. All the accumulated moments of feeling unseen in a world that seems to notice everything except what really matters. All the times you felt lonely despite being surrounded by ways to connect. All the experiences of reaching out for authentic relationship but finding only digital facsimiles. This child doesn't need you to fix their pain or make it go away. They just need you to acknowledge that it's real, that their feelings make sense, that they're not asking for too much when they want to feel truly known and loved. They need you to sit with them for a while without trying to cheer them up or talk them out of what they're feeling. When you embrace this wounded child tenderly in your arms, you're not being dramatic or self-indulgent. You're offering yourself the same compassion you would naturally offer to any child who is hurting. You're providing the loving presence that this part of you has been seeking in all those external connections that never quite satisfied. This is the act of going home and taking care of home. Not the home where your mail is delivered, but the home of your own heart, your own inner life, your own precious existence. You've been away for so long, focused on everyone else's lives, everyone else's needs, everyone else's approval. Now, you're finally here for yourself. Every time you take a breath, whether you're breathing in or breathing out, you have the opportunity to go back to yourself, to check in with that child within you and ask, how are you doing right now? What do you need from me? How can I take better care of you? Every step you take, if done mindfully, brings you home to the here and now so that you can connect with yourself, with your body, with your feelings. This is real connection, not the kind mediated by technology, but the direct, immediate connection between your awareness and your lived experience. You don't need a lot of technology to develop this connection. You don't need apps or devices or complicated techniques. You just need your own kind attention, your own willingness to be present with whatever you're experiencing, without immediately trying to change it or escape from it. This is the revolution that Thich Nhat Hanh speaks of. In a world that profits from your dissatisfaction, from your constant seeking outside yourself, simply being present with your own experience is a radical act. You're refusing to participate in the economy of endless distraction and consumption. You're choosing depth over surface, being over doing, presence over productivity. When you first begin this practice, you might notice how much resistance you encounter, not from the practice itself, but from the habits of mind that have kept you seeking externally for so long. Your mind might immediately start making lists of things you should be doing instead of sitting quietly. You might feel guilty for taking time to simply be with yourself. You might feel like you're being selfish or unproductive. These thoughts are completely normal. They're the voice of a culture that has taught you that your worth comes from what you do, rather than who you are, from how much you accomplish, rather than how present you can be. But you can smile to these thoughts too, recognizing them as old habits that don't serve you anymore. The practice of mindful breathing naturally teaches you patience with yourself. When your mind wanders, and it will, constantly, you don't judge yourself or think you're doing something wrong. You simply notice that your attention has drifted and gently bring it back to your breath. This returning is the practice. This gentle redirection is how you learn to be kind to yourself. Each time you notice your mind has wandered and bring your attention back to your breathing, you're strengthening your ability to come home to yourself. You're developing what might be called emotional muscles, the capacity to be present with whatever arises without being overwhelmed by it. You're learning that you can feel difficult emotions without being destroyed by them. Your breath becomes your teacher in this process of emotional healing. It shows you how to be present without forcing, how to be gentle without being passive, how to allow without being indifferent. Every breath demonstrates acceptance, accepting this moment, this feeling, this experience, exactly as it is right now. And in that acceptance, something beautiful happens. The emotions you've been running from, the feelings you've been trying to fix or escape, begin to relax when they're finally met with presence rather than resistance. They soften under the warmth of your attention, like ice melting in sunlight. Your loneliness, when touched by your own compassionate presence, begins to reveal its hidden nature. It's not actually emptiness, it's spaciousness. It's not isolation, it's freedom. It's not something missing, it's something complete, waiting to be recognized. The very feeling that drove you to seek connection everywhere outside yourself transforms into a doorway leading you home. This transformation doesn't happen because you forced it or manipulated it in any way. It happens naturally when difficult emotions are finally met with the loving attention they've been asking for all along. It's like a child who stops crying not because they've been distracted or bribed, but because someone has finally stopped to listen to what they were trying to say. The mess you find inside yourself when you first turn inward isn't evidence that you're broken or behind or doing life wrong. It's simply what accumulates when we live disconnected from our own inner world for extended periods. Just as a house gets dusty when no one's been taking care of it, our inner life gets cluttered when we've been focused exclusively outward. But houses can be cleaned, and inner worlds can be tended with patience, with kindness, with the simple practice of showing up regularly to see what needs attention. You don't have to fix everything at once or become perfectly peaceful overnight. You just have to be willing to be present with yourself as you are right now. This presence, this simple willingness to be here with yourself without demanding that you be different, is perhaps the most healing force available to human beings. It's what that wounded child within you has been waiting for all along. Not someone else's presence, but your own. Not external validation, but internal recognition. Not rescue from their feelings, but companionship with them. When you offer this gift to yourself, the gift of your own loving attention, you discover that you've been carrying the solution to your loneliness with you everywhere you go. You've never been without it. You've only forgotten where to look. And something magical happens when you begin to consistently offer this kind of presence to your own inner world. The healing doesn't stay contained within you. It begins to radiate outward, touching every relationship in your life, every interaction you have, every connection you make. There's a profound shift that happens when you begin to consistently offer loving attention to your own inner world. Something changes in the very quality of your presence, in the way you move through the world, in how you relate to every person you encounter. You discover a secret that the Buddha understood deeply. The quality of your connections with others can only be as deep as your connection with yourself. This isn't just spiritual philosophy, it's practical wisdom that you can test in your own experience. Think about the last time you were with someone while feeling anxious, distracted, or emotionally empty inside. How present were you able to be with them? How much genuine attention could you offer when your own inner world was calling for care? How deeply could you listen when you were desperately hoping they would say something to make you feel better about yourself? Now imagine being with that same person from a place of inner fullness. When you've taken time to come home to yourself, to acknowledge your own feelings with kindness, to breathe mindfully and settle into your own presence, suddenly you have something to give rather than something to get. You can listen without agenda, love without neediness, be present without performing. This is the beautiful truth that transforms everything about how we understand relationships and connection. You can only love others as much as you love yourself. Not because you're being selfish, but because love isn't something you extract from others. It's something you become and then naturally share. When you haven't learned to be at home with yourself, every relationship becomes a form of seeking. You might not be conscious of it, but you're constantly looking for the other person to validate you, to make you feel worthy, to fill the emptiness you feel inside. You're not really seeing them. You're seeing what you hope they can do for you. This creates an exhausting dynamic for everyone involved. The other person feels the pressure of being responsible for your emotional well-being. They sense that you need something from them, even if they can't name what it is. And you end up disappointed when they inevitably fail to provide what you can only provide for yourself. But something extraordinary happens when you stop expecting other people to complete you, when you've done the inner work of coming home to yourself, of learning to sit peacefully with your own thoughts and feelings, of becoming your own source of comfort and validation, then your relationships become gifts rather than necessities. You begin to see people as they actually are, rather than as you need them to be. Your eyes, as the Buddha taught, become eyes that see with compassion, rather than eyes that are desperately seeking something. This shift in perception changes everything about how you connect with others. When you look at someone with eyes that need something, their approval, their attention, their love, there's a quality of grasping in your gaze. The other person can feel this, even if they can't articulate it. They sense that you're not really interested in who they are, but in what they can provide for you. It makes them want to protect themselves, to hold back, to keep their distance. But when you look at someone with eyes that see with compassion, when you're already full and grounded and at home within yourself, something completely different happens. Your gaze becomes a gift rather than a demand. The other person feels seen and appreciated for who they are, rather than judged by what they can offer you. They feel safe to be themselves, because they sense that you're not trying to change them or get something from them. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught about right relationship, not relationships based on mutual neediness or the exchange of emotional services, but connections that arise naturally when two people who have found their own inner home choose to share that home with each other. The confidence that comes from having established this inner sanctuary is unlike anything that external achievements can provide. It's not the brittle confidence that depends on being better than others or having more than others. It's the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you can be okay, no matter what happens around you. Because you've learned to come home to yourself. This confidence is deeply attractive to others, but not in a way that feeds the ego. People are naturally drawn to those who are genuinely at peace with themselves, because such people offer something rare, a non-demanding presence. They don't need you to be different than you are in order for them to feel okay about themselves. In their presence, you can relax and simply be. When you have found a home for yourself, you become capable of helping others find theirs. Not by trying to fix them or save them or tell them what to do, but simply by being an example of what it looks like to be at peace with your own existence. Your groundedness becomes an invitation for others to find their own ground. The Buddha taught that we are all interconnected, that our individual healing contributes to the healing of everyone around us. This isn't just a beautiful metaphor, it's something you can observe directly in your relationships. When you're anxious and scattered, the people around you tend to become anxious and scattered. When you're peaceful and present, that peace naturally spreads to others. Your partner, your friends, your family members, they're all seeking the same thing you are. They want to feel at home in their own lives, safe in their own skin, worthy of love and belonging. But most people don't know how to provide this for themselves, so they look to others to provide it for them. When you've learned to be a home for yourself, you can go to your partner from a place of fullness rather than emptiness. Since you have a home within yourself, you're in a position to help them find their home too. You're confident because you know how to connect with yourself. how to create inner peace and stability. That confidence, that groundedness, naturally inspires others to develop the same capacity. They can find temporary refuge in your stability while they learn to build their own. But this is very different from becoming dependent on you for their emotional well-being. When you're truly grounded in yourself, you naturally encourage others to find their own ground rather than leaning on yours indefinitely. This is how real love works. It's not about finding someone to complete you, but about becoming complete enough within yourself that you can love without attachment, give without resentment, be present without agenda. Love isn't what you get from others. It's what you become and then naturally express. Before you can genuinely help anyone else, you have to help yourself. You have to connect with yourself first. Without this foundation, without this inner home, your attempts to love and support others will be tainted by your own unmet needs. You'll unconsciously be seeking from them what you haven't learned to provide for yourself. But when you have established this connection with yourself, when you've learned to come home to your own presence, then the next step becomes not just possible, but natural. You can connect with others from a place of genuine abundance, rather than hidden neediness. You have something real to offer, because you've found something real within yourself. You don't really need technology to create this kind of deep connection with another person. What you need are eyes that can look with compassion, a heart that has learned to be at peace with itself, a presence that is grounded and available. Even if the other person is on the other side of the world, you can connect with them deeply because you are already yourself. You are already home. When you speak or write or even think about someone from this grounded place, whatever you express will help them recover themselves. Not because you're trying to heal them or teach them, but because genuine presence is naturally healing. When someone feels truly seen and accepted as they are, they naturally begin to relax into their own authentic self. And when they become able to return to themselves, to find their own inner home, then your relationship becomes something entirely new. Instead of two people trying to get something from each other, you become two people who each have their own inner sanctuary and choose to share the abundance that flows from that grounding. This creates what Thich Nhat Hanh calls a collective home. There's your home, your individual connection to your own presence, your own breath, your own peaceful center. There's their home, their own relationship with themselves, their own capacity for inner peace and self-acceptance. And then there's the home you create together, the sacred space that emerges when two grounded people come together, without neediness, without agenda, simply to share the fullness of who they are. This collective home becomes the foundation for everything else in the relationship. Decisions are made from wisdom rather than fear. Conflicts are approached with curiosity rather than defensiveness. Each person can be fully themselves because they don't need the other person to be different in order to feel okay. They can love each other's humanity, including the difficult parts, because they've learned to love their own. This kind of relationship becomes a source of healing not just for the two people involved, but for everyone who witnesses it. Others can see what's possible when love flows from fullness rather than emptiness, when connection arises from strength rather than neediness. It becomes a living example of what human relationships can be when they're grounded in something deeper than mutual dependence. The ripple effects of this transformation extend far beyond your immediate relationships. When you interact with strangers, the barista at your coffee shop, the person sitting next to you on the bus, the colleague you barely know, they feel something different in your presence. They sense that you're not trying to get anything from them, not judging them, not needing them to perform or impress you. In that space of non-demanding presence, they can relax and simply be themselves. This is how individual healing becomes collective healing. Each person who learns to come home to themselves becomes a source of healing in the world, simply by being genuinely present and accepting with others. You don't have to try to save the world or fix society. You just have to become someone who has found peace within themselves and naturally shares that peace with everyone you encounter. The Buddha understood that this is how real change happens, not through force or manipulation or trying to control others, but through the quiet influence of people who have found their inner home and live from that groundedness. Their very presence becomes an invitation for others to remember their own capacity for peace and wholeness. This doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent to suffering in the world. In fact, the opposite happens. When you're no longer driven by your own unmet needs, you become much more available to respond skillfully to the needs of others. Your actions arise from wisdom and compassion, rather than from anxiety and the desire to be seen as good or helpful. You can engage with the difficulties in your relationships, your community, your world from a place of stability rather than reactivity. You can offer support without taking on others' problems as your own. You can be present with pain, yours and others, without being overwhelmed by it. You become someone who can sit with difficulty without immediately trying to fix it or run away from it. This capacity to be present with what is, without needing it to be different, is perhaps the greatest gift you can offer to another human being. In a world where everyone is constantly trying to change each other, to improve each other, to solve each other's problems, simply being present without agenda becomes profoundly healing. When someone is struggling and you can sit with them without trying to talk them out of their feelings or cheer them up or offer solutions, they feel truly met. They experience the rare gift of being seen and accepted exactly as they are in that moment. This acceptance doesn't enable their suffering. It creates the safety they need to process their emotions naturally and find their own way forward. The loneliness that once drove you to seek constantly outside yourself transforms into something entirely different. Instead of emptiness seeking to be filled, it becomes spaciousness, available to hold whatever arises. Instead of neediness reaching for others, it becomes fullness naturally overflowing. You discover that you were never actually lacking anything. You were simply disconnected from the abundance that was always available within you. This is the secret to never feeling lonely again, even when you're alone. It's not that you stop having difficult emotions or challenging experiences. It's that you learn to be good company for yourself. You become someone you genuinely enjoy spending time with. Your own presence becomes a source of comfort and stability, rather than something to escape from. When you reach this place of genuine self-acceptance and inner peace, solitude becomes a gift rather than a punishment. You can sit quietly with yourself without immediately reaching for distractions. You can take walks alone and actually enjoy your own company. You can go to movies by yourself, eat meals alone, travel solo, not as acts of defiance or independence, but simply because you genuinely like being with yourself. This doesn't mean you become antisocial or no longer value connection with others. In fact, the opposite happens, because you're no longer desperately seeking from others what you can provide for yourself. Your relationships become more authentic, more relaxed, more joyful. You can enjoy people's company without needing them to fill any emptiness in you. You can love them without trying to control them or change them. And when you do choose to be alone, that solitude becomes a time of communion with yourself rather than isolation from others. You're not alone in the sense of being cut off or abandoned. You're alone in the sense of being whole and complete unto yourself. It's the difference between loneliness and solitude, between emptiness and fullness, between seeking and being. This transformation affects every aspect of your life. Your work becomes more creative and authentic because you're no longer performing for approval. Your friendships deepen because you can be genuinely interested in others rather than focused on what they think of you. Your family relationships heal because you stop trying to get from them what they were never meant to provide. Even your relationship with strangers becomes more warm and open because you're not seeing them through the lens of your unmet needs. Love, you discover, isn't what you get from others. It's what you become when you learn to be at home with yourself. And once you become love, once you embody the peace and acceptance and compassion that you've cultivated in your relationship with yourself, that love naturally flows to everyone in your life without effort or intention. This is the Buddha's teaching made practical for our modern lives. This is how ancient wisdom transforms contemporary loneliness. Not by trying to connect more, but by learning to connect authentically. Not by seeking love everywhere, but by becoming love and then sharing it freely. And when two people who have each found this inner home come together, something beautiful happens that transcends anything either could create alone. They discover that love multiplied is infinitely greater than love divided, and that true intimacy is only possible between two people who are already complete. There's a practice so simple, so available, so integrated into your daily life that you might overlook it entirely. Yet, it has the power to transform every moment of movement into a homecoming, every journey into a meditation, every ordinary day into a sacred experience. The Buddha taught that every time you make a step, whether you are breathing in or breathing out, you can go back to yourself. Every step brings you home to the here and now, so that you can connect with yourself, your body, your feelings. This isn't a special practice you need to set aside time for or learn complicated techniques to master. It's something you can begin right now, wherever you are, with whatever step you take next. Think about how many steps you take in a typical day. From your bed to the bathroom in the morning, from your car to your office, through the grocery store, around your home, up and down stairs. Thousands of opportunities to come home to yourself, and most of the time, you're mentally somewhere else entirely. When you walk from the parking lot to your office, the Buddha asks, why don't you go home with every step? Why continue to think, to worry, to suffer, when every step can bring you home? You can walk like a Buddha, act like a free person. This is not only possible, it's your birthright. Imagine transforming your daily commute from a time of stress and mental chatter into a journey of return to yourself. Instead of spending those minutes lost in worry about the day ahead or replaying yesterday's conversations, you could use that time to reconnect with your own presence, your own aliveness, your own capacity for peace. The practice is beautiful in its simplicity. As you walk, you simply pay attention to the fact that you are walking. You feel your feet making contact with the ground. You notice the rhythm of your steps, the movement of your legs, the gentle swaying of your body as you move through space. You coordinate your breathing with your walking, allowing each step to bring you more fully into the present moment. You're not trying to walk differently or achieve any particular state. You're simply becoming aware of what you're already doing. Walking mindfully means walking with awareness, with presence, with the recognition that this simple act of moving through the world is actually quite miraculous. Your body knows how to walk. It learned this complex coordination of muscles and balance and forward momentum when you were very young, and now it performs this miracle automatically, without your conscious direction. When you walk mindfully, you're appreciating this gift, acknowledging the wisdom and capability of your physical form. Every step says, I am here, I am home. Not home in the sense of a particular location, but home in the sense of being fully present to your own life, fully inhabiting your own experience. Each footfall becomes an affirmation of your existence, your aliveness, your precious opportunity to be conscious in this moment. When you first begin walking this way, you might be surprised by how quickly your mind wants to drift away from the simple experience of walking. This is completely normal. Your mind has been trained to be everywhere except where you actually are. But each time you notice your attention has wandered and gently bring it back to your steps, you're strengthening your capacity to be present with your life as it's actually happening. The beauty of walking meditation is that it integrates seamlessly into your existing routine. You don't need to find extra time in your schedule or create special conditions. Every time you move from one place to another, you have an opportunity to practice coming home to yourself. The walk from your car to the store, from your desk to the bathroom, from the kitchen to the bedroom, all of these become invitations to presence. You can practice this while walking in nature, and the natural world will support your return to yourself. The trees, the sky, the earth beneath your feet, these are all expressions of the same life force that animates your own body. Walking mindfully in nature can feel like a conversation between your awareness and the awareness that permeates everything around you. But you can also practice walking meditation in the most urban environments. Walking through a busy city, surrounded by traffic and crowds and noise, can become an opportunity to find inner stillness amidst outer chaos. Your mindful steps become an anchor of peace in a world of constant movement and stimulation. The rhythm of walking naturally supports the rhythm of breathing. You might find that you naturally breathe in for 2 or 3 steps, then breathe out for the same number of steps. This coordination between movement and breath creates a natural meditation, a moving prayer, a walking practice of returning to life. You recover yourself with every step. You are no longer losing yourself in mental projections about the future or regrets about the past. You connect with your body You connect with your feelings with every step. And every step brings you freedom. Freedom from the mental prison of constant thinking. Freedom from the anxiety of always being somewhere other than where you are. This practice transforms your relationship with your body in profound ways. Most of the time, we treat our bodies as vehicles for getting our heads from one place to another. We ignore physical sensations unless they become uncomfortable enough to demand attention. We spend hours focused on screens, completely disconnected from the physical reality of our existence. Your body is your oldest, wisest friend. It has been with you since the moment you were born, faithfully supporting your life, automatically managing thousands of complex processes that keep you alive and healthy. It has carried you through every experience you've ever had, held every emotion you've ever felt, been the vessel for every moment of joy and sorrow in your life. When you spend 2 hours working on your computer, Thich Nhat Hanh observes, you might forget entirely that you have a body. Without your body, how can you be alive? Yet, this disconnection from our physical existence has become so normal that we barely notice it anymore. This is why many people have begun programming a bell of mindfulness into their computers. Every 15 minutes, they hear a gentle chime that reminds them to stop working, stop thinking, and return to their breath. For just a moment, they enjoy breathing in. They connect with themselves. They smile. They become alive again. They remember that they have a body, which is a wonder. Your body is indeed a wonder. Right now, as you listen to these words, your heart is beating approximately 70 times per minute, pumping blood to every cell in your body. Your lungs are exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide, supporting the life of every organ and tissue. Your digestive system is processing nutrients. Your immune system is protecting you from illness. Your nervous system is coordinating millions of signals that allow you to think and feel and perceive. All of this is happening without any conscious effort on your part. When you walk mindfully, you're honoring this miraculous physical existence that makes all your experiences possible. You're acknowledging the gift of mobility, of balance, of the complex coordination that allows you to move through the world. Each step becomes an expression of gratitude for the body that carries you through life. Connection is, first of all, connection with your body. When you're disconnected from your physical existence, living primarily in your thoughts and mental constructions, how can you possibly connect authentically with others? They can sense that you're not really present, not really inhabiting your own life. But when you're grounded in your physical presence, when you're aware of your breath and your posture, and the sensation of your feet on the earth, others feel your groundedness. Walking meditation teaches you to be present with whatever arises in your body. Sometimes you might notice tension in your shoulders or tightness in your chest. Sometimes you might feel energized and light, other times heavy and sluggish. The practice isn't about feeling a particular way, but about being aware of however you're feeling without judgment. This awareness naturally leads to healing. When you're present with physical sensations, your body can release tension that it's been holding unnecessarily. When you breathe mindfully while walking, you're providing your nervous system with the oxygen and rhythm it needs to function optimally. When you move with awareness, you're naturally improving your posture, your balance, your overall physical well-being. But the benefits extend far beyond the physical. Walking meditation is a practice of integration, bringing together body and mind, movement and stillness, inner awareness and outer experience. It teaches you that meditation isn't something you only do while sitting quietly, but a quality of awareness you can bring to any activity. Every step becomes an opportunity to practice what the Buddha called right mindfulness, being aware of what you're doing while you're doing it. This sounds simple, but it's actually quite revolutionary in a world that rewards multitasking and constant mental activity. To do one thing at a time, with full attention, is to rebel against the culture of distraction that dominates modern life. When you walk mindfully to your office, you're not preparing for your workday or reviewing your to-do list. You're simply walking. When you walk mindfully to the store, you're not planning what you'll buy or thinking about other errands. You're simply walking. This quality of undivided attention transforms the most ordinary activities into practices of presence. The gentle revolution of simply being where you are cannot be overstated. In a world that constantly encourages you to be somewhere else mentally, planning the future, reliving the past, escaping into digital realities, the simple act of being fully present to your current experience is profoundly countercultural. You don't need to travel to exotic locations or have peak experiences to access the sacred. The sacred is available in every step you take down the hallway of your own home. The divine is present in the simple act of walking from your car to the grocery store. Every moment offers you the opportunity to wake up to the miracle of your own existence. This practice naturally extends beyond walking to all forms of movement and physical activity. You can bring the same quality of mindful attention to washing dishes, folding laundry, driving your car, exercising at the gym. Any activity that involves your body can become a meditation, a practice of returning to presence, a way of coming home to yourself. When you're washing dishes mindfully, you feel the warm water on your hands, notice the texture of the soap, appreciate the simple rhythm of cleaning and rinsing. You're not rushing through the task to get to something more important. You recognize that this moment, this activity, is your life happening right now. The dishes become your teachers, showing you how to be fully present to whatever you're doing. The same awareness can transform your daily hygiene routine into a practice of self-care and presence. Brushing your teeth becomes an opportunity to appreciate your body and take care of it mindfully. Showering becomes a meditation on cleansing and renewal. Getting dressed becomes a moment to appreciate the body that carries you through life and the clothes that provide warmth and protection. Even mundane activities like waiting in line or sitting in traffic can become opportunities to practice presence. Instead of feeling frustrated by these delays, you can use them as reminders to return to your breath, to notice your body, to appreciate the simple fact that you're alive in this moment. What seemed like interruptions to your day become invitations to wake up to your life. The 15-minute bell practice that Thich Nhat Hanh describes can be adapted to any form of reminder that works for your lifestyle. You might set gentle alarms on your phone, or use natural cues like every time you hear a bird singing or see a red car. The specific trigger doesn't matter. What matters is creating regular opportunities throughout your day to stop, breathe, and return to presence. Each time you respond to these reminders, you strengthen what might be called your presence muscle. Just as physical exercise gradually builds strength and endurance, regularly returning to mindful awareness gradually builds your capacity to remain present even in challenging circumstances. You become someone who can stay grounded in the midst of chaos, centered in the face of difficulty, peaceful, regardless of external conditions. This doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent to what's happening around you. In fact, the opposite occurs. When you're truly present, you become much more responsive to what each situation actually requires. You act from wisdom rather than reactivity, from clarity rather than confusion, from love rather than fear. Walking meditation specifically teaches you that you can be peaceful while in motion, centered while actively engaged with the world. This is crucial for modern life, where most of us spend very little time sitting still, but many hours moving from one activity to another. If you can only find peace when you're sitting quietly, then peace becomes a rare and precious commodity, available only under special circumstances. But when you learn to walk as a meditation, to move through your day as a practice of presence, then peace becomes as available as your next step. You carry your sanctuary with you wherever you go. You don't need to wait for the right conditions or the perfect moment. You can come home to yourself with your very next breath, your very next step. This transforms your entire relationship with time and space. Instead of seeing your day as a series of tasks to complete or places to get to, you begin to see it as a series of opportunities to be present, to connect with yourself, to appreciate the gift of being alive. The journey becomes as important as the destination. Actually, the journey becomes the destination. You discover that you don't need to get anywhere or accomplish anything in order to be happy and peaceful. Happiness and peace are available right now, in this step, in this breath, in this moment of simply being present to your own existence. This realization is profoundly liberating because it means you can stop postponing your life, stop waiting for the right circumstances to be content. Every step declares your intention to be present to your life as it's actually happening, rather than lost in mental stories about how it should be different. Every step is a small rebellion against the forces that profit from your distraction and dissatisfaction. Every step is a choice to inhabit your own existence fully, rather than living as a visitor in your own life. And here's where the magic spreads beyond your individual experience and begins to touch everyone around you. When you move through the world with this quality of presence, this groundedness in your own being, others feel it immediately. Your peaceful steps create ripples of peace that extend far beyond what you might imagine possible. There's something extraordinary that happens when you consistently practice coming home to yourself. It doesn't stay contained within the boundaries of your individual experience. Like a stone dropped into still water, the peace you cultivate within yourself creates ripples that extend far beyond what you might imagine possible. Your inner transformation becomes a gift to everyone who encounters you, often in ways so subtle they might not even notice consciously. The Buddha understood this principle deeply. He taught that individual awakening is never just individual. It naturally contributes to the awakening of all beings. This isn't just spiritual poetry, it's something you can observe directly in your daily relationships and interactions. When you're anxious and scattered, the people around you tend to become anxious and scattered. When you're rushed and impatient, others feel pressured to hurry. When you're lost in worry about the future or regret about the past, the people you're with feel your absence even when you're physically present. Your inner state broadcasts itself constantly, influencing the emotional atmosphere of every space you enter. But the opposite is equally true and far more powerful. When you're genuinely at peace with yourself, when you've learned to be comfortable in your own presence, when you carry that inner sanctuary with you wherever you go, others feel this immediately. Your groundedness becomes an invitation for them to find their own ground. Your peace gives them permission to relax, to breathe, to simply be themselves without performance or pretense. This happens not because you're trying to influence anyone or fix anyone or teach anyone anything. It happens naturally, the way a warm fire radiates heat to everyone nearby without effort or intention. When you've found your inner home, you become a sanctuary for others, not because you're taking responsibility for their emotional state, but because your presence demonstrates that peace is possible. Think about the people in your life who have this quality. There are probably one or two individuals who, when you're with them, you feel more relaxed, more yourself, more at ease than usual. They're not necessarily the most entertaining or impressive people you know, but there's something about their presence that feels safe, accepting, genuine. They don't need you to be different than you are in order for them to feel comfortable. In their company, you can let your guard down because you sense that they're not judging you or trying to get something from you. These people have learned, consciously or unconsciously, to be at home with themselves. They've developed the capacity to be present without agenda, to listen without immediately trying to solve, to love without grasping. Their inner peace has become a gift they offer to everyone they encounter, simply by being who they are. You can become this kind of person, not by trying to be peaceful or working to project calmness, but by genuinely doing the inner work of coming home to yourself. When your peace is authentic rather than performed, others feel the difference immediately. The ripple effect begins most powerfully in your closest relationships. Your partner, your family members, your closest friends. These are the people who will feel the change in you most directly. As Thich Nhat Hanh teaches, once you find a home for yourself, you can help your partner find theirs. Your partner is also lonely. They're also looking for a home, for warmth, for safety, for the feeling of being truly known and accepted. But perhaps they, like most people, have been seeking this externally, looking to you, or to achievements, or to distractions, to provide what they can only provide for themselves. When you've established your own inner sanctuary, something fundamental changes in how you relate to your partner's seeking, their struggles, their emotional needs. Instead of feeling responsible for fixing their problems or making them happy, you can simply be present with them as they navigate their own journey home to themselves. You can offer the steady, non-anxious presence that allows them to feel safe enough to explore their own inner world. Since you have a home within yourself, you're in a position to help them find their home too, not by telling them what to do or trying to manage their emotional life, but by consistently demonstrating what it looks like to be grounded in your own being. You're confident because you know how to connect with yourself, how to find peace in the midst of difficulty, how to be okay, regardless of external circumstances. That confidence, which is really just the natural result of being at home with yourself, naturally inspires others to develop the same capacity. They see that it's possible to remain calm in situations that used to create anxiety. They witness someone choosing presence over reactivity, breath over worry, acceptance over resistance. Your example becomes more powerful than any advice you could give. They can find temporary refuge in your stability while they learn to build their own. This is very different from becoming dependent on you for their emotional well-being. When you're truly grounded in yourself, you naturally encourage others toward their own independence rather than creating codependency. You offer support without enabling, love without controlling, presence without absorbing their emotions as your own. This creates what Thich Nhat Hanh calls a collective home. There's your home, your individual relationship with your own presence, your own breath, your own capacity for inner peace. There's their home, their growing ability to find stability and comfort within themselves. And then there's the home you create together, the sacred space that emerges when two people who are each grounded in their own being choose to share their lives. This collective home becomes the foundation for everything else in your relationship. Conflicts become opportunities for deeper understanding rather than battles to be won. Differences become sources of richness rather than threats to be defended against. Each person can be fully themselves because they don't need the other to be different in order to feel secure. When you come together from this place of individual wholeness, you find home in each other at the same time as you maintain your own inner sanctuary. You're not trying to complete each other or fix each other or change each other. You're simply sharing the abundance that flows naturally from two people who have learned to be at peace with themselves. Love becomes an expression of fullness rather than an attempt to fill emptiness. This transformation in your closest relationships naturally extends to all your other connections. Your children, if you have them, feel the difference in your presence immediately. Instead of a parent who is anxious, rushed, distracted, constantly trying to manage their behavior and emotions, they encounter someone who is genuinely present and accepting. This gives them the safety they need to develop their own emotional regulation and self-awareness. Your friends notice that you've become someone who can listen without immediately offering solutions, who can be present with their difficulties without taking them on as your own. You're no longer performing friendship or trying to be helpful in ways that actually increase drama and dependence. You've become someone who offers the rare gift of non-judgmental presence. Even your professional relationships transform. Colleagues sense that you're not competing with them, or trying to prove anything, or seeking their approval for your sense of worth. You can collaborate without ego, lead without dominating, follow without resentment. Your work becomes more creative and effective because it's no longer filtered through the anxiety of trying to manage others' opinions of you. The people who serve you in stores and restaurants feel your genuine appreciation rather than the distracted politeness that most customers offer. You're actually present when you say thank you, actually seeing them as human beings rather than functionaries in your day. This simple presence can transform their experience of work, reminding them of their own dignity and worth. This is why the Buddha's teaching about individual transformation is so relevant to our collective crisis of connection and meaning. We often think that social change requires grand gestures, political movements, systemic overhauls. While these things may have their place, the Buddha understood that the most profound transformation happens when individuals take responsibility for their own inner life and, by extension, the quality of presence they bring to every interaction. If you want to help society, if you want to help your community, if you want to contribute to healing the world, you have to start with yourself. This isn't selfishness. It's the most generous thing you can do. When you have established a true home within yourself, when you have genuine happiness and safety and fulfillment that doesn't depend on external circumstances, then you're in a position to go to others from a place of abundance rather than neediness. Your peace becomes a love letter to the world. Every moment you choose presence over distraction, every time you respond with calmness instead of reactivity, every breath you take in mindful awareness, these become gifts to the collective human experience. You're demonstrating that peace is possible, that happiness doesn't require having everything go your way, that human beings can learn to be at home in their own existence. This is the way prescribed by the Buddha for healing our individual and collective suffering. Everything begins with yourself. Not because you're more important than others, but because you're the only person you can actually transform. You can't force others to find peace, but you can become so peaceful yourself that your very presence reminds them of their own capacity for tranquility. The ripples of this transformation extend in ways you may never fully know. Someone observes your patience in a difficult situation and remembers that they too can choose how to respond rather than simply react. A child witnesses your kindness to a stranger and learns that this is how humans can treat each other. A colleague notices your ability to remain calm under pressure and begins to question their own habits of stress and urgency. You become living proof that the alternatives to anxiety, anger, and disconnection are not just possible, but practical. In a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming, your groundedness becomes an anchor point for others. Your consistent choice to return to presence, rather than getting lost in mental drama, shows others that they too have this choice available to them. This doesn't mean you become perfect or never experience difficult emotions or challenging situations. It means you've developed the capacity to remain connected to your inner sanctuary, even when life becomes turbulent. Others watch how you navigate difficulties with grace and presence, and they begin to believe that they too might be capable of this kind of resilience. The healing spreads not through preaching or teaching or trying to convince anyone of anything, but simply through authentic demonstration. You show rather than tell. You embody the possibility rather than talking about it. Your life becomes a gentle invitation for others to remember their own capacity for peace and happiness. In our hyper-connected but emotionally disconnected world, this kind of authentic presence is desperately needed. People are hungry for real connection, for genuine peace, for the experience of being truly seen and accepted. When you offer this through your own grounded presence, you're providing something more valuable than any advice or assistance you could give. Your peaceful steps create footprints that others can follow back to their own inner home. Your conscious breathing reminds others that they too have access to this simple but profound practice. Your ability to be present without agenda gives others permission to stop performing and simply be themselves. Your inner sanctuary becomes a beacon for those who have forgotten that such a place exists within them. This is how individual healing becomes collective healing. This is how personal transformation contributes to social transformation. Not through force or manipulation or trying to control outcomes, but through the quiet, steady influence of people who have done their inner work and naturally radiate the peace they've discovered. The Buddha's vision was not of isolated individuals achieving personal enlightenment, but of awakened beings, naturally awakening others through their very presence. When you find your way home to yourself, you become a guide for others who are still lost. When you learn to love yourself authentically, you become capable of loving others without condition. When you discover peace within your own being, you become a source of peace in a world that desperately needs it. This is the most practical compassion available to human beings. Rather than trying to save the world through activism that comes from anxiety and anger, rather than attempting to fix others from a place of your own unhealed wounds, you take responsibility for your own inner life. You become the change you want to see, not as a moral obligation, but as a natural expression of your own healing and awakening. Your peace is not a luxury or a privilege. It's your responsibility to the human family. Every moment you choose consciousness over unconsciousness, love over fear, presence over distraction, you're contributing to the collective possibility for peace on this planet. Your inner work becomes your outer service. Your personal healing becomes your gift to the world. And as more people discover this path, as more individuals learn to come home to themselves and naturally radiate that homecoming to others, something beautiful begins to emerge. A new way of being human together, based not on neediness and manipulation and trying to get something from each other, but on the abundance that flows naturally from people who have found their own inner source of happiness and peace. This is the Buddha's ultimate teaching for our time, that the healing our world needs begins with the healing you offer to yourself and spreads outward in ways more powerful and far-reaching than any other force available to human beings. Here's something that might completely transform how you see your loneliness. What if that ache you've been trying to escape, that emptiness you've been trying to fill, that restless seeking that has driven you from one connection to another, what if it has actually been your wisest teacher all along? What if your loneliness isn't a problem to be solved, but a compass pointing you toward the most important journey of your life, the journey home to yourself? This radical reframe changes everything. Instead of seeing loneliness as evidence that something is wrong with you, you begin to recognize it as evidence that something in you is still awake, still seeking, still remembering that there's a deeper way to live than the surface-level connections our culture offers. Your loneliness has intelligence. It knows the difference between real nourishment and empty calories, between authentic connection and digital simulation, between being truly seen and simply being observed. When you feel lonely in a crowded room full of social media, friends, that loneliness is giving you accurate information about the quality of connection available there. When you scroll through your phone for hours and feel emptier afterward, Your loneliness is teaching you something important about what actually feeds your spirit and what merely distracts you from your hunger. When you have a conversation that stays entirely on the surface and feel unsatisfied despite the social interaction, your loneliness is pointing you toward your deeper need for authentic intimacy. The discomfort of loneliness has been trying to get your attention, to wake you up from the trance of believing that more external connections will solve an internal problem. It's been serving as a faithful messenger, delivering the same message over and over. This way doesn't lead home. What you're seeking can't be found outside yourself. Turn around and look within. But we've been taught to see loneliness as the enemy, something to be avoided, escaped, medicated, distracted from at all costs. We've learned to fear the very feeling that might be our greatest teacher, our most reliable guide back to ourselves. No wonder we feel lost. We've been running away from our own internal compass. Think about your journey with loneliness over the years. How it first appeared perhaps in childhood, when you felt different from others or struggled to fit in. How it visited you during transitions, moving to a new place, starting a new school or job, ending relationships. How it intensified in our modern world of endless connectivity that somehow left you feeling more isolated than ever. Now, looking back, can you see how your loneliness has been consistently pointing you toward the same truth? That external validation, no matter how abundant, never quite satisfied the deeper need. That surface level socializing, no matter how frequent, never filled the emptiness. That trying to use other people to complete yourself only created more suffering for everyone involved. Your loneliness has been trying to save you from a life of endless seeking outside yourself for what you already possess within. It has been your protection against settling for connections that diminish rather than nourish you. It has been the voice of your deepest wisdom, refusing to let you forget that you are worthy of real love, real intimacy, real peace, starting with the love, intimacy, and peace you can offer to yourself. There's profound intelligence in emotional discomfort. Just as physical pain alerts you when something in your body needs attention, emotional pain alerts you when something in your life is out of alignment with your deeper truth. Your loneliness has been a sophisticated guidance system, helping you navigate toward authentic connection and away from empty substitutes. When you stop seeing loneliness as your enemy and begin recognizing it as your teacher, everything shifts. Instead of running from the feeling, you can turn toward it with curiosity. Instead of judging yourself for experiencing it, you can appreciate the intelligence it represents. Instead of desperately trying to escape it through external connections, you can listen to what it's trying to tell you about your deepest needs. My dear loneliness, you might say, I've been fighting you for so long, but now I see that you've been trying to help me. You've been pointing me home. Thank you for not giving up on me, even when I was running in the wrong direction. This gratitude isn't just spiritual bypassing or positive thinking. It's recognizing the actual function that loneliness has served in your life. Without it, you might have settled for a lifetime of superficial connections that never challenged you to grow deeper. Without it, you might have continued seeking outside yourself indefinitely, never discovering the treasure that was always within you. Your loneliness has been preparing you for this moment, the moment when you finally stop running and turn toward home. All those nights of scrolling through your phone feeling empty. All those gatherings where you felt invisible in a crowd. All those relationships that left you feeling more alone than when you were actually alone. They were all part of your education in what real connection is and isn't. You can be grateful for this journey, even the painful parts, because it has led you here, to this understanding that home was never a place you needed to find, or a person you needed to meet, or an achievement you needed to unlock. Home was always here, waiting patiently for your return, breathing quietly in your chest, available with your very next conscious breath. Christmas and the holiday seasons offer particularly powerful opportunities to practice this homecoming. These are times when loneliness often intensifies, when the gap between how we think how we actually feel becomes most apparent. Family gatherings can trigger old patterns of seeking approval and acceptance from others. Social expectations can amplify the feeling that everyone else has something you're missing. But Christmas, as Thich Nhat Hanh teaches, is a time when you have to practice going home. Not home to your childhood house or home to the family that may or may not understand you, but home to yourself. Home to the peace that doesn't depend on whether others appreciate you. Home to the love that doesn't require external validation. Home to the sanctuary that exists within you regardless of the chaos or joy or complicated dynamics around you. During the holidays, you can practice being present with your family members without needing them to be different than they are. You can offer genuine love without expecting it to be returned in the exact form you prefer. You can participate in traditions and celebrations while remaining grounded in your own inner peace, rather than dependent on the event going perfectly. The gift you become when you stop running from yourself extends far beyond any present you could buy or wrap. When you've learned to be truly at home with yourself, you become someone who can be present with others' loneliness without trying to fix it or take it on as your own. You become someone who can sit with difficulty without making it worse through anxiety or false cheerfulness. Your own journey through loneliness and back to yourself makes you a sanctuary for others who are still wandering. Not because you have answers or advice to give, but because your presence demonstrates that it's possible to find peace within yourself. You become living proof that human beings can learn to be comfortable in their own company, content with their own existence. This is perhaps the greatest gift you can offer during holiday gatherings or any other time, the gift of someone who doesn't need anything from others in order to be okay. Someone who can love without grasping, listen without agenda, be present without performing. Your inner stability becomes a source of peace for everyone who encounters you. Children especially feel this quality in adults who have found their way home to themselves. They sense immediately the difference between adults who are anxious and needy and those who are genuinely at peace. Your own inner work becomes a gift to the next generation, showing them through your example that it's possible to be human without constant suffering, to be alive without constant seeking. The practice that the Buddha offered 2,500 years ago becomes especially relevant during times of celebration and gathering. Every breath, every step, every moment of sitting, every act, like drinking tea with family, preparing food together, even washing dishes after a holiday meal, when done in mindfulness, helps you to go home and to enjoy the wonders of life around you and within you. Your body is a wonder, and so are the bodies of your loved ones gathered around you. The food you share, the laughter that arises naturally, the simple miracle of human beings choosing to spend time together. These are all wonders worthy of your full attention and appreciation. But you can only truly receive these gifts when you're present, when you've come home to yourself enough to be available for genuine connection with others. The hills, the clear streams of water, the winter sky, the lights that people string up to brighten the darkest time of year, these all have the power to heal when you're present enough to receive them. But that presence has to begin with presence to yourself, with the willingness to be here, in your own life, in your own body, in your own experience, exactly as it is. This is why your loneliness has been such a perfect teacher. It refused to let you settle for less than authentic presence. It kept pointing you toward the real thing, even when you were convinced the real thing didn't exist. It maintained its signal even when you were doing everything possible to tune it out. Now that you understand its message, you can receive loneliness differently when it arises. Instead of emergency or crisis, it becomes invitation. Instead of evidence of your inadequacy, it becomes evidence of your wisdom. Instead of something to escape, it becomes something to investigate with gentle curiosity. What is this loneliness trying to show me right now? What am I seeking outside myself that I could provide within? How can I come home to myself in this moment? The transformation from seeing loneliness as enemy to seeing it as teacher represents one of the most profound shifts in understanding available to human beings. It means that nothing in your experience has been wasted, nothing has been wrong, nothing has been a mistake. Even your suffering has been intelligent, has been serving your ultimate awakening to your own inherent wholeness. You can trust your loneliness now because you understand what it's really pointing toward. Not toward neediness or desperation or proof that you're fundamentally lacking something, but toward the magnificent possibility of becoming someone who is truly at home in their own existence, who can love without attachment, who can be alone without loneliness, because they've discovered the difference between solitude and isolation. The Buddha understood this when he offered his beautiful teaching about being a lamp unto yourself. He wasn't encouraging isolation or self-reliance in the modern sense. He was pointing toward the same truth your loneliness has been pointing toward, that the light you seek in others already exists within you, that the home you seek in relationships already exists in your own being. Be a lamp unto yourself, he said. Work out your salvation with diligence. Not because you're alone in the universe, but because you're never alone when you're truly present to your own existence. Not because others don't matter, but because you matter enough to offer yourself the same loving attention you've been seeking from everyone else. This is the gift your loneliness has been trying to give you all along, the recognition of your own inherent worth, your own capacity for peace, your own ability to be the source of the love and acceptance you've been seeking everywhere else. It has been your most faithful teacher, your most persistent guide, your most reliable friend, pointing you always in the direction of home. And now, having received this teaching, having learned to come home to yourself, you become a gift to everyone whose life you touch. Your journey through loneliness and back to yourself becomes a path that others can follow. Your peace becomes an invitation for others to find their own peace. Your homecoming becomes a beacon for all who are still wandering, still seeking, still believing they need to find outside themselves what can only be found within. Thank you, loneliness, for never giving up on leading us home. Here we are, at the end of our time together, though really, this is just the beginning. Everything we've explored, the illusion of digital connection, the ancient wisdom of coming home to yourself, the practice of mindful breathing, the art of walking meditation, the transformation of loneliness from enemy to teacher. All of this becomes real in the most simple, immediate way possible, with your next breath. Right now, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you can place one hand on your heart. Feel it beating steadily, faithfully, sustaining your life without any effort on your part. Take one conscious breath, not deep or special or different, just aware. Notice the air flowing in, pausing, flowing out, pausing again. In this simple act, you are already home. You don't need to wait for the perfect moment or the right circumstances or a quieter mind. You don't need to master any techniques or achieve any particular state. The journey home to yourself is always available, always beginning fresh, always as close as your next conscious breath. Every step you take from now on can be a homecoming. Every moment you choose presence over distraction. Every time you offer yourself the same kindness you would give to a dear friend. Every breath you take with awareness. These become your practice, your path, your gentle revolution against a world that profits from your disconnection. The loneliness that brought you here has served its purpose. It has led you home to the recognition that you were never actually missing anything. You were simply forgetting to look in the right place. If this journey has touched your heart, if something in these words has reminded you of a truth you already knew but had forgotten, then perhaps you'll share this gift with someone else who might be wandering, still seeking outside themselves for what can only be found within. Not because they need fixing or saving, but because your homecoming can serve as a gentle reminder of their own capacity for peace. The ripples of your return to yourself will spread in ways you may never fully know. Your peace will become a love letter to the world. Your presence will become a sanctuary for others. Your breath will become a prayer for all beings who are still searching for home. And in those moments when loneliness visits again, because it will, as an old friend reminding you to check in with yourself, you'll know how to greet it. With a smile, with recognition, with gratitude for its faithful service as your teacher. Hello, my dear loneliness. Thank you for pointing me home. The Buddha's ancient wisdom lives on in your willingness to come home to yourself. 2,500 years of teaching finds its fulfillment in your next conscious breath, your next mindful step, your next moment of being truly present to your own precious existence. Remember this always. You are already home. You are already home. You are already everything you have been seeking. The journey continues with your next breath. Welcome home.
You can get deals on gifts all season long, but they don't have to know that.
everything from my stubborn dandruff. And then I found Nizoral. It works differently to get to the root cause of dandruff. Its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of dandruff. Say goodbye to stubborn dandruff with Nizoral. Now available in a shampoo plus conditioner.
Over these past 3 hours, you have walked alongside Buddha through gardens of wisdom that reveal the deepest truths about human existence and the path to lasting peace. From the muddy water that clears when left undisturbed, you have learned that your mind naturally returns to stillness when you stop fighting against your thoughts. From the broken bowl, you discovered that letting go of attachments brings freedom rather than loss. Through the anger medicine of silence, you found that emotional storms pass when not fed by reactive words. Each story has been a mirror, reflecting back to you the Buddha nature that has always existed within your own heart. Like the beggar who possessed hidden wealth, you already carry everything needed for genuine happiness. Like the lost ox that was never truly missing, your peace has been waiting patiently for you to stop searching and simply recognize what is already here. Whether you are drifting towards sleep or carrying these teachings into your waking hours, remember that transformation happens gradually, gently, like water wearing smooth the sharpest stone. Each time you return to Moonmine Temple, these timeless truths will meet you exactly where you are, offering new depths of understanding and comfort. May you rest in the profound peace that comes from knowing you are never alone on this journey. May these Buddha stories continue to work their quiet magic in your heart, bringing you closer each day to the awakening that is your birthright. Until we meet again in this sacred space of wisdom and rest, may all beings be happy. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be free. Picture people on a beach, lying in the sun like lizards soaking up warmth. But watch closely. They're not really resting. They're adjusting their hair, choosing the right angle, checking how they look. Even in rest, there's this performance, this constant preparation to be seen, to be attractive, to be enough. And here's the thing that might break your heart open. You do this too. Not just on beaches, everywhere, all the time. What if you could finally stop? You wake up, and before your feet touch the floor, it starts. That voice. Did I get enough sleep? I look so tired. There's so much to do today, and I'm already behind. Am I doing enough? Am I enough? All day long, there's this commentary, this relentless inner voice evaluating everything. How you sounded in that conversation. People probably thought you were awkward. You're falling behind everyone else. When you finally sit down to rest, the voice says, you should be doing something. You're being lazy. You're wasting your life. Even your rest is a performance. Even your solitude is crowded with judgment. We're going to walk an ancient path together, 2,500 years old, and it understands exactly what you're experiencing. We're going to find where this voice came from, why it's so loud, and how to transform it into something quieter, kinder. If you can, get comfortable. Your pace, no rush. Let's walk together. The masters who walked this path before us discovered something profound. They didn't just observe that we suffer. They looked deeper, asking, why? What creates this relentless inner voice? What feeds the exhaustion? What keeps us trapped in the performance, even when we desperately want to stop? And what they found wasn't a single cause, but a pattern. A system of obstacles that block our natural peace, the way clouds block the sun. They gave these obstacles a name, hindrances. Not because you're broken, but because they hinder something that's already there, your capacity for peace, for clarity, for simply being without the constant commentary. There are 5 of them, and once you learn to recognize them, you'll see them everywhere. Not just in meditation, but in traffic, in conversations, in the quiet moments when you're alone with yourself. The first is sense desire. This isn't about wanting things. Wanting is natural, human, completely normal. Sense desire is different. It's the craving that never satisfies. The hunger that grows even as you feed it. You know this feeling. You're scrolling through your phone, and one video leads to another, and another, and suddenly an hour has vanished, and you feel worse than when you started. Or you're eating, not because you're hungry, but because something in you is searching for satisfaction through taste, through sensation, through anything that might fill the void for a moment. Sense desire whispers, if you just get this, you'll be satisfied. This meal, this purchase, this experience, this person's approval. And you believe it because the whisper is so convincing. So you reach for it. And for a moment, there's pleasure. For a moment, the void seems filled. But then it empties again. And the craving returns, stronger than before. The Buddha saw this pattern 2,500 years ago, before smartphones, before consumer culture, before any of the modern tools of desire. He saw it in the human heart itself. The way we reach outward, endlessly, hoping the next thing will be the thing that finally completes us. But completion doesn't come from outside. And sense desire keeps you locked in the search, convinced that peace is just 1 more acquisition away. The second hindrance is ill will. This is the voice that criticizes, the one that judges, resents, attacks. Sometimes it's turned outward, anger at the person who cut you off in traffic, irritation at your co-worker's incompetence, resentment towards someone who has what you want. But often, it's turned inward. And this is where it becomes the sergeant, the harsh judge, the voice that never approves. Ill will toward yourself sounds like this. You're so stupid. Why did you say that? Everyone else has it figured out, and you're still struggling. You're not disciplined enough, not smart enough, not enough. Here's what's tragic about ill will. It thinks it's helping. It genuinely believes that if it's harsh enough, critical enough, relentless enough, you'll finally change into someone worthy. But cruelty doesn't create growth. It creates shame. And shame creates paralysis. You've experienced this. You make a mistake, and the voice attacks. And instead of learning from the mistake, you collapse under the weight of the criticism. You feel small, worthless, incapable. And from that collapsed place, how can you possibly grow? Ill will masquerades as motivation, but it's actually the opposite. It's the inner bully who thinks punishment leads to improvement. The third hindrance is sloth and torpor. This is the heaviness, the fog, the feeling of being stuck in mud, unable to move, unable to care. Sometimes it's physical. You're so tired you can barely keep your eyes open, even though you slept 8 hours. Sometimes it's mental. Your thoughts move slowly. Everything feels like it's happening underwater. Sometimes it's emotional, a numbness that makes everything feel distant and unreal. This isn't the same as rest. Rest is nourishing, rejuvenating, necessary. Sloth and torpor is different. It's a dullness that resists engagement with life. A shutdown response that says, I can't deal with this, so I'm checking out. You know this state. You sit down to do something important, and suddenly you're so tired you can't think. Or you feel a pull toward distraction, toward anything that requires no effort, no presence, no real attention. It's not laziness, though the voice will call it that. It's often a protection mechanism. When life feels overwhelming, when the demands are too much, when you don't know how to move forward, the mind simply dulls. It's the opposite of ill will's aggression. where ill will attacks, sloth and torpor retreats. Where ill will burns hot, sloth and torpor goes cold. The fourth hindrance is restlessness and worry. Remember the 60,000 thoughts, the 80% that are negative, the 90% that are just repetitions. This is restlessness and worry in action. It's the mind that can't settle, the constant fizzing of anxiety, the low-level panic that hums underneath everything. Even when nothing is actively wrong, there's this feeling that something could be wrong, might be wrong, will definitely be wrong soon. You're lying in bed, trying to sleep, and the mind won't stop. Did I lock the door? What if that email sounded rude? I have so much to do tomorrow. Why did I eat that? I should be further along in life by now. Round and round, the thoughts spiral. Not productive thoughts that lead to solutions, just worry that feeds on itself. This is the cascade the masters spoke about. When you first try to meditate, when you first try to be still, you discover just how loud this hindrance is. And it's shocking. You think, I'm going crazy. There's something wrong with me. I can't do this. But the masters knew. This isn't new chaos. This is old chaos finally being seen. You're not creating the restlessness by meditating. You're just finally noticing what's been running in the background all along. The fifth hindrance is doubt. Not the healthy skepticism.